Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first of two sessions for this year's annual hazardous waste training. This year, we are offering the training both virtually and in person. My name is Amy Williams, and I am the Hazardous Waste Compliance Assurance Unit Leader. To give you a little background information, the Hazardous Waste Compliance Assurance Unit is one of 3 units that make up the Hazardous Waste Program here at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. Our unit is responsible for conducting inspections at the facilities that generate hazardous waste. And we have 7 inspectors, 3 of whom are full-time inspectors and 4 who split their time between conducting inspections and other responsibilities like data management, legal support, and technical expertise. The various presentations that comprise this training are all given by the inspectors in our unit. Please note that our primary role is to serve as hazardous waste inspectors, not presenters. We provide this training as a compliance assistance tool to support the industry adherence to regulations. This session is intended as an overview and may not cover all details. Your facility might require more comprehensive training to fully meet the regulatory requirements. We also rely on other staff in the division to help us not only with our day-to-day responsibilities, but who have also been critical in helping us put together this training. Brandon Ingersoll, Laura Groulet, and Scott Schroeder have provided logistical, technical, and registration support, and without whom we could not host this virtual training. So today we have 8 presentations: hazardous waste identification, generator requirements, land disposal restrictions, or LDR, used oil management, hazardous waste treatment, hazardous waste recycling, universal waste, and what to expect on a hazardous waste inspection. Each of the inspectors presenting today will give you a little background on themselves, and we'll have a question and answer period at the end of each presentation, as well as at the end of the whole session. We may not be able to address all of the questions presented to us today. We'll be focusing on questions that apply to the whole group or come up repetitively. If we are not able to get to your question, we have provided our technical assistance contact information here for follow-up. I want to thank you all for joining us today. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brandon to address some of the logistics for today's webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Well, hello, my name is Brandon Ingersoll, and I'm the Community Involvement Specialist here in the division. There's a couple of ways that you can participate in today's training. As Amy mentioned, please feel free to use the Q&A at the bottom of your screen. We'll address questions between the presentation. We'll also be using a live polling platform, which we'll test out here in just a minute. We recommend using a smartphone, or you can join from a browser on your computer. To access the presentations and resources for this training, please visit our website, which I will link here in the chat. We're going to upload the trainings that we record here in the future. And if you're experiencing any kind of blurry visuals or issues with Zoom or the polling software that we're using, there's also a couple of guidance documents on that webpage that you can reference. We're going to be emailing out certificates within the next couple of business days following this training. For those of you who are joining as a group from Zoom, please email the names of the attendees to Laura Groulet so we can track certificates. Also, if you're calling in from a phone, please make sure that you include that phone number if you did it on your registration. Okay, and now with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to try out this polling software. So throughout today's presentation, we're going to be using Slido, which is a live polling platform. This is going to help us review topics in this training. Now, your participation is not required, and we're not tracking correct responses. But if you'd like to participate, you can either use your smartphone or open a web browser to join the event. So please go to slido.com and enter in the event code here. And then we'll go ahead and we'll give you guys a few moments to get into Slido. And please go ahead and let us know, what food would you eat if you could only eat one meal for the rest of your life?
Yeah, that would be sushi for me for sure.
Burgers, tacos, sushi. Look at that. You know, they come right up. Curry. Cold beer. We have a winner.
Cold beer?
Excellent.
Is that for breakfast?
Prime rib, crawfish.
BLT.
Man, we have a wide variety here. Dessert. All right, well, cold beer and dessert. I think we're really starting off Tuesday on a great note here.
As waste. Somebody put up as waste. It's a heck of a food to be eaten, but all right. Is that part of the pyramid? I'm not even sure.
Oh, I think he can be here. All right, folks. So now that we've gotten a good idea here, this is how the polling software is going to work throughout the remainder of the presentations and during some later Q&A sessions. Feel free to reach out to Laura Groulet if you're having any questions and reference those guidance documents here. Now, you're not going to have to re-enter that event code again unless you exit out of your browser. Now, with that said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn it over to Dan Getz for our first presentation on hazardous waste identification.
Well, good morning, everyone. As introduced, my name is Dan Getz, and I'm going to be walking you through hazardous waste ID. Before I get started, a little bit about myself. I've been into this industry around 1993, right out of college in Pennsylvania. Grew up and lived on the East Coast, worked in New Jersey for about 12 years in environmental consulting, working on site remediation, site investigation type work as a field geologist, as a geologist, project geologist, that kind of stuff. And in 2006, my family and I decided to move out to the great state of Colorado. Best move ever made for sure. So we've been here since 06. And in 2008, I joined CDPHE, originally in the corrective action unit for about a year and a half. And for the last 14 years at CDPHE, I've been a hazardous waste inspector. So with that, let's get rid of my face and get into hazardous waste ID. All right. So to get started, we're going to talk about some of the regulatory background, the basic, which regulations apply, just to kind of give you some introductory concepts to Colorado hazardous waste regulations. So if you've been in this industry, you probably have heard the phrase RCRA waste, RCRA program. And it's important to know that RCRA, the acronym, first of all, it stands for Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. RCRA was created by the EPA in 1976 as part of the response to all of the waste problems that we were having across the United States. It was an amendment to the Solid Waste Disposal Act, and that was passed in 1965. And between those two, they were the first serious countrywide regulations that we have put in place in order to deal with the mass amounts of waste we were generating in the nation. It's important to know that the RCRA program is a federal program. It regulates hazardous waste generated by a business from cradle to grave. And so let's unpack that sentence a little bit because there's a lot in that. Again, it's the federal program. So when you're hearing RCRA, I want you to think that's the federal program. And that becomes relevant here in a minute, in a slide or two, when I start talking about state level. But RCRA is the federal program, and it regulates hazardous waste. So we're talking about a particular waste group, right? Not all waste, but it regulates hazardous waste. And it's generated by a business, right? So we're not talking about applying to household. Household waste is not regulated under the hazardous waste regulation. So it applies to business waste. And the program is designed as a cradle to grave concept, meaning from the point of generation until its final resting spot, typically in a landfill. And again, bear in mind, RCRA does not apply to household waste. In fact, just recently, I used to say that it's about 80 million when I first started doing training, doing these classes. There's about 80 million households. And as of right now, I just recently looked that up, and there's about 131 million households in the United States. And so I used to get asked the question, well, why doesn't it apply to households? You know, they generate hazardous waste too. And the answer is that it's impractical to regulate households at that level. Households are regulated differently at the community level. But yeah, 131 million households in the United States. Pretty crazy. All right. So I just talked about the federal program. So when you're in Colorado, who actually regulates hazardous waste? Well, so when the EPA rolled out these regulations, they gave the states the ability to become what's called an authorized state. And in Colorado, we took that option. And as of 1984, we are an EPA authorized state to implement Colorado's hazardous waste regulations in lieu of the federal program. So we've been approved by the EPA. We codified the minimum requirements of the federal RCRA program in our state regulations. And then we implement those regulations here in Colorado in lieu of the federal program. And the EPA provides oversight to us. They will do inspections, in any state, and they do in Colorado. But when they're doing inspections in Colorado, they need to be following Colorado's hazardous waste regulations. And that becomes relevant on a number of levels. Number one, That gave the states, when you're authorized, you have the ability to be more conservative than the minimum requirements. And we are more conservative in maybe 40, 45 instances, maybe it's a little bit more. Those instances are documented in our guidebook, which I'll talk about in a little bit more detail where you can find that. But in our generator guidebook that we have out at the very back, maybe a few pages from the very back, there's 3 or 4 pages where we list out where we're more conservative than the federal program. So you want to be aware of that. States have that, authorized states have that ability. Another reason why this is relevant to you is if you're generating waste across different states, you want to make sure you understand which regulations apply in the state that you're generating hazardous waste in. And a couple of states aren't authorized at all, like Iowa and Alaska, for instance, they're non-authorized states. And in those states, the federal program prevails, all right? So just be aware of that. Okay, so who's regulated in Colorado's hazardous waste regulations? 3 main categories. Generators, as the name implies, those are facilities that create or generate hazardous waste. You're going to hear us use the term generator all day long, right? So facilities that are generating hazardous waste, those are generators. Transporters, and as the name implies, they are going to be taking the waste from the generator and transferring it somewhere else off-site, typically to a TSDF. Another acronym here, treatment, storage, and disposal facility. You're going to hear us reference those facilities today. And as the name implies, they treat, store, dispose of hazardous waste. We're going to be spending most of our time today on the generator side of these regulations. We're going to be referencing and talking about transporters and TSDFs, but we're going to be spending most of our time covering what the requirements are for generators of hazardous waste. A little bit of an overview here. In a second, I'm going to show you on our website where we can get these regulations. When you're looking for these regulations, where are you going to find them, right? So we have them posted on our website. When we get to the website, you'll actually see the link. But to go to the website and you would click on the part that you're interested in, and then you would start to drill down, looking for your section, looking for your particular your regulatory citation. But here's how it's broken up. In Part 260, that's an overview of the hazardous waste management system. We spend a little bit of time on there today, not too much. Where we're talking about for the next hour and a half or so is Part 261, hazardous waste ID, listing of hazardous waste. Part 262, that talk is coming up next, right? They're going to be talking about generators, generator requirements, everything about generators, that's in Part 262. 263, 4, and 5, we're not going to spend too much time on today. That's the transporters and TSDF. And you can see the rest. You can see the rest of the parts. So we're going to talk about 267. We're going to talk about, Dave's going to do a talk on LDR, Part 268. We're going to cover universal waste and use the well today. So they're broken up into these parts. So in terms of where you can get access to these regulations, you can see the link in the top page, top of the page there. But the way I like to do it is I go to my search engine, CDPHE has waste regulations, and that's going to pull up this page, and probably, if not the top option, the top 3 options you're going to see. Make sure you're going to CDPHE's website. And again, if you take a look at it, and I didn't put this slide up for you to be able to read everything. This is just what it looks like. And you'll notice when you go to this page, you're going to see Part 261, Part 262. It's broken out into its parts. Click on it, take a look at the table of contents, drill down. That's how you would access the actual regulation itself. What I also want to point out here is that we have a lot of really good guidance documents on our website, covering a lot of different topics. We put that stuff up there as aids, compliance assistance for you guys. To be able to access at any time. You want to really make sure you take a look. If you don't have the copy of our generator guidebook, you want to get that copy. You can get that from our guidance page. So again, in terms of getting to the page, we're providing a link. If you don't have that link, just do what I do. Again, our search engine, CDPHE, has waste guidance. That'll take you to the page. It'll drop you right on the page. And our guidebook covers everything really that we're talking about today and more. Our guidebook covers that in plain English. So we give you plain English explanations of what's required for each generator category, as well as the regulatory citation, so that you can always come back here, drill down on the actual regulation if you want to do a deeper dive. But make sure you check out our guidance documents. They're really good at providing some compliance assistance there. All right, so enough with the introductory stuff. Let's start to get into how Haz Waste ID works in the regulations. Some things to know right off the bat, really important, is that these regulations regulate waste. They don't regulate products, right? So the first step is you must be talking about a waste. And that might sound easy, but I have gotten calls, I think as inspectors, we probably all have at one point or another, where they'll be like, well, I've got all this, xylene, is that regulated by Colorado Hazardous Waste regs? And my first question to them is, well, is it a waste or is it still a product that you're going to use for its intended purpose? And if it's product you're going to use for its intended purpose, then these regulations do not apply, right? So you've got to meet that first requirement. It has to be a waste. And then you start to go down and you start asking yourself some more questions, right? So at the very beginning, I'm sitting at my desk, I'm at a facility, and I've been tasked with figuring out what's a hazardous waste and what is it, what's regulated by these regulations. And these are the steps you want to be taking. First, is it a waste? If the answer is yes, move on to the next step. The next step is, does it qualify for the definition of a solid waste? Because all of this starts with solid waste and then narrows down to hazardous waste. So first, does it meet the definition of a solid waste? Bear in mind, the EPA chose the word solid waste as a collection of all waste types, gas, solids, sludges, liquids, in this instance, right? It might be a little bit confusing, but it just has to be an acceptance. That's what the EPA did. When it comes to the Colorado solid waste definition, it's based off of the EPA, and the EPA chose both words, solid waste, as part of this definition. Talk about that a little bit more. But it's got to qualify for the definition. Second, the third thing you want to be thinking about is it excluded? And we'll go through the exclusions. Once you get to that stage, then the last stage is, okay, if it's not excluded, meets the definition, and it's a waste, then the question is does it meet a listing? And there's 4 lists we're going to go through here in this talk. Or does it meet a characteristic? And there's 4 characteristics we're going to talk about. So that's a big overview of how to sit down and get started thinking about making a hazardous waste determination. So a little simpler. Assuming it's a waste. Number 1, does it meet the definition of the EPA's solid waste? Remember, in this instance, solid can be gas, liquids, sludges, solids. If the answer is no, if it doesn't meet this broad definition that we're going to talk about in a second, if the answer is no, then it's not subject to Colorado hazardous waste regs. If the answer is yes, you go to the next step. Is it an excluded waste? So it meets the definition of a solid waste, but it's excluded. And we're going to talk about those exclusions in a moment. If the answer is yes, it's excluded, then again, you're not subject to Colorado hazardous waste regs. Might it be regulated somewhere else? Absolutely, it likely is. But it won't be regulated under Colorado's hazardous waste regulations. And then step 3, because if it's not excluded, you go to step 3. Does it meet either one of the listings or characteristics, or the characteristics? If the answer is no, then again, that waste won't be regulated by Colorado hazardous waste regs, probably regulated somewhere else. If the answer is yes, then you are subject to hazardous waste regulations. All right, let's dive into this a little bit deeper. Is it a solid waste? Per the EPA definition in this instance of what a solid waste is, it can be liquids, solids, gases, or sludges. It can also be getting rid of a product, right? Something you haven't used for its intended purpose, but you can no longer use at your facility, you need to discard it, right? So it can also apply to that material as well. And bear in mind that it must first meet the definition of a solid waste before you get into the subset of hazardous waste. It's the way the regulations are set up. The definition of a solid waste. Now, we talked about where you can get these regulations. You'll see citations throughout our training today. 6 CCR 1007-3 is implied. You'll see sections, right? 261. I'm sorry, part 261, section 261.2. And you see the rest of it there. You would drill down to look for this regulation at that citation on our website. All right, so solid waste. In the definition, there's more detail than what you're seeing here. It's an interesting read if you've never read it, but here's the summary of it. It's any discarded material that is abandoned, recycled, inherently waste-like, or waste military munitions. Now think about that for a second. That's a pretty broad definition. Abandoned waste, right? So that's just about every facility that you're like, yeah, I don't want that anymore, right? You're going to get rid of it. It also includes recycled material and like you see with the rest. If the material is not in these categories, and I can't think of a whole lot that isn't, it's not going to drip down into the hazardous waste question and whether it's regulated by hazardous waste regulations. Something to know, and we're going to introduce it kind of early here on the hazardous waste determination side, is it always meets the definition, almost always, sorry, let me be clear, almost always meets the definition of a solid waste when burned for energy recovery, or if you're storing it, your waste prior to sending it off for recycling. So it's an important hazardous waste determination concept in terms of how you're managing this waste on site. If it does meet the definition of a solid waste, and then conversely also meets the definition of a hazardous waste, even if you're sending off for recycling, there's a good chance you still have to manage it as a hazardous waste while on site and on a transport. We're going to revisit that again here in a slide or two. And Dave's also going to talk about that during recycling talk later on today. Okay, so it meets the definition. So you have a waste. It meets the definition of a solid waste. Now we're going to talk about, is it an excluded waste? And there's two different categories of exclusions. The first one is there's 21 solid waste exclusions. And what that means is it's a waste, but it's not going to meet the definition of a solid waste. I'm sorry, it meets the definition of a solid waste, but EPA is excluding it from the definition of a solid waste. All right, some examples here is like scrap metal. The EPA does not want to get in the way of our scrap metal recycling that we do in the United States, and so they excluded that from the definition of a solid waste. Doesn't even enter. Domestic sewage and waste. That's focused on our POTWs, our publicly owned treatment works facilities. The EPA did not want to be regulating those facilities under these regulations. They're going to regulate them differently. And so they're excluded from the definition of solid waste. Clean Water Act discharges, right? So point discharges from treatment at industrial facilities. They didn't want to regulate that and fall under and multi-regulate it, like hit under Colorado, like under hazardous waste regulations and the Clean Water Act. They wanted to be handling that under the Clean Water Act. So that's excluded from the definition of a solid waste. But the other exclusion is 15 hazardous waste exclusions. They do meet the definition of a solid waste, but they are excluded from these regulations at the hazardous waste exclusion level. So some examples here is the bevel exclusion, the mining waste scenario, coal combustion waste, and another example is exploration production waste. We certainly have a fair amount of the mining waste and exploration waste here in Colorado. They're excluded from the definition of a hazardous waste in these regulations. All right, so those are some exclusions. Something I want you to know about these is that they're very specific. If you take a look at, you see the citations, you can drill down and read those exclusions. You should take a look at what the exclusions are. If you think any of them apply to your facility, but you're not sure, you should give us a call, reach out to us. We'll be glad to work with you on these exclusions based on the type of waste you're generating. All right, getting back and tapping into this concept of recycling. It's important to know that almost all recycled materials are going to meet the definition of a solid waste, which means if it meets the definition of a solid waste, you do a hazardous waste determination on it. If it meets the definition of hazardous waste, you need to be managing it as such during on-site storage as well as for transportation. All right, so there's two exceptions for recycled materials being solid waste. One is direct feed material, and the second is direct substitution. The direct feed material exception means it's not being reclaimed first, right? You could just give it as you generate it, no change to it. An example would be like spent copper chloride solution from our circuit board industry. They generate that waste stream and it can go straight to an animal feedlot and fed to animals. It's a good food source for them. No reclamation required. So if you can set up that scenario, that would be an exemption from meeting the definition of a solid waste, and it wouldn't be managed as a haz waste. Or the other one is direct substitution for a commercial chemical product. In this case, it's kind of like it's product like, right? So one type of business, say they use an acid, any kind of contamination in an acid, it will no longer work for them. That acid could be used at an industry, say like at a garage, to make it simple, where they're just going to clean off, some basic metal parts. In that case, if the one business can get that material to the other business as a direct substitution for a commercial chemical product, that would be an exemption from being a solid waste. So there are two exceptions, but otherwise, almost all recycled materials are going to meet the definition of a solid waste. So for your hazardous waste determination part, just because you're sending it off for recycling doesn't mean it's exempt. All right, then step 3, which is what we're going to be talking about a lot in the coming slides, is it a hazardous waste? Does it meet characteristics? Does it meet the listings? Are you subject to the mixture rule? Are you subject to the derived from rule? So we're going to go through those categories quite a bit. Pulling back to the major point of this talk, right? Making a proper hazardous waste determination. And another major takeaway from this talk needs to be that you have the proper documentation to back up your hazardous waste determination, right? And why does that matter? Why is that so important to your compliance when it comes to hazardous waste management at your facility? Well, number one, right off the top, you need to know what's a regulated waste under these regulations versus not regulated under Colorado hazardous waste. You need to know what it is that you're dealing with. You need to know how much of that you're generating in any given calendar month. That tells you what your generator status is. If you're not familiar with generator status, hang tight, you're going to hear a lot about it. But that determines your generator status, which then tells you which regulations apply to your facility. You get this part wrong, you get everything else wrong. In fact, at the last talk today, and what to expect on an inspection, I do a case study on a small quantity generator that had an enforcement action. I'm going to walk you through the steps, and one of the major problems right up front was improper hazardous waste determination, and you'll see how that plays out in that inspection. But everything matters on getting this part right. Get this part wrong, and everything else is destined to be wrong. That's why it's important. All right, so let's do our first question. Slow down a second. All right, so I'm going to read this off and then give you some time to answer. So list the steps of hazardous waste determination in order. We just talked about it. So what is the order? Is it solid waste, excluded, hazardous waste? What's the proper order? Like Slido is working for folks. Coming in. Feel like we need like a Jeopardy song to get us through. I can sing it, but I've been yelled at for doing that before. Do that. So, people are still coming in with answers. Keep bringing them. All right, for brevity, so we can get through today, let's go ahead and see what we're looking at. So yeah, so number one, is it a solid waste? I'm glad you all are here listening. Cup of coffee must have kicked in. That is the first thing you want to be answering. Does it meet EPA's definition? The definition in Colorado's hazardous waste regulations based off of EPA. Does it meet the definition of a solid waste? Then you want to look at the exclusions. And there's two groups of exclusions. They're specific. If you have any problems with them, or you have any questions about it, you should definitely reach out to us. And then, assuming the answer is no, it's not excluded, then you're going to be asking the questions, look, does it meet any of the characteristics, or does it meet a listing? Is it a hazardous waste? And that is the steps. Awesome. All right. So what's coming up next here? We're going to be talking about what are the requirements for documentation. So something that's really important, and I want to make sure I emphasize clearly. Hazardous waste determination has two parts: making an accurate hazardous waste determination and making sure you have backup documentation. Both are required. Let's talk about some details on what that means. First up is hazardous waste determination is made at the point of generation and at any time in the course of management where it may have changed. So the way you want to be thinking about it is when you generate the waste, you have two options. You can put it over in the corner and say, hey, I don't have time to deal with it, I'll deal with it later. Or you make your determination at the time and point where the waste is generated. Which one do you think is correct by chance? Just the way I'm putting it out there. And if you're saying it needs to be made immediately, you're right. It needs to be made immediately. No storing the waste, and I'll get to it later. We do run into that during our inspections. People are like, well, yeah, I've got this waste over here, but I hadn't gotten to it. That's a violation. You have to make a hazardous waste determination at the time and point of generation. Who's responsible for making an accurate hazardous waste determination? So let's spend a little bit of time on this question, because this is an important one. The easy answer and the quick, well, it's not easy, but the quick answer is the generator of the waste is responsible. But let's talk about this in a bigger context. The generator generates the waste, right? And so you're going to end up hiring a hazardous waste transporter, and they're going to help you with things like the manifest, land disposal restriction. They're going to be able to help you, and they are and can be really good guides, right? And helpful in what they do. But bear in mind, generators have their requirements, transporters have their requirements in the regs, and where it's going, the TSDS, the Transport Storage and Disposal Facilities, they have their requirements. The responsibility for an accurate hazardous waste determination lies with the generator of the waste. The information that you give to the transporter is going to be shared with the TSDF. If you give bad information, they're going to give bad information back to you. If you give incomplete information, you're going to have an incomplete waste profile coming back to you. Waste profiles typically come from the TSDF. You have to make sure that you're giving a complete response, a complete answer to the type of waste you have, and we're going to be talking about what all that means coming up here. But you have to make sure you're giving them complete, accurate info. If not, it begins to fail downstream. And that is the responsibility of you to give accurate information. When you get manifest back from the transporter, you're signing the manifest. That's your job to make sure what's on the manifest is correct. When the transporter gives the information to the TSDF and you get what's called a waste profile, you need to be reviewing the waste profile to ensure the information on that profile is complete and accurate. Two things could be happening. One, people make mistakes, so you need to be looking for that. The second thing is maybe not all the information was put on there. It kind of falls into the mistake category. The third thing is did you give all relevant information? If you don't tell them, they don't know. They're not in your facility. You're in the facility. It's your waste. You're generating it. And you need to make sure that you're giving them all the information that they need to do their jobs accurately, and you need to be checking on it. So a bigger answer to just saying, hey, it's the generator, what does that mean? It's what I just described and when it comes to responsibility. In reference to where the requirements for hazardous waste determination are in the regs, it's part 262, section 262.11. I highly recommend reading it. It's about a page and a half with details of what we're talking about here, right? I'm giving you, a quick summary, but the details are there. That was updated in 2018. Prior to 2018, hazardous waste determination was, make it hazardous waste determination. That was kind of it. It was pretty lean. And the EPA recognized that, hey, this is an issue going forward. We need to beef up what's required on hazardous waste determination. So since 2018, making an accurate hazardous waste determination and have backup documentation available to support that determination is required. All right, so what does that look like? Well, first we're going to talk about, in terms of the backup documentation, we're going to talk about listed requirements, and we're going to talk about characteristic requirements. What kind of backup documentation do you need? All right, so for the listed side, using generator knowledge, and it's pretty common between both, but for listed side, use generator knowledge. Take a look at the listing definition, see if you're meeting the listing definition, and include information as part of your hazardous waste determination backup documentation, the origin, composition of the waste, what process made the waste, what material are you feeding into your process to create that waste, any other reliable or relevant info that helps you to come to making an accurate hazardous waste determination must be included as part of your backup documentation to your hazardous waste determination. All right. What about characteristic side, right? So there's 4 characteristics. So the listed side doesn't have testing requirements. The listed it's already on a list. It's well known. The EPA has already determined through extensive research that they did prior to these regulations being rolled out that what's on those listings, they know it generates a hazardous waste for XYZ reason. We'll get into that in a little bit. On the characteristic side, generator knowledge still applies, right? So there's certain things you don't have to test for because it's well known in the industry. It's well known, maybe at your facility, maybe you've already tested it, and you just know that it is a hazardous waste when you generate this waste. So you can still apply knowledge. In both cases, though, for listing and for here, if you're using generator knowledge, you have to provide a sentence or 2 or 3 or more, if necessary, that explains where the knowledge came from. The answer, I know because I know, and I know it, that's how I know it, is not an answer to the backup documentation for applying knowledge. You have to explain where the knowledge came from. And that could be simple. It could be something simple. It could be a little bit more complicated. Maybe it came from, a trade group that's already done testing on, XYZ waste stream. And so it's well known in the industry. You have to explain that as part of your backup documentation. Using available information, that's great if you're using it. What information? Where did it come from? That's part of your backup documentation. And testing. And we'll go through the characteristics and talk about test thresholds, analytical data, and analytical thresholds that you have to meet in order to determine whether it meets the definition of hazardous waste or not. Bear in mind that when it comes to testing in these regulations, the EPA almost always requires a test being done by a specific laboratory methodology. Make sure you're using that methodology. We're not going to dive into that here. We would be spending a lot of time on it. But I just want to let you know that required methodology is key to make sure your lab is using the right method for the test that you're running. And the EPA also said any additional testing as needed in order for you to make an accurate hazardous waste determination. On top of that, anything else you need in order to make an accurate hazardous waste determination is required. Backup documentation is required for your hazardous waste determination. All right, so for record keeping, this is the part where I'm going to explain something real quick. You're going to get a good talk on our generator requirements and a discussion of the different generator categories. For the sake of explaining record keeping, let me just tell you, if you're not familiar, let me tell you that There are 3 generator categories: very small quantity generator, small quantity generator, and large quantity generator. Which generator category you are depends on how much hazardous waste you generate in a calendar month, right? VSQGs, the lowest level, small is in the middle, large is large. And you'll get numbers and a lot more specific information, but just to explain this part. Very small quantity generators, they have to make a hazardous waste determination, but aren't subject to the record keeping. All right, so if you're a VSQG, yes, you have to make an accurate hazardous waste determination on all your waste. But VSQGs aren't required to have the backup documentation I'm going to talk about here. Small quantity and large quantity generators, they must maintain their hazardous waste determination records, their records supporting their determinations for 3 years from when the waste was last shipped off site. All right, and that includes everything we just talked about, all of it. If you did testing, if you have records, your generator knowledge, documentation of that, discussion on the composition of the waste, the origins, the process, all of that. You have to be maintaining those records for your hazardous waste determinations for the 3 years when the last shipment of that waste was shipped off-site. Okay, so for SQGs and LQGs, that record keeping is required. The second part of this slide talking about coding. You're doing a hazardous waste determination and you've got your backup documentation. What you're looking for is to match up the right coding that goes with the waste that you're generating. Coding is things like D001, D002. If you're not familiar, you will be. We're going to be talking about them soon. But that coding is your communication. It's communication to the transporter in terms of what their waste, your waste is when it leaves your facility, or what they're transporting. That code is telling someone what it is. D001 is ignitable waste. So when you have that on a manifest, somebody takes a look at the manifest, they see 50 drums D001, they know they're transporting 50 drums of ignitable hazardous waste. When it reaches the TSDF, they use that information. They look at that D001, they look it up in the regs, and it tells them exactly how they're supposed to treat it. So the coding is the communication system. If you get the communication system wrong, it breaks down, right? So accurate hazardous waste determination, backup records to those determinations, coding on manifests, and having accurate LDRs. This is what we do when we're coming out to do inspections. This is a big part of what we're looking at to make sure this loop is accurate and closed. All right, so how about some common issues before we get into some deets? So what about waiting for lab results? And we run into this, quite a bit. If you're generating waste and you've sent off, some samples for analysis, you're thinking at that point, well, I don't know what it is. So I'll just put this waste over here and hold on. When you're waiting for lab results, you treat it as a hazard, you manage it as a hazardous waste on site. When you get the result back, act accordingly. The hazardous waste, keep going, doing what you're doing. If it's not, you can take down the hazardous waste labels and manage it as whatever kind of waste it is. Okay? But during that pending issue, you want to make sure that you're managing it as a hazardous waste. You're not ignoring it until you know for sure when the results come back. Another common issue, just misidentifying as hazardous waste, misidentifying codes, inaccurate codes on manifest, inaccurate manifest, LDRs that don't have all the sufficient information to tell the TSDF what it is that they're getting. That's another problem with the bigger picture of hazardous waste determination. Relying too much on a safety data sheet. We're going to talk about this again shortly, but safety data sheets are where you start, right? I mean, that's one place that you absolutely start, but it's not going to give you the answer. It might give you the answer, but so often it just won't. So it's a great place to start, but you don't start and stop with an SDS. I see that from time to time, actually more often than not. I'm like, well, it didn't say it on the SDS, so I don't know. You need to know. You need to go beyond the SDS. You start there, and whatever gaps in information you have, you need to be filling them. Make sure you're comparing apples to apples when it comes to SDS. What you see on an SDS versus what the regulatory thresholds are. You want to make sure you're comparing apples to apples. And not considering changes. At your facility, it's a common issue. Hey, for 10 years, I was using xylene, and we found this other, solvent that's not actually regulated, but I didn't tell anybody. So I'm still shipping this, waste stream off as what it was 10 years ago. You have to be considering what's changing at your facility. If something changes, you have to redo your hazardous waste determination. You have to redo your backup documentation. You have to consider how that impacts your manifest, your LDR. You have to be looking at whatever changes happens. Maybe you're now generating something that's not a hazardous waste anymore. Well, don't spend the money on hazardous waste disposal. You're just wasting money at that point. And that happens. I've seen that at facilities. Where they're still shipping it off as haz waste, but it's not a haz waste. They didn't make the change. When the change happened in their facility, they didn't extend it to the Q determination and manifesting an LDR. So always consider changes to your process in your facility. All right, let's slow it down for a second and do another question. All right, here we go. So which of the following is correct? The disposal contractor is responsible for hazardous waste determinations. The disposal the waste ID is done on the waste at the point of generation. The corrosive waste code only applies to solids. We haven't even talked about that one yet. I'm going to tell you the answer is don't pick that one. Thank you. Just take it off. That's not right. And the corrosive waste, the ignitable waste only applies to liquids. Again, we haven't even talked about that yet. So really, you're just looking at the other two. What that mean? All right, people are still coming in. All right, let's move forward. So yeah, 91% said has waste ID is done on the waste point of generation. That is correct. The 9%, so we're not tracking people, and I have no idea the 10% really. That's one. Contractor is not responsible for hazardous waste determinations. They aren't. The responsibility for an accurate hazardous waste determination lies with the generator. Now, again, you're going to be relying on consultants, the transporter, and that's understood. I mean, that's part of the way the industry works. But what I'm telling you though is you got to hawk that process. You have to be on top of it. You have to become knowledgeable enough to make sure that your hazardous waste determinations are accurate. You have to be knowledgeable enough to be signing those manifests, which means you're checking the codes, which the code is the hazardous waste determination. So it all links together, and you're signing a legal document saying it's accurate. As well as communicating to what goes to the TSDF and what they're receiving so that they know how to treat it properly. It's based on the coding and the LDR. So yeah, that responsibility lies with the generator. Right. So let's take a look at some of my favorite ones that I keep from year to year. This is always a one that I like. When I first saw it, I kind of chuckled. I thought it was funny, but as it relates to hazardous waste determination, there's a bigger story, right? And so the story, the bigger story is, I just got distracted with the emojis. The bigger story is that this is a thought process. So that's awesome. We at least got to the stage where we're like, okay, something's different about this waste, right? You need to be immediately, if you're responsible for making hazardous waste determinations on this, you want to immediately go and start thinking, hey, is this a waste? Does it meet the definition as a solid waste? Is it an excluded waste? And if you get through all of that and you're down to characteristics and listings, you want to make sure that you're starting to think about, your backup documentation, how you got there, as well as, your coding. That's going to go on in the manifest. So there's a lot more that goes on. So Hey, I'm glad we got started on that, but that's you're not even scratching the surface of where you need to go here. Yeah, I'm just gonna let that be as it is. That's not gonna work for me, right? So smiley faces, claps. I definitely love that. That's it. How about how about this one, right? So this is one of my favorites. So when it comes to hazardous waste determination, what do we have? So we have a couple of different places where it says it's hazardous waste, then it says it's unknown contents. If that's true, so there's confusion in the labeling, but even in thinking about one of the requirements that you're going to hear about today is minimization of release to people and environment. And so you have what I think is a hazardous waste in a plastic bucket next to a drain. You can see that at the lower part of the picture with a lid that does not fit the container. This is a mess. You have to be thinking about this stuff in terms of, hey, what's my process, my hazardous waste determination, what waste codes apply, and what container management, which you're going to hear about next in generator talk, what container management applies to my container at this facility. But the process here starts with hazardous waste identification. Again, with confusion, we talked about this in terms of being an issue, the pending analysis scenario, right? And so the labeling on here is pretty confused. First, it says water, and then it includes non-haz. So now we have non-haz water. They sent out the non-haz water for pending analysis. That's awfully confusing, right? If you don't know what it is, it needs to have a hazardous waste label on it. That's just right off the bat. Now, if you're not a VS, I'm sorry, if you're a VSQG, you're not subject to labeling requirements. So for SQG and LQG, and again, you're going to hear about this later, you got to get a label. But in terms of your thought process, right, it's not a non-haz if it's pending analysis. You don't know what it is. Until you do, you're going to manage it as a hazardous waste container per whatever generator category you fall into, right? So it's a thought process that I'm pointing out here. As inspectors, we're looking at everything, and we're going to be looking at your solid waste containers, and it's not all that uncommon to find things in solid waste containers, and that's a hazardous waste determination issue. If you're throwing out, say, aerosol cans, and in those aerosol cans, there's still material inside there, that's a failure to make a hazardous waste determination on that waste. Aerosol cans are typically D001. They're typically ignitable. Not always, but again, we're looking. You should be looking. You should be looking all the time. Check out what's going into your solid waste bins, both inside your facility, the main one outside. Be hawking that stuff. Make sure you're making hazardous waste determinations, and haz waste is not going in the wrong direction. The laboratory environment, if this isn't really clear to folks that aren't familiar with hoods, this is a hood in a laboratory, a portion of, right? Like I'm just looking at the right side. What I'm highlighting here is that there's a waste container in there. And so as inspectors, when we go to labs that have hoods, a hood or a lot of hoods, some facilities have like 100 hoods, just a ton of them. And they are a massive, massive challenge for environmental compliance. And that challenge has to be met with an equal amount of training and oversight to ensure that they're not generating waste out of the blue and it's not being managed appropriately, identified and then managed, right? So where does this start as a hazardous waste determination? Employees need to be trained. They need to know, look, if I'm making a waste, process has to kick off here. And the process is, does it meet the definition of a solid waste? Is it excluded? Does it meet any of the characteristics or listing requirements? You have to be making those hazardous determinations at the time and point of generation. Now, there's a thing called in process that'll be talked about a little bit later. So that's a bit of a nuance. What I'm talking about here is just getting started on hazardous waste determination and knowing what kind of waste you're dealing with and how you need to go about managing it, depending on your computer generator category. Laboratories can be tough, no doubt about it. As inspectors, we're checking out everything, right? We're going to look in those solid waste bins. We're going to be looking in corners, rooms that probably haven't been accessed in days, months, weeks, years, who knows. We're going to be opening up your plant cabs, and looking to see what you're storing. When we see a pile of stuff, we're going to ask you, what's the pile of stuff? If your answer is I don't know, that's a failure to make a hazardous waste determination on the waste. Let me a little bit more color. if we go in there and I'm asking you to look, is this waste or is this product? And we're gonna have a discussion about waste versus product in a second. But is this waste or is this product? If you're saying, hey, we don't use it anymore, it's been sitting around for a couple of years, I just haven't gotten to it, I'm going to start looking. And if anything looks even remotely like it's a hazardous waste, or we're unsure, that's a failure to make a hazardous waste determination. Like, look, if you have a bunch of water bottles in here and it's water, I'm not writing you up for, failure to make a hazardous waste determination. But if we got a bunch of chemicals and it's unknown, you need to know, did it meet the definition of a hazardous waste or not? And that's likely to draw a failure to make a hazardous waste determination. The storing of chemicals on site that you don't know is not where you want to be. We had a site come on our radar this year, and when we walked in, this was just a large open, manufacturing and storage area, and there were just drums everywhere. Half those drums were labeled, half were not. Some had indications of what was in them, some did not. We actually had a section of this building, where waste was being stored in a fridge. And a group of us, there's like 3 or 4 of us, went over and we started looking at what was in there. And it had explosive written on one of the, I don't mean to laugh, but it scared the bejesus out of all of us. It had explosives written on it, and all 4 of us backed up at the same time without even talking. This is not how you do, this isn't how you manage your hazardous waste. This is a disaster. In terms of compliance, in terms of safety, some of the drums were bulging, some were open. This is way out of compliance, and it starts with making an accurate hazardous waste determination and then following up with your generator requirements in terms of how to manage that waste. This one's really, was a tough one in the sense that, the environmental safety aspect to it. So let me walk you through this. So this was at a shipper, a transporter, not a hazardous waste transporter, just a goods, regular trucking, company, just moving goods from here to there. So not picking on trucking companies. I love my stuff being delivered like everybody else. But when they generate waste, let me rephrase. They don't generate waste because of something they're doing at their facility. They generate waste when waste gets destroyed, damaged, right, during transit. And so they become responsible for the waste. In this particular case, what the transporter was doing, the shipper, was anytime that happened, they were shoving it into this large tractor trailer, truck trailer, closing the door. And as they added more in, they just, kept putting it in, kept putting it in, kept putting it in. So when I come by to do the inspection, I was asking, like, where are you storing? Are you storing any waste? He says, well, I got a bunch out in this trailer out here if you want to take a look. And so I started it. We opened it up, and one of the first things I noticed was a strong chemical odor, right? And so I'm backing up. I'm backing away from this because this was closed. It was outdoors. It was in the the sun. It was heating up. I don't know what's in there, so I started asking questions. What's in there? And the facility did not know. They've just been accumulating the waste. Had no idea what they were accumulating. So right off the bat, we have a problem of hazardous waste determination. You need to know what you're generating. You can't just shove things in trailers or in corners or in rooms and say, I'll deal with it later. That's not in compliance with the regulations. What really got me with this, though, is that employees were tasked with going in here and putting more waste in. And every time they open that up, the question is what is the error that they're breathing? There is a health hazard presented by the way this waste was being managed. So employees were being put in danger every time they opened up that door. When we started to peel back and drill down on what's inside this trailer, there was acids and bases. There was evidence of leakage throughout the entire trailer. Was there a chemical reaction going on? They didn't know. And again, that kind of scenario, you don't want to be walking down this kinds of scenario. You're putting employees in danger. This could be explosive. You don't know. It's a trailer full of stuff that can go boom. This is why these regulations exist, to not just minimize, to eliminate this happening as a scenario, right? And it starts with proper hazardous waste determination. So I talked about the use of safety data sheets before. They're not the end all be all. You want to be careful. You need to go beyond an SDS in order to fill out your hazardous waste determination and your backup documentation. There's some good uses of a safety data sheet, so I want to kind of point that out here. Number one is you can get typically you can get your constituents and the percentage of that constituent in the products that you're using. So that's a good use of safety data sheet. It should tell you what it is and what the percentages are of the individual constituents of the active ingredients. All right, so that's a good use. Then you're going to see how that comes into play later when we start talking about solvents and following the conditions for F1 through F5 coding. Okay, second thing is not always, if you want it, it won't, if you need it, it won't be there. But typically, if you're looking at two things that you can get off in SDS is whether it's flashes less than 140 degrees Fahrenheit. And again, you're going to see that when we talk about the ignitable characteristic. So typically you can get that on an SDS, of course, unless you need it, and then it's not going to be there. But oftentimes it is. And same with the pH. Typically you can get the pH of that product. And those are three good things that you can typically get from a safety data sheet. They're not going to tell you which codes apply in general. They're not going to tell you, it's a lot of generic language when it comes to which regulations apply. They'll usually say, check with your state, local, tribal, federal, municipals, all of it. They'll just reference everything, as to whether those regulations apply or not. So you're not going to get a good answer in that department. But you can typically get pH, ignitability, and constituents with percentages. So that'd be a good use. And I mentioned before, we're looking at a picture of piles of waste or potential waste. And anybody who's done these classes, the question of whether it's a product or waste, it's one of the things I miss about the live class, because usually when I ask in the live class, is it a product or a waste? Those that know will say it's a product. And it always makes me kind of laugh, because what did I start off by saying about these regulations? They do not apply to products. However, when we're asking that question, we're looking at these four criteria. The first is it being managed as a product, right? People don't burn money, right? So people don't let their money, degrade out in nature. If we see a pile of stuff sitting somewhere and it's degrading and it's not being used and it's not being managed as a product, it's hard for you to say it's a product, not a waste. That's the one step. Second one, what's the condition of the containers? Are they leaking? People, again, don't typically let their product just leak, right? So if you have a leaking container, you're talking about a waste, you're not talking about a product. You're looking at a waste, not a product. Is there an actual use for the material? So we can be pack rats in our house. Lord knows we all like to save the stuff we save. When we're talking about in business, we're looking at whether the regulations apply or not. And if we're looking and we ask you, what are you using this for? And you're like, yeah, well, we used to use it 10 years ago, but we stopped using it. We really don't have a need for it. That's a waste. It's no longer a product that you're going to be using for its intended purpose at your facility. And another criteria that we'll use is the material expired? And so that's a general rule, not a hard and fast rule. I say that because there are examples where materials can be expired and they're still usable. Lord knows I still drink my milk after and eat my eggs after they're expired. My kids hate me for it, but I do. It's not a hard and fast. My logic is the milk still smells good, so I'm going to keep using it. And at your facility, if you're telling me, hey, it's expired, but we can still use it in our process, all right, so then the expiration date wouldn't, apply. But that is a starting point for a conversation about whether it's a product or a waste. And just like some of those pictures showed, incorrect waste determination, it leads to a big pile of problems in terms of identifying the waste, figuring out what generator category you are, and which regulations are going to apply to you. All right, let's slow it up a little bit. Let's do a summary of what we've been working on here. All right, so who's regulated by Colorado Hazardous Waste regs. We're talking about generators of hazardous waste, those folks that transport it, and then where it gets shipped to the TSDS, right? They're all regulated under the regs. We're spending most of our time today here on the generator side. Remember that the hazardous waste determination process. When you're at your facility, you need to be communicating with whomever at your facility it makes sense, whether it's production managers, the owner, whoever is knowledgeable about the process, the chemicals being used, feedstock, what's coming in, what are you doing at your facility, and what waste are you generating, and then you need to be going through the process. Is it a waste? Does it meet the definition of a solid waste? Is it excluded? And then we're going to be talking about characteristics and listings for the remainder of this talk. You need to be using that process for your hazardous waste determination coming up to the answer, and make sure you have the backup documentation for each hazardous waste determination. You could be using the waste profile coming from the TSDF, but you got to make sure it's complete. You got to make sure it's accurate. Just saying, hey, I sent them some info, they gave me this waste profile, here it is. That's a good start, but is it complete and accurate? If you don't have all the information filled out with a yes, no, or not applicable, with some backup documentation behind it, explaining how you got there, you're not in compliance with the regulations. Then, of course, is it a product or a waste? Yes. We're going to take a close look and use that criteria I discussed in order to make that determination. You should be doing that for yourself, for sure. All right, let's do another question. So waste that is pending analysis should be managed as a hazardous waste until the analytical results are received. Is that true or is that false? That 1%, I've got my eye on whoever that 1%er is. All right. So yeah, with the waste that is pending analysis should be managed as a hazardous waste until the analytical results are received. Once you get the results back, if it's not a haz waste, take the labels off, the haz waste labels off, manage it as whatever it is. But it's not going to be managed under, the haz waste regulations. While it is in the pending analysis phase, you're managing it under whatever your generator category is for haz waste. All right, so now we're going to get into characteristic hazardous waste. We'll talk about listings, and then we'll talk about the rules. So on the characteristic side, we have 4 characteristics that you need to be concerned about. And I mentioned coding, so we're also going to start talking about the codes here that are relevant. Ignitability and the communication code, right? What goes on the manifest, and then what the TSDF gets, so they know what they're getting, so they know how to treat it. So the code for ignitability is D001. Corrosivity, and the code for that is O2, D002. Reactivity, D003. And then there's a list of 40 constituents, 40 chemicals of concern that comprise a toxic list, and that's D004 to D043. So let's start off with ignitable waste, D001. If it's an ignitable waste, if you make a hazardous waste determination, if it meets these criteria, what that means is D001 is going to go on your manifest. You're going to ship this off-site as a hazardous waste. You're going to be managing it on-site as a hazardous waste, following the generator requirements, depending on what generator category you are, that you're going to hear about in the next. Ignitable waste. But what makes it an ignitable waste? For liquid waste, it's a flash point of less than 140 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a big category. A lot of things flash less than 140 degrees Fahrenheit. This is not going to include our alcohol. There's an alcohol exclusion, thank goodness. The EPA did not want to interfere with our drinking. Good for them. Solid waste. can receive the ignitable waste code, D001. But for solid waste, it's got to meet this definition, which is readily ignite and burn vigorously through friction, absorption of moisture, or spontaneously catching fire under normal handling procedures. Paper will readily ignite, but paper does not burn vigorously through friction, absorption of moisture, or spontaneously catching fire under normal handling conditions. So paper would not receive a D001 code, right? Make sure you meet that definition. Some examples of the solid waste that would get a D001 is sodium metals, phosphorus metals, that'll get you there. And ignitable compressed gases, as a matter of reference to the Code of Federal Regulations, we have the citation where you could read the exact regulation as it relates to compressed gases, but yeah, compressed gases will get a D001, so oxidizers, see the citation for that as well. The hazardous waste materials table in category 5.1, including oxidizers. So oxidizers can be really nasty. And be really careful with oxidized compressed gases too, all of it. But the oxidizers substitute for oxygen in the fire, can really enhance fire. Yeah, so things like peroxides, nitrates, nitrites, chlorates, permanganates. Yeah, it's going to receive the D001 code on disposal. Still a question. All right, just to make sure I still got you with me here, here's a question. To meet the definition of an ignitable hazardous waste, what does the flash point have to be less than? Yeah, you got to watch out that difference between Fahrenheit and Celsius. All right, so moving on. The answer is 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I stuck up 140 degrees Celsius. Units, I think, is probably a good point to just bring out. Make sure you're looking at the right units. All right, so that's it for ignitability. Pretty straightforward, I would say. Corrosivity, right? That's going to have a D002 waste. If your hazardous waste determination has found that you're generating a corrosive waste, your manifest is going to have D002. For aqueous waste, an aqueous definition is contains at least 20% water. What we're looking at here is a pH range. It would have to be less than or equal to 2 or greater than or equal to 12.5 in order to get the D002 code. A lot of things here, acids, bases, will get you there, rust removers, battery acid. You get the idea. So for liquid waste, and liquid is determined by a paint filter test, a specific test to determine whether it meets the definition of a liquid or not. That'll get the D002 code if it corrodes steel at a rate of greater than 0.25 inches per year. All right, something like copper chloride, something like ferric chloride, will also get the code. Important to know about corrosive waste. The corrosive waste category does not apply to solids. This is the way the EPA set it up. They do not apply this to solids. Something like sodium hydroxide, it's a solid, it's not a liquid, it's not meeting the definition, and it's because it is a solid, it's not going to be included under the corrosive waste D002. Reactive waste has a code of D003. There's not a reliable test method for it. In this case, for reactive waste, you're going to be using generator knowledge. You're going to be using a narrative criteria to define this waste stream that you're generating in your facility. Reactive waste can be, some of the more obvious things like forbidden explosives, things that are going to readily explode, a violent reaction, but it also could be slow reaction, creating a release of toxic gases. Right, so it's not just things that go boom. Some more examples: cyanide, sulfide bearing waste, anything that's generating a toxic gas or vapor, something that fumes with water. So that's the reactive waste category. Again, no test method here. You're using generator knowledge and you're writing up a narrative to support your determination for this waste code. And the toxic list, this takes a little bit of explanation. What I'm showing you here at the bottom is a small sampling of the 40 contaminants, the 40 items on the table. The full table is found at the citation you see on the slide there. So you should take a look at it, but here's some examples. And on the left, you'll see a code. You'll see the name of the contaminant. So the very first one I have here is arsenic. The code for arsenic is D004. CAS number is provided. CAS number you can pull off an SDS. In case the contaminant name is something different, you want to check the CAS number. And then there's a regulatory level provided on a table for each constituent. And so the way this works is that is the maximum concentration. Below that concentration, it would not be a hazardous waste. That concentration or higher, it would be considered a hazardous waste for that constituent. How you get that concentration level is knowledge of what your feedstock is, what's going into your process. So in other words, if you know you're using arsenic, part of your generator knowledge, the question becomes is, well, how much arsenic is coming out of my waste? But it's not just totals. What the EPA was doing with this toxic waste list was they wanted to come up with a testing procedure that mirrored what's going on in a landfill. So just a quick, simple picture. Landfill is that gross brown blob in the left. The green is contamination. Blue is water, and then you got soil, or the matrix between surface and ground and down, right? And so we pop in our wells for drinking water, for municipal supply, for whatever. Pop in wells, we extract groundwater, and we have our landfills all throughout the country. And what the EPA wanted to evaluate is what would leach what's leachable out of our landfills. What they're looking at was to protect groundwater to the best of our ability. And so what they came up with was what's called the T-clip test, the toxicity characteristic leaching procedure. It's a specific testing process that closely mirrors what happens in a typical landfill environment. And what the EPA is interested in is what will leach, what is leachable. They're not necessarily interested in total concentration. Right, so that's what these regulatory levels are: 5 milligrams per liter of what would be leachable based on the T-clip test. All right, so make sure you're using the takeaway for this is if you're sending a sample off to determine if you're meeting one of these regulatory levels or not of the contaminants on this list, with D004 to D043, make sure your lab is running the T-clip test. Make sure you're dialed in with me here. The T-clip procedure measures the contaminants, tell me what, in a landfill. Yeah, so moving on, I think you get the idea. Thanks for listening. Without a doubt, I know this stuff can get pretty dry. But yeah, so the EPA was interested in determining what would leach, the leachability of a contaminant, of a constituent on that table. All right, so make sure when you're sending your samples off for analysis for the toxic list, you're telling your laboratory, hey, I'm doing a hazardous waste determination. I'm determining whether it meets this threshold on this toxic list, and I need a T-clip test run. All right, so that's our characteristics. 4 characteristics. Now we're going to talk about our listing are listed hazardous waste. EPA created 4 lists. The F list, non-specific sources, we're going to dive into that. A list, I'm just going to mention it. We're going to kind of gloss over that real fast. And then we'll talk a little bit about the P and the U list. The U list is the toxic list. The P is the acutely hazardous waste toxic list. Things to know about the listings. Almost all listings are independent of concentration. The listings aren't about concentration. The listings, the EPA created those lists based off of their research going across the nation. And what was very common in terms of what we do is industrial processes. And they came up with and determined, hey, if you're using this material, if you're using this process, you're going to generate this waste stream. And we have learned that no matter what, across the board, almost all the time, you're going to be generating a hazardous waste, right? And so they came up with lists of either, the process or the material being used or the chemical being used, and says, yeah, when you use this stuff, it's going to be dangerous to health and environment. And so we're going to put it on the list, and we're going to call it our listed hazardous waste, right? So they're independent of concentration. It's about process. It's about what you're using. And it's not based on the concentration of it. Again, based on pedigree, using the EPA used historical use, background information, where it came from, the derivation of it. Yeah. So the F listed waste is from non-specific sources. Folks spend a lot of time in the F1 through F005. I'm going to spend quite a bit of time explaining how that works, but that's your spent solvent waste. If you're an electroplate or a metal finishing waste, you see the waste codes that pop out for F there. If you're dealing with dioxin-bearing waste, you're going to be captured in this F list side, and our wood preserving waste chemicals, you're going to see that popping up on the S as well. But we're going to spend most of our time in the F1 through F5. The intention of showing you this isn't for reading purposes, just to explain to you, for the sake of discussion, what it looks like, right, and what you're looking at. So I'm taking the F1 through F5. On the left, you'll see the waste codes. That's the way they're set up all throughout F. In the middle, you're going to have a narrative, a description. In the F1 through F5 scenario, what they're listing out are specific solvents, different ones for each code. You're going to see F1 and F2. If you read them, you're going to see that they have the same exact solvents. F1 is for large degreasing operations, right? I mean, like facility, big, large degreasing operations. That's what the EPA said. F2 is for the same chemicals, but for not doing large degreasing operations. Most facilities are not going to fall under the F1. So you'd likely be looking at the F2 scenario. I'm pointing out a few, let's take a look at the right side. It's got the hazard code associated with each EPA D number. The hazard code is telling you why the EPA is saying, hey, this is a hazardous waste. And so F1, F2, F4, and F5 are there because of toxicity. And that's what that is. It's a parentheses T beside each one. F5 is there because of toxicity and I, ignitability. So ICR, ignitable, toxic, corrosive, reactive, then T for toxicity. You'll notice that F003 is only listed because of ignitability. Now that's going to become relevant later. There's 29 examples, all 4 lists. There's 29 examples where it's not listed for toxicity. It's only listed for either ignitable, corrosive, or reactive, ICR. And in around 2000, the EPA came out with an ICR rule. We're going to talk about that ICR rule later. I just want to kind of introduce it, put it out there, but let's put a pin in the ICR part for a moment. Okay, so going back, F1 through F5, they list out the constituents, and for each one, they give rules, whether of how this code applies. The rules for F1, 2, 4, and 5 are these. I'm sorry, for F1 through F5, all 5 of them. The first 3 items here are required to be met in order for you to put the code associated with this waste stream. First, you have to have a specified before use concentration, and that you're going to get off the SDS. Second, it's got to be used as a solvent, and that's a determination you're going to make based on your own generator knowledge of what you're doing at your facility. And third, it's got to be spent, meaning it's being used, not an unused commercial chemical product, but used for its intended purpose, right? Now, for F1, 2, 4, and 5, not including 3, the fourth condition is you have to have a total use concentration of all constituents from 1, 2, 4, and 5 that you have in your waste has to be equal to or greater than 10% in order to get this code put on your manifest. Well, let's take a look at how that works in an example. Let's say I'm sitting at my desk, I just got hired at this great company, and they've tasked me to say, look, we're dealing with a lot of solvents, but I have no idea, how to do hazardous waste determination. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is all the steps I said before about hazardous waste, ID, right? Hey, what's a waste? We're not dealing with products here. Does it meet the definition of a solid waste? Any exclusions? If not, now I'm coming down to my listings and my characteristics. And since I had solvents, some guy named Dan explained to me I need to take a look at the F1 through F5 codes. So I'm going to start writing this down, right? I'm going to pull out the SDS for the solvent that I'm using. I'm going to write down the constituent and how much is in that particular product. This is before use concentration, right? Before use. Let's go straight off the SDS or the information off if you're using a small can, listed there. If you got a drum, either way, SDS are off the container or manufacturer's inserts. The information from the manufacturer. Well, I write this down. I got a methylene chloride at 5%. I got toluene at 5%. I got methyl ethyl ketone at 5%, at 8%. Then I realize, I look at the SDSs that, hey, the rest of the material doesn't show up. And when I say methylene chloride and toluene and methyl ethyl ketone is there, I go back to the table. I go back to this and I see where they fall. Right, and what I find when I do that, in this example, is methylene chloride. It's under F1 and F2, but I'm not operating a large degreasing operation in my facility. So it's going to be F002 that I choose. Toluene is going to be F005. Take a look at that. And then you're going to notice that methyl ethyl ketone is also F005. So I'm writing all this stuff down. Then I take a look at my conditions, right? I've got my specified before use concentrations. I know in my facility I've been using it as a solvent, and I know it's spent. And then for 1, 2, 4, and 5 codes, which, hey, I have an F2 and an F5, the fourth condition is it's got to be equal to or greater than a total of 10%. Do the math on this. It's 18% total listed solvents for an F2 and 2 F5s. Which hazardous waste codes are going to apply for an accurate hazardous waste determination? You're going to have both codes in your manifest, F2 and F5. Might this also be ignitable? Maybe. You have to, and if it is, and you might get that off the SDS, you would also include the D001. All right? That's how you do that. Let's talk about F003. It's a little bit different. You have the same first 3 conditions. You have to know that before the specified before use concentration, it has to be used as a solvent and for its solvent properties, and that has to be spent. So those first 3 apply. But in order to get the F003 code, it has to meet one of these conditions as well, which is the code, the F003 code will apply if it's 100% of that F003 solvent. All right, so acetone. If you look up acetone, where it falls, F1 through F5, you'll find it under F003. So you'd be coming to this condition after you meet the first 3. You come here and you're saying, well, is it 100%? And it could be 99%. It could be 98.9. The EPA said at that level, it's 100%. All right, so the answer is if it's 100%, it's going to have that F003 code. Or any amount of an F003. and 10% or more of another listed solvent. So that's the second part. So let's see how this works out in some examples. Again, I'm sitting down at my desk, just been tasked with this. I gather the information off the SDS. I've got a solvent that's 85% xylene and 15% of non-listed stuff. It's not on F1 through F5, right? So which codes would apply here? Well, let's go back to our conditions. The first three have to be met by all F1 through F5, which is my before use concentration. Well, I got that. I got that off the SDS. Second one has got to be used as a solvent. I have generator knowledge. I've determined that if it's spent, I know it's spent because they're using it and they're done with it, throwing it out. We need to dispose of it. So you've met the first three. So whether the F003 applies or not, you have two more conditions to look at. First one is it 100% of an F003? And the answer here would be no, 85%. The second part would be is it any amount of an F003? Obviously less than 100%, because it's going to get the code if it's got 100%. So is it any amount of an F003 and 10% or more of F1, 2, 4, and 5? And the answer here is there are no F1 through 4 and 5. So will this receive an F003 code? And the answer is it will not. However, if you've been dealing with xylene at 85%, is it likely ignitable? Yeah, absolutely. So even though you're not going to have the listed F003 listing, you still have to look at the characteristics. Okay, so it won't get the F003, but it will still, again, at 85% xylene, it will. If you didn't know, let's say it was 10% xylene and your SDS didn't tell you, you have to do a laboratory analysis for a flash point to see if the flash is lower than 140 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's where you would have to do testing as part of your hazardous waste determination. So generator knowledge, SDS giving you answer, great. If it doesn't, and it's on that margin, you just don't know, 85%, you can pretty much bet it's going to flash. 10%, I'm not positive, I don't know. That's when you do a flash point test. It's part of your hazardous waste determination. And keep the results as part of your hazardous waste determination backup. All right, let's do another example with acetone. I'm sorry, with F003 and tapping into the different parts of the conditions. So again, got my solvent. I've got acetone 5%. I've got toluene at 25%, and the rest is not an F-listed constituent. Which codes apply? What is my hazardous waste determination on this with their proper coding? So any amount, again, with the first three conditions for all F1 through F5, I know my before use concentration, so check, I have that for this product. It's been used as a solvent, check, and it's been spent. So check on all that. Now, in order for the F5 code, is it 10% or greater of F1, 2, 4, and 5? And toluene at F5 is coming in at 25%, so it's going to get the F005 code. And when it comes to F003, any amount, either 100% or any amount of acetone and 10% or more of F1 through F5. Because it's 25% of an F5, it meets that condition. Any amount of acetone is going to get that F003 code. The manifest for this is going to be an F003 and an F005 and possibly a D001. Again, you look at the listings and then you always look at the characteristics as well. All right, I know there's a lot. That's a wall of words coming at you with the condition. Here we go. The question is, F001 through F005 codes can apply to spent pharmaceutical waste, unused commercial chemical products, or spent solvents. What's the correct answer? All right, and just to keep us moving along here, I'm cognizant of time. Spent solvents. Yeah, F1 through F5, those are your spent solvents. For a solvent, sorry, next question. For a solvent to be an F1 through F5, it must meet the following criteria. Please select all that apply. Used as a solvent must be spent, a known specific after use concentration, a known specific before use concentration. Which criteria? Select all that apply. All right, let's keep rolling. So the only one that's not correct here is the after use concentration. And I get that it can be confusing, right? So make sure you're looking at those conditions that you need to meet in order for them to apply. And when it comes to the F listing, the condition is you have to know the before use concentration. The challenge with this comes with like an errant drum that nobody knows what's in it. They don't know how it's been used. It smells like it smells like as if I stuck my nose in it, but it smells like a solvent. How are you supposed to make a proper determination on that? Well, that's a challenge. You need to know the before use concentration, and you need to know how the solvent was used in order to get F001 through F005 codes. All right, so third question. A solvent mixture containing an F003 constituent at 8% and an F005 constituent at 5%. Which waste codes apply to this waste stream? Now we see who's paying attention and who is busy playing a game. Yeah, I need more coffee too. I just ran out. 13% needs more coffee. We need to serve this coffee. All right, and so to keep us moving, again, I'm cognizant of my time here. So definitely the coffee. So I'm with you right there. But it's not actually going to get either code. Again, look at the conditions in order to get the requirements in order to get the code. Right. So the F003 is at 8%, so it's not 100%. So it's something less than 100%, right? But in order to get the F003 code, you'd have to have 10 or more percent of an F01 through 5. So the F5 is at 5%, so the 3 code's not going to apply. In order to get the 5 code, it'd have to be 10% or more, and it's not. So we would get neither. Now, might this get a D001 ignitable? It might. 5% of 8% of one ignitable, and F005 is also listed because of ignitability, so it's possible. You have to evaluate that, but it's not going to get the 3 and 5. Yay, Alyssa! That's 19 seconds. Alyssa's on the ball. Thanks, Alyssa. I'd make a joke about everybody else, but let's move on. Let's talk about that special rule for ICR waste that I mentioned earlier. Again, there's 29 examples in the 4 listings, in the F list, K list, P list, U list, where those items are listed solely because of ignitable, corrosive, or reactivity. This is referred to as the ICR rule. What the EPA said was, if the reason why, if the characteristic is lost at generation or loses it during treatment, then the listing code drops off. Let me give you an example here. Let's say you're using a solvent. In my example, I'm wiping down, the top of the table, right? And I'm going to use acetone. If you took a look at F1 through F5, acetone falls in the F003. If you looked at the reason why F003 is a listed waste, you'll see it's there because of ignitability only, not toxic, ignitability. Okay. Now, as I generate it, I'm using a little bit of acetone, using my rag, wiping things down, and when I'm done with the rag, there's no liquid on the rag. It's dry. Okay. When I take a look at that rag, and I realized that I used acetone and it's F003 only there because of ignitability, what the EPA said was, if as generated you lose that characteristic, then the F003 code goes away. In other words, it's not an ignitable waste. There's no liquid. There's no liquid. Then the acetone, that rag is not going to be considered an ignitable waste. So the F003 code, the D001 drops off. And what the ICR rule says, if that happens in that situation, then the F003 code drops off as well. Now, it isn't always as simple as that. And, there's other things to consider as to whether you can just throw that rag in the trash or not. You have to be thinking about LDR, your generator status. You have to be thinking about land disposal restriction. You have to be thinking about if there's anything else in that rag that might have made it a hazardous waste. Maybe you're wiping off a metal table. So maybe it wouldn't get the solvent F001, F003, D001 code because it's not ignitable anymore. But maybe there's something else that you captured on that rag that has to be considered before you can just say, hey, it's a solid waste. Right, so it's not just that simple to just put that in a regular trash. But in terms of illustrating how the ICR rule, that's my example. All right, to further illustrate what we just talked about with the ICR rule, let's do this question. A generator reclaims spent acetone waste, which is an F003, in a solvent distillation unit. The distillation bottoms do not contain free liquids. It's a dry, a still bottom or a dry puck, as referenced in industry. True or false? The F003 waste code no longer applies because the waste is not ignitable. Based on what I just described about the ICR rule, what do y'all think? All right, and then wanting to move along, most of you said true, and that's correct. That's correct. People get this wrong from time to time. It would be overcoating. We typically don't, issue violations for overcoating. Your manifests need to be accurate. It needs to be treated properly. You need to be giving accurate information to your TSDF. Overcoating doesn't necessarily draw a violation, but we are looking at making sure that you fill out your manifest accurate. All right. I mentioned the K-list. We're going to go through this quick. Look, this is 14 industries with very specific waste sources associated with it. If you're in these industries, you're familiar with the K-list. There's really no need to spend too much time on it. We do have some folks that fall under K-list in Colorado. But again, it's very specific industries with very specific waste. Well, I'm just mentioning it here that it exists, but we're not going to spend too much time on it. All right, so let's talk about those P and U listed wastes. Some things to know about the P and U listed wastes. The P list is the acute toxic hazardous waste stuff, lovingly referred to it as the most nastiest stuff. The P list has some container management and amounts, like in terms of how much you have stored on site or generate in a facility, as some special considerations. You're going to hear about that in the next talk. All right, so just be aware of that. So the P list, the U list is the toxic hazardous waste list. And these lists are for unused commercial chemical products. Like we just talked about the F list, and one of the conditions for getting the F1 through F5 coding is because it's spent, it's been used. The P and the U list, by contrast, are for unused stuff. I've got a 5-gallon container of xylene. It expired. I can't use it, right? And it wasn't used for its intended purpose. It's unused, but I have to dispose of it now. So your hazardous waste determination is going to start by coming to the P and U list. And xylene is actually up there. I think it's P2 or U239. So it would get a U code, right? So hazardous waste determination using the P and U list is for your unused commercial chemical products. You're going to discard them. We don't regulate products you're going to use for its intended purpose. It has to be a waste. But like I said, when it comes to the P list, there's special considerations for how much you're accumulating in terms of impacting your generator status, as well as container management requirements. And you'll hear more about that in the generator talk coming up. How is the list constructed? So a little bit different than what you saw under the F listing, but there's a reason for that. The P and the U list look all like this, right? So you got your hazardous waste code on your left, the chemical abstract number. It'll list the substance and then the common name. There's a reason for each one of these lists why it's listed, but they're all the same. And so what the EPA didn't want to do is create, a massively long list of repetitive reason for each one. The beginning of this section 261.33 in the regulations, the rationale for the reason why these are listed is articulated there. They do it once before the P list, once before the U list. And you can read that if you're interested, but they just didn't make a table that repeated it over and over and over. Right? When looking up your P and U lists, you're looking at the substance, right? So you want to be using the chemical abstract number. You can use that, and you can go, and I have a little note on this. What I do is I do a search for EPA. I actually do hazardous waste determination. So EPA hazardous waste determination. And one of the first things that's going to pop up, make sure you're looking at the EPA website, but first thing that's going to pop up, or very close, will be their hazardous waste determination page. You go about halfway down, and you're going to see boxes where you can put in either the chemical abstract number. You could put the substance if you want to type all that out. You can put in a common name, and if it's there, if it's a listed waste, it'll pop up for you. Right. So that's how I do it. I have a tendency to do all three because like that. I don't want to make a mistake, right? So, but the chemical abstract number, if you type it incorrectly, it should get you there in terms of answers, whether it's listed or not. That's how you can use these lists. But things need to know about P and U formulations. This is an example of where we're more conservative than the federal RECRA program. An example of why you don't want to be looking at the federal RECRA program for your compliance or regulatory deep dive. You want to make sure you're going to Colorado hazardous waste regulations, because in Colorado, in the federal program, formulations look at the chemical as being the sole active ingredient. If it's not the sole active ingredient, it wouldn't get a POU list on the federal level. But in Colorado, we look at it as formulations containing one or more active ingredients will carry the P and the U listings. All right, so that's a little it's a little distinction that involves us being more conservative than the federal program. Two rules, and then we're almost there. The mixture rule, kind of straightforward. And when it comes to listings, the listed waste, bear in mind, if you mix something with listed waste, it's all listed waste. Be careful about your management of listed waste. Characteristic waste side, plus anything, well, the mixture rule says it's still characteristic waste unless the characteristic is gone. Now, right off the bat, you might start thinking, well, great, I'll just mix everything with my characteristic waste, make the characteristic go away, and now I don't have a hazardous waste. And what that is that's mixing is treatment, and that would be illegal. That would be illegal. That's not compliant with the regulations. You can't mix your waste away. You can't dilute it away. Mixing is considered treatment. LDR restrictions may still apply even if you're doing treatment. We do have a talk today about treatment and the conditions that you need to meet in lieu of getting a permit to do treatment. And the other option is, of course, to get a treatment permit. So you just can't be mixing your waste, right? So anyway, getting back to the mixture rule and your hazardous waste determination piece. Listed waste plus anything, your hazardous waste determination on that is listed waste, same with characteristic. Pretty straightforward. And derived from rule deals with treatment residues. So if you're doing treatment to your waste, your hazardous waste, listed in, listed out still applies. Deriving from is listed out. So if you're doing a treatment and you generate a sludge as part of that treatment, or you have control dust, you have leachate, what the derived rule says is, look, if it's listed going into the treatment, it's going to be listed if it's derived from a treatment process. The solvent distillation pucks, we just did an example of that, right, where it actually drops off because of the ICR rule. But for all the other listings, if you have the same exact scenario, right, but instead of doing acetone in your solvent distillation unit, you're doing toluene, right? And the before use concentrations all applied, it's greater than 10%, and you meet all the conditions, and you're extracting out your good toluene, and you generate that dry puck. Well, the reason why toluene was listed is because of toxicity. So listed in, listed out. That dry puck is different than the F003 scenario. That was listed because of ignitability. Toluene's an F005. So if you're using toluene and you're doing a solvent distillation, that F code is not going away. All right, listed in, listed out. How about residues from treatment of characteristic haz waste? If the characteristic is still there, or if a characteristic is still there, it's still considered a haz waste. And so think about this. It's something simple example, like a sulfuric acid with lead. The lead's going to be greater than 5 milligrams per liter, which is a toxic threshold. So in this case, you might be treating the acid with some baking soda. You can bring the pH within range where it's not a hazardous waste, but you still have to consider what else is left. All right, and treatment's regulated, so you can't just do treatment. For VSQG, you can. For SQG, LQG, there's conditions you have to meet in order to do treatment. You'll hear about that later. But just to talk about how it falls into the derived from rule, that because you treat one characteristic doesn't necessarily mean it's a not hazardous waste anymore. You have to consider all characteristics. Mixture rule, derived from rule. All right, we're at the end. Quick summary here. We talked about characteristic haz waste. You know, there's 4 characteristics and what the criteria is for each. We went through, mostly went through the listed hazardous waste. We kind of blew through K, but you get the idea. And then we talked about our rules, the mixture rule and the derived from rule. All right, so that's it for hazardous waste ID. Let's take a few questions if we have any.
Hi, Dan. We have a couple of questions for you. First one is, would you give a definition of mining waste?
My understanding, and that's a good question. I'm not sure I can give you a really good one. Dave, maybe you can help me out with this one.
Yeah, we were just thinking, yeah, mining waste is specific to the mining industry and waste that's only generated in the mining process, and that gets that exclusion. You know, we see at mines that they have those wastes, but they also have wastes that aren't exclusive to mines, like laboratory waste, which is not excluded. So anything specific to the mining industry that's only for that industry would get that exclusion.
It's like they bring up, you know, whatever they're moving out of their way, right? And they start to make piles. That's not going to be regulated under our haz waste regulations.
Yeah, it's like specific to the purification, beneficiation of the mining operation.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, we've got one more question for you. Someone would like to know, so solvent rags are not regulated if they don't fit any code, but they were still used for solvent. How does this fit into Colorado's statement on solvent rags?
No, they're not going to be managed as a hazardous waste if they don't meet the conditions as we talked, right? Then the question becomes, is there anything else in those rags that would make them, you know, meet a characteristic or, you know, it's not going to be another listing that I can think of. So assuming it's just a solvent, right? So the F codes won't apply. You're saying you don't meet the conditions. And so you're looking at the characteristics. If there's no characteristics, that's a solid waste. That could go, you know, that could go into regular trash. There's considerations there because there's a lot of times the odor is still strong. You know, it gives off the idea that, hey, you know, I've got, you know, all these rags. You may not be able to just put it in a solid waste bin. There's also considerations where if you put it in a small container, now vapor can start to accumulate where it's a fire hazard. And all of that is outside of Colorado hazardous waste regulatory requirements. You'd have to consider that separately. Anything else you guys could add to that?
Sounds good.
Yep, no, that's good. We've got a few more questions that have come in.
Okay, next question is, if a D001 chemical is spilled and cleaned up with a rag, and then the rag is now dry, does it carry the D001 code as waste?
All right, so D001, use the rag to clean it up as generated, right? So in other words, not letting a drip rag just sit on a rack and drip. As generated, there's no liquid. There's no liquid, there's no D001.
Okay, got one more for you. For an empty drum still has product residue that previously had a component that is U listed, about 20% of total previous product. Can that empty drum be disposed of as non-hazardous waste or be used to collect non-hazardous waste?
All right, so let's peel on this. You said there is residual or is it dried?
Still has product residue.
Product residue, right? So in order to be okay, so let's do one thing. P list, and you're going to hear about this in the generator talk, P listed has container management requirements, meaning containers that held P listed waste are managed as a hazardous waste as well. You'll hear more about that later. You said a U list, so P list requirement doesn't apply. In order to be rec or empty, it has to be less than 3% of the total volume. Is it 3%? Guys, I haven't recited this in like forever, but in order to be rec or empty, it has to meet a percentage, and I believe it's less than 3% of the total volume of the container. And I don't know if
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah, so I would look at that criteria in order to determine whether it was a rec or empty container or not. So when you're looking at residuals in non-P listed hazardous waste containers, it's less than 3% of the total volume in order to make that determination. If you're talking some residuals just hanging on the side of the container and it's dry, it's not likely to see that. If you're talking there's a quarter of the drum left, obviously that's well above the 3% threshold. But that rec or empty definition is what you want to be looking at.
Okay, we've got a few more questions coming in. Do listed active ingredients receive a P and or U code only if they are active in performing the full function of the chemical which contains them, or also if they perform a function of their own? For example, sodium azide as a preservative.
Sole active ingredient is the way the regulation reads. If it's not a sole active ingredient, it's not going to receive the P or U code. And I'm definitely looking to Dave for confirmation on that.
No, so remember, Colorado, we're more stringent. It's all the active ingredients for PRU listed, but in this question, they're asking, I think, specifically about a preservative, and sodium azide is used as a preservative, and it's not an active ingredient, so the U code would not apply in this situation. If it's a preservative, it's not an active ingredient, and therefore no PRU code would apply.
Thanks.
We have a few more questions here. We're going to try to answer those in the chat. And we're going to take a quick 5-minute break here as we transition to the next talk.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Trent Mitchell, I'm a hazardous waste inspector with the division. I'm with the department about two years now, so happy to be with you this morning to talk about generator requirements.
Right, I'm Kendall Griffin. I have been with the division and with this unit for 6 years now.
All right, let's get into it. All right, start off with our first question here, waste or products? Take a look at the photo on the screen. What do you see? What do you think? Are these wastes or are they products? It's an important question to start with because the hazardous waste regulations, they apply only to waste. If on an inspection, an inspector were to see things like this, things, that are leaking, open, or expired, we'd consider those things to be waste. It's an important thing to understand because of a lack of awareness for the types of materials at your facility could lead to a miscounted waste generation and therefore an incorrect generator category determination. So as Dan talked about during the hazardous waste ID presentation, the hazardous waste determination is the key to compliance with the hazardous waste regulations. So after you go through the process of confirming that a waste is a solid waste, you need to perform that hazardous waste determination. As he said, you can perform these either through analytical testing or by applying generator knowledge. The waste can be hazardous by meeting a listing, that meaning it's on the F, K, P, or U listing, or it can meet the definition of a characteristic, ignitability, corrosivity, reactivity, and or toxicity. After you make that hazardous waste determination, the next step is to tally up hazardous waste that you generate during the busiest month of the year, since generator categories are based on monthly generation, and then follow the requirements applicable to the appropriate generator category. Next question, what's your weight? To reiterate this point about properly calculating hazardous waste generation, just remember, generator classifications are based upon weight, not by volume, and you can accurately determine your weight by having a good understanding of the hazardous waste that you're generating and therefore knowing the weight per gallon, for example, or weighing it yourself. And of course, in some cases, you can have your transporter weigh it for you. One thing to keep in mind when calculating hazardous waste generation is that different wastes are going to have different weights. And I think the image on this slide demonstrates this point really well. As you can see, all three containers have the same volume, 55 gallons, but they have different weights. Water, 456 pounds per 55 gallons, PERC, 743, and toluene, 398. This is just another reason why it's so important to complete an accurate hazardous waste determination and to be familiar with the waste that you're generating. If you fail to perform a generator category determination, high or low, it could result in violations for a hazardous waste category determination, in addition to missing other regulatory requirements. Of course, over notifying is not a violation, but under notifying is. Our inspections are based on what generator category facilities are operating as on the day of the inspection. So how much? So to summarize and reiterate this point about how proper hazardous waste determination is needed to properly determine a generator category, just remember, categories are determined on a monthly basis. So when you calculate your hazardous waste generation, use the amount you generate during your busiest month, not an average over the course of the year, for example. And we'll discuss how notifications can change in the upcoming slides. All right, what's your category? So now that we've talked about how to properly calculate hazardous waste generation, we can get into the different generator categories. On this slide, you can see each generator category here, but on this slide, you'll see very small quantity generator, VSQG, small quantity generator, SQG, and large quantity generator, LQG. All right, so let's get into some of the requirements for each generator category, as well as some requirements applicable to all generators. Just remember to keep in mind as we started, the Colorado hazardous waste regulations, they apply only to waste. So make sure you're differentiating between waste and products at your facility. We'll start with some of the overarching requirements for all hazardous waste generators, starting off with obtaining an EPID number, fees associated with each category, and some requirements and exemptions for each category. Let's get started with EPID numbers here. So anyone who generates, transports, recycles, stores, or disposes of hazardous waste is required to notify the division of their hazardous waste activities. This is how facilities report their generator category to the division. You can obtain an EPID number by submitting EPA Site ID Form 8700-12 to the division. And this is the same form that you can use to report changes in things like the facility's name, the owner name or address, or other changes in a facility's hazardous waste activities. We understand that hazardous waste activities can change throughout the year, and for that reason, additional notifications can be submitted to reflect those changes. Facilities can change notifications month to month, but if a facility operates at a higher generator category than the category that they reported in their most recent notification for 4 or more months out of the year, we just recommend notifying at that higher level to avoid multiple notifications. One thing to remember here is that EPID numbers, they're tied to individual addresses and not businesses. So if a facility moves, it would need to close the old number and apply for a new one using EPA Site ID Form 8700-12, or by doing it on MyRCR-ID online. Once you do this, applicants will receive a written acknowledgement when that form is received and processed. And then once you receive it, that new EPID number needs to be used on all manifests at the new location and in all communications with the division. So we've touched on this 8700-12 form a few times now, but let's get into 2 other activities that can be reported using this form, and that's short-term generators and episodic generators. We're talking about short-term generators. We're talking about facilities that don't normally produce hazardous waste, but as a result of a single or a temporary event, they do so. And for that reason, they wouldn't already have an EPID number, and they wouldn't previously have been notified as a VSQG or SQG. An example of this might be a business that purchases a property and discovers hazardous waste on site and needs to have it removed. In order to do that, they'd need to notify as a short-term generator in order to have that waste removed. Once they notify of that, the notification will require a description of the event, and that facility will need to comply with the applicable generator category requirements for the amount of hazardous waste that they're removing from their facility for the entire time that it's on site. Biennial reports, they could be applicable for short-term generators that operate at an LQG generator category, but we'll get into this later on in the presentation in a little bit more detail. So the other one on this slide, episodic generators, we're talking about facilities that do normally generate hazardous waste, but due to a planned or an unplanned event, they're generating more than their notification can allow them to. An example of this might be a tank clean out during a plant shutdown, removal of excess chemical inventories, production upset events, recalls, or accidental spills. In these situations, the facility would need to submit that form 8700-12 for each event. And again, they need to operate that higher level during the entire duration of the event. If an episodic generation event occurs for 4 or more months, higher fees could apply. And again, in these cases, we just recommend notifying at the higher level. Facilities are allotted 1 episodic generation event at the LQG level per year to still be exempt from a biennial reporting requirement. But if more than 1 occurs, all of the LQG requirements, including biennial reporting, will still be applicable to that facility. Just one note here on episodic generation events. Increases in normal production do not constitute an episodic event because episodic events are outside of a facility's normal operations. All right, some re-notification here. All hazardous waste generators are required to re-notify with the division to ensure that facilities can be prioritized for compliance inspections and be tracked for billing and compliance purposes on our end. VSQGs who generate 1, 2, 4, or 5 listed wastes, and all SQGs, they're required to re-notify every 4 years, whereas LQGs are required to re-notify every even number of years. Now we can get into everybody's favorite topic, fees. New SQGs and LQGs who complete and submit that EPA Form 8700-12, they are charged $120 processing fee. And those who downgrade their generator status, like from LQG to SQG, for example, they're also charged this notification processing fee. Whereas facilities who upgrade their generator status, like from SQG to LQG, for example, they are not assessed this fee. Facilities who only need to submit a notification for things like new contact information, they're not charged any notification processing fee. And one important note here is that initial notifications or notifications for downgrading generator status are not assessed a processing fee if you do it online. Continuing on with annual generator and commission fees. On this slide, you'll see the Colorado Solid and Hazardous Waste Commission's annual generator and commission fee schedule. As you can see, all generators are required to pay annual generator fees, and SQGs and LQGs are required to pay commission fees as well. And one important caveat for annual generator and commission fees to keep in mind is that VSQGs are only subject to the generator fee if they generate 3 or more gallons of F1, 2, 4, 5 listed waste in a calendar year. Moving off these here, we're going to independent requirements and exemptions. So when we're talking about independent requirements, we're talking about rules that all hazardous waste generators need to follow at all times, even when they're not actively storing hazardous waste at the facilities. This includes things like notifications, EPA ID numbers, hazardous waste determinations, generator category determinations, and reporting requirements like certification, annual fees, and pre-transport requirements. On the other hand, when we're talking about conditions for exemption, we're talking about requirements that must be met in order for haz waste generators to enjoy that exemption from the requirement to obtain a RIC permit for the on-site storage of haz waste. And this includes things like container management, labeling, emergency preparedness and prevention, training, storage limits, things that vary from one generator to another. All right, time now for our first poll question. All right, here's the prompt. An electroplating facility generated 200 pounds of D001 waste and 10 pounds of P98 waste during its busiest month. What generator category should they notify us? Small quantity generator, SQG, very small quantity generator, VSQG, large quantity generator, LQG, or they don't have to notify. What do we think? I have a trick question here. Correct answer is LQG. And the important part of the prompt here to pay attention to is that 10 pounds of P98 waste. As we saw in that table earlier on in the presentation that lists out quantities for each generator category, generating more than 2.2 pounds of an acute hazardous waste, which is a P-listed waste, puts generators into that highest generator category, LPG. All right, time now to pass off to Kendall to jump into the generator requirements specific to these species.
Okay, so we're going to be going over the regulatory requirements that are applicable to all 3 hazardous waste generator categories. And we're going to begin with the very small quantity generators, which is the smallest hazardous waste generator category and the category that's subject to the least amount of regulatory requirements. All right. So what makes a facility a very small quantity generator of hazardous waste? And how do you know if you're a very small quantity generator? As been said in the earlier presentations, it all comes down to how much waste you generate per calendar month, and also how much waste you accumulate on site. So if your facility generates no more than 220 pounds per calendar month of non-acute hazardous waste and accumulates no more than 2,200 pounds of non-acute hazardous waste, you are a VSQG. There's a pictures to the right-hand side that kind of give you a general idea of how much waste, what that actually looks like. So 220 pounds is approximately half of a 55-gallon drum, and the 2,200 pounds is approximately 5 full 55-gallon drums. However, as noted, the weight will vary based on the type of waste stream that it is. So keep that in mind when you're looking at generation and accumulation limits. To be a VSQG, you cannot generate more than 2.2 pounds of acute hazardous waste per calendar month, and you can't accumulate more than 2.2 pounds of acute hazardous waste. That will automatically bump you up to a large, that's at a level of a large quantity generator for the acute hazardous waste. You also, as a VSQG, cannot generate more than 220 pounds of acute spill cleanup residue. This includes contaminated soil, water, or other debris, and you cannot accumulate more than 200 pounds, 220 pounds of these residues. So as a very small quantity generator, you're subject to certain regulatory requirements when it comes to managing your hazardous waste. So these next few slides, we're going to go over the regulatory requirements applicable to VSQGs and some common hazardous waste violations we see at VSQG facilities. Right, so with one exception, VSQGs are not required to notify with the division and obtain an EPA ID number. The exception applies to VSQGs that generate 3 or more gallons per year of the F001, F002, F004, and F005 waste solvents. Facilities that generate 3 or more gallons of these F-listed solvents must notify with the division and obtain an EPA ID number. VSQG facilities where you're most likely gonna run into this will be dry cleaners and surface coating facilities. Beginning in 2021, facilities that generate 3 or more of these F-listed solvents were required to re-notify with the division every 4 years using EPA Form 8712 by September 1st of the year. This can all be done online. So if you re-notified with the division on September 1st, 2021, you will be required to re-notify with the division again by September 1st of 2025. These facilities, the facilities that generate the 3 or more gallons of F-listed solvents are required to pay an annual generator fee of $200, but you do not pay an annual commission fee like the SQGs and LQGs are required to. For VSQGs that have previously notified of hazardous waste activities, an updated notification must be submitted as soon as possible if your generator status or general description of activities change, or if there's a change in ownership. We need to have recent contact information. However, updated notifications are not required if the only change is the type of hazardous waste generated. All right. So these next 2 slides, we're going to go over 4 main regulatory requirements that VSQGs must comply with. And these requirements apply to all VSQGs, not just VSQGs that generate 3 or more gallons of the F-listed waste that we identified previously. Okay, so first, as a very small quantity generator, you must know what waste generated at your facility is hazardous waste. Make a hazardous waste determination at the point of generation for each waste stream, and from there, figure out how much waste you are generating each calendar month. Failing to make a hazardous waste determination is a common violation we see when inspecting VSQGs. So by not accurately determining which waste streams are hazardous, you might think that you're operating at the level of a very small quantity generator, when in fact you're generating at the level of an SQG. Another problem that we have encountered with VSQGs is the mixing of hazardous waste with non-hazardous waste. So if you were to mix a gallon of F004 waste with 5 gallons of non-hazardous waste, you've just created 6 gallons of F004 hazardous waste. And now, if you weren't required to notify before and obtain an EPID number, you're now required to do that because you've hit that 3-gallon threshold. Second, all VSQGs have to maintain and operate their facility in a manner that minimizes the possibility of a release of hazardous waste to the environment. The federal RCRA regulations do not have this requirement, but Colorado does. So this is another example of where we are more stringent. This means that facility must ensure that the containers containing hazardous waste are not leaking and are kept closed when spills could easily happen, and that any spills are cleaned up immediately. Right, so third, VSQGs, they're responsible for ensuring their hazardous waste is received by a designated facility that's permitted to accept it. So this would include a permitted TSDF or an authorized VSQG waste collection facility. And a VSQG waste collection facilities is a topic that will be covered in a later presentation. Right, so very small quantity generators, you cannot dispose of hazardous waste on site. And this is where another example of where we are more stringent than the federal regulations. In certain circumstances, VSQGs may treat their hazardous waste, and hazardous waste treatment will be covered in a later presentation. In Colorado, you cannot send your hazardous waste to a solid waste landfill. It has to go to a designated facility that can accept it. Very small quantity generators, you do not need to ship your hazardous waste on a hazardous waste manifest, but many transporters require this, and it's becoming more of the norm than it was before. And finally, the last topic on this slide is the annual online self-certification checklist. So self-certification checklists, these are documents that the division prepares, and they primarily consist of yes or no questions, and facilities are required to disclose the type and quantities of hazardous waste that they're generating at their facility. The self-certification checklists are a useful tool for facilities to use to make sure that they are in compliance with all applicable regulations. So completing an annual self-certification checklist is currently, it's mandatory for small quantity generators of hazardous waste, but currently the only VSQ industry impacted by this requirement is dry cleaners. However, this could change. In the future, the division may require VSQGs other than dry cleaners to complete a self-certification checklist. If this were to happen, to become a requirement for other VSQGs, the division, we mail out notification postcards to the facilities that would be impacted by this, and we would provide instructions on how to access the self-certification checklist and when the self-certification checklist would be due. If we request that you can complete a self-certification checklist, that's a requirement. You have to do it, and failure to submit the self-certification checklist can result in an automatic inspection, penalties, and potentially enforcement action against your facility. All right, so we'll just go over, this is a quick recap of the requirements that are applicable to VSQGs. So make sure, as a VSQG, make a hazardous waste determination for each waste stream and generate no more than 220 pounds of hazardous waste per calendar month. As a VSQG, you cannot accumulate more than 2,200 pounds of hazardous waste on site. and hazardous waste that you generate must be disposed of legally at a permitted facility and not a solid waste landfill. VSQGs are prohibited from disposing of hazardous waste on site, but in some instances may treat their hazardous waste. All hazardous waste must be managed in a manner to minimize the possibility of a release of hazardous waste to the environment. And finally, some VSQGs may be required to obtain an EPID number, re-notify, and possibly submit a self-certification form. Right, so what happens if you're operating at the level of a VSQG and you exceed the limits, right? So you're all of a sudden you're generating more than 220 pounds of hazardous waste per calendar month, or you've accumulated more than 2,200 pounds of hazardous waste on site. So if you're generating more than 220 pounds, but less than 2,200 pounds of hazardous waste in a calendar month, the facility, you become a small quantity generator and you become subject to the additional hazardous waste management requirements applicable to SQGs. So these requirements include need to notify with the division and get an EPID number. There's additional fees, container labeling requirements. You must ship on a hazardous waste manifest. There's record keeping requirements, hazardous waste training, and preparedness and prevention requirements must be followed. So this can be a major issue for a facility that becomes an SQG due to not making a hazardous waste determination or not understanding the amount of hazardous waste that you're generating. So again, it all comes back to know your waste, know what you've got on site. If you're a VSQG and you've accumulated more than 2,200 pounds on site, but you're not generating more than 220 pounds of hazardous waste a calendar month, you become subject to the small quantity generator conditions for exemption, which includes weekly inspections, there's accumulation time limits, preparedness and prevention requirements, and training, but you will not be required to notify as an SQG. When the accumulation threshold of 2,200 pounds is exceeded, all hazardous waste containers are regulated as 180-day central accumulation containers, even if the containers were originally intended as satellite accumulation area containers. And these requirements, these additional management requirements will apply until the facility is below the 2,200 pound accumulation threshold. All right, so failing to identify all hazardous waste on site, this is a common violation that we see at VSQGs. So here in this picture, the facility had collected expired and old products that they had determined was waste. They weren't going to use it. However, when asked, the inspector asked, okay, so which waste is hazardous? What do you have? The facility had not made that determination and they were not able to tell the inspector what waste, if any, was hazardous. As a generator, you need to make a hazardous waste determination on all waste generated. And you can do this by looking at SDSs for the products that you have on site. You can do this through generator knowledge of your own waste generating processes, or through sampling. You can send it off site for sampling as well. So in this example, this facility ended up being cited for failure to identify all hazardous waste, and the facility was required to review each container that was on that pallet and its contents to make a hazardous waste determination. Ultimately, only a few of these containers ended up being hazardous waste, but the facility was so close to that 220 pound generation threshold that a few more containers, had they been hazardous waste, would have put them at the level of a small quantity generator. Right. So as we've been saying over and over again, you need to know how much waste you're generating each calendar month. So if a facility's waste generating processes, so you've got a facility, your waste generating processes, they're consistent and predictable, making this determination won't be too difficult. However, we sometimes see VSQGs run into issues with knowing their monthly generation rate when they have a chemical roundup or product cleanout event. So for example, when a facility disposes of expired product or product that will no longer be used as part of the facility's operations. So a facility that is normally a VSQG, you could generate more than 220 pounds of hazardous waste per month during a single event and be subject to the regulations applicable to SQGs until that hazardous waste is shipped off. So in this example here, the facility generated 450 pounds of ignitable D001 waste in one day when they decided to waste out an unused product, right? They were going to get rid of it all, discard it. This event bumped them up to the level of an SQG. And in this instant, the facility had not implemented the applicable SQG requirements and had not notified as an episodic SQG. So these are all, these would be violations that we would be cited for. Very small quantity generators, in addition to hazardous waste, you guys can also generate used oil or universal waste. There'll be a separate presentation on these two subjects later, but it's worth mentioning that universal waste and used oil violations are common for us to see on VSQG inspections. They're kind of end up forgotten, right? That don't think that they need to be regulated in one way or another. So even though VSQGs are not subject to the hazardous waste container labeling requirements, and waste can be accumulated on site indefinitely, I guess I should say so long as the 2,200 pound threshold isn't exceeded, this is not the case for universal waste. VSQGs still have to label their universal waste containers and have it shipped off site within 1 year of generating it, and used oil containers need to be labeled as used oil. All right, we have our first, our second polling question here. Which of the following circumstances would require a VSQG to notify the division? Select all that apply. Generating 300 pounds of hazardous waste in 1 calendar month out of the year. Generating 10 gallons of F002 waste on site in 1 calendar year. Generating 7 gallons of F003 waste per calendar year. Okay, all right, so the majority of you guys got it right. So there's two correct answers here. So B, generating 300 pounds of hazardous waste in 1 calendar month out of the year. In this instance, you would be operating at the level of a small quantity generator, and you would be required to notify and get an EPID number. And with C, generating 10 gallons of F002 waste on site in 1 calendar year. Remember, for the F001, 2, 4, and 5, if you generate 3 gallons or more per calendar year, you need to notify with the division. Right, so we will be moving on next to small quantity generators. This is the next generator category that we're going to cover. And Trent and I will be splitting this presentation up. So how do you know if you are generating at the level of a small quantity generator? So if your facility generates more than 220 pounds, but less than 2,200 pounds per calendar month of non-acute hazardous waste, and you're not accumulating any more than 13,200 pounds of non-acute hazardous waste on site, you are an SQG. So as a rough estimate, if you are generating anywhere between half to 5 55-gallon drums each calendar month, chances are pretty high that you are an SQG. But remember, the weight will depend on what the waste is that's being generated. Okay, SQGs, like the SQGs cannot generate more than 2.2 pounds of acute hazardous waste per calendar month and cannot accumulate more than 2.2 pounds of acute hazardous waste. And finally, SQGs cannot generate more than 220 pounds of acute spill cleanup residue and cannot accumulate more than 220 pounds of these residues. All right, so I'll be going over covering the container management requirements applicable to satellite accumulation area containers and 180-day central accumulation area containers at SQGs. And we'll give some examples of common violations that we've encountered during inspections of SQGs. So satellite accumulation areas are used by facilities. It's to temporarily store hazardous waste that are generated by a certain process or processes at the facility. These areas, satellite accumulation areas, must be located at or near the point where hazardous waste is generated and must be under the control of the operator of the process generating the waste. So there's no regulatory definition of at or near, but when we're determining if an SAA is located at or near the point of generation when we're on an inspection, we're going to look at whether there are any obstacles or potential obstacles that could physically interfere with an employee's ability to safely place hazardous waste into an SAA container, right? We want to minimize the possibility of containers spilling, dropping, whatnot. So examples of potential obstacles that we would probably consider physically interfering with an employee's ability to access the SAA include walls, doors, stairs, if it's located in an area with heavy foot traffic or heavy machinery or equipment. So if a satellite accumulation area is not located at or near the point of generation, then it's likely it isn't under the control of the operator of the process generating the waste. But it's important for an operator to be able to visually observe the container or containers that are located in a satellite accumulation area to ensure container management requirements are being followed, to make sure that there's nothing leaking from the containers, and to also, you want to prevent other employees from potentially adding unknown or incompatible waste to a container. So a satellite accumulation area can contain more than one satellite accumulation area storage container, right? So one satellite accumulation area can be used for several hazardous waste streams. There is a limit though. There can only be up to 55 gallons of each non-acute hazardous waste stream in an SAA. And for acute hazardous waste, there can either be 1 quart of liquid waste or 2.2 pounds of solid waste. Once an SAA exceeds the 55-gallon limit for a single hazardous waste stream, if we're talking about non-acute hazardous waste, the facility must immediately place an accumulation start date on the container, right? So that accumulation start date has to be put on immediately, and the facility must move the container to its 180-day central accumulation area within 24 hours. So our requirement, Colorado's requirement to move the container within 24 hours is more stringent than the federal requirement. I think under the feds, you've got 3 days to move it. With Colorado, you've got 24 hours. So in some cases, right, an SQG may not be able to have its SAA at or near the point of generation due to safety or other facility processes. Or it may not be able to keep a satellite container closed because the waste inside needs to be off-gassed. If either of these situations exist, a facility must get approval of a variance from the division, right? So you need to contact us, explain the situation. Photographs would always be helpful too, so we can see what's actually going on and why an SAA can't be located at or near the point of generation. If we approve a variance, we'll send a written document and a letter. We'll send a formal letter to you, and you should keep this on site at the facility. So if it's ever brought up again in a later inspection, you can easily say, no, the division, they granted us approval. And that will take care of that issue. All right, so satellite accumulation area containers and 180-day central accumulation containers, they have similar labeling requirements. So both SAAs and 180-day containers must be labeled with the words hazardous waste and an indication of the hazard or hazards posed by the contents of the containers. So to fulfill the labeling requirement or the hazard labeling requirement, you can write words like ignitable, toxic, corrosive, and reactive on the hazardous waste container, or DOT, OSHA, or NFPA labels or pictograms indicating the type of hazard or hazards can be placed on the container. Okay, so if you were just applying RCRA waste codes, such as writing D001, D002, or D003 on a satellite accumulation area container or 180-day container to indicate the type of hazard, this isn't acceptable, and it does not fulfill this regulatory requirement. The reason SQGs are required to label satellites and 180-day containers with the words hazardous waste and an indication of the hazard or hazards posed by the contents is we want to make sure that employees and first responders are aware of the hazards a waste presents, right? Because certain wastes need to be managed a little bit differently. Because these labels are so important for the safety of facility personnel and first responders, the division recommends making these labels large enough so they can be identified at a distance, right? There's no size requirement, but we do ask that you make it so the labeling serves its purpose and the benefit is gained from it. When determining what hazard indicators must be placed on a container, facilities should reference their hazardous waste determination records, right? Go back to what you have and figure out what is applicable. So for example, if a waste profile has determined a waste stream is both toxic and ignitable, the container containing that particular hazardous waste stream must be labeled with the toxic and ignitable hazard indicators, right? You have to have both of those on there. We often see containers that only have one hazard indicator when their waste profile indicates 2 or more actually applicable. So make sure all labels are present, otherwise it's a labeling violation. All right, so the second one here, I accidentally ended up skipping ahead of my slide. Number 2 is the accumulation start date. So satellite accumulation area containers don't need an accumulation start date. Once that satellite accumulation area container becomes full or that 55-gallon threshold's been met, then an accumulation start date needs to be placed on it. But 180-day central accumulation storage containers must be labeled with an accumulation start date. As a best practice for this requirement, we recommend the facility writes the accumulation start date using a 2-digit month, 2-digit day, and 4-digit year format. As inspectors, we will sometimes see facilities put a date on containers once they are placed into an SAA to be used as an SAA container. This is not the same as an accumulation start date, right? So your accumulation start date is going to be when that SAA is full or that 55-gallon threshold has been met. If a facility does a facility can definitely put an accumulation start date on a container when it's placed into an SAA, but there still needs to be another accumulation start date added to the container when it's put in the 180-day area. So this will usually be within 24 hours from when the SAA came full. If this accumulation start date isn't put on, it's a labeling violation, but can also lead to more issues in tracking how soon a container must be shipped off site, right? So that 180-day time limit begins from the date of the accumulation start date that's put on your container. So if the only accumulation start date that's on your container is from when you put it into a satellite accumulation area container, then that could be the date from when the clock starts ticking for that 180-day limit, right? So you could significantly impact when that waste needs to get taken off site. Right, third, so we got to make sure that your SAA and 180-day containers are in good condition. So this means the containers aren't leaking, they're not corroded or dented or bulging, and they don't present any other condition that could potentially compromise the integrity of the container and cause a release of hazardous waste to the environment. Both SAA and 180-day containers must be kept closed except when facility personnel are adding or removing waste, or in special circumstances where containers must be kept open to allow for safe off-gassing. When for a container to be closed, it means that if the container is knocked over, none of the contents are going to be released, right? Everything's staying in the container. So for drums containing liquids, make sure the bungs are closed and the lid should be properly tightened with the rings latched. For containers that have a funnel, make sure the funnel needs to be securely attached and tightened onto the drum and latched at the top, right? You got to have that funnel latched or locked so it can't flip open. On inspections, we often see funnels without a latching or locking mechanism. And these cannot remain attached to containers if waste is not currently being added, because there's no way to securely close the funnel. So that would be considered an open container. Right, hazardous waste containers for both SAA and 180-day containers. There must be adequate aisle spacing around them. The regulations, they don't provide a specific measurement for what is considered adequate aisle space. But the general rule of thumb is that a person should be able to freely move around the containers for inspection purposes and for emergency response by first responders. As a side note, OSHA and many fire departments require a minimum aisle space of 28 inches, but that is not written into our regulations. Okay, so waste compatibility. Okay, so hazardous waste, it must be stored in containers that are compatible with that particular waste, right? Facilities must also ensure that incompatible wastes are not stored in a way, that minimizes the potential of the waste from coming in contact with one another, right? We want to have space in between incompatible waste, and we want to make sure that we're not mixing incompatible waste together in the same container. A way to store incompatible waste to keep them separate. You can separate containers by a dike, berm, wall, or some other mechanism. All right, so small quantity generators must inspect satellite accumulation areas and 180-day areas at least weekly. Right, this is to ensure that all container management requirements are being met or corrected if not. Right. With a couple of exceptions, SQGs must ship their central accumulation area containers off-site within 180 days of the accumulation start date. One exception is when the designated facility is located more than 200 miles away from the generating facility. So if this is the case, an SQG will have 270 days to ship its central accumulation storage containers off-site. Secondly, with the current incinerator capacity issues, facilities can request storage time extensions in 30-day increments. So this is something that, I don't know, we started seeing more and more of beginning in 2020. There have been incinerator capacity issues. We get that it exists, but it's your responsibility to make sure that any extension request is submitted prior to when you hit that 180-day or 270-day time limit, not after the fact. So if you're thinking waste isn't going to be able to get off site within the required time limit, we've created an online form where you can submit an extension request. In this form, it's available on our website. Okay, so weekly inspections. For weekly inspections of your satellite accumulation areas and your central 180-day central accumulation areas, go through and make sure all of your, all of the labeling requirements are met, things are labeled accurately. You want to make sure everything is closed. You want to check for leaking, check to make sure that your containers are in good condition. And personnel should also inspect to ensure aisle spacing is being maintained and that emergency equipment is present and functional. When doing a weekly inspection, if any deficiency is observed, it should be immediately correctly. The regulations, we don't require you to keep logs or checklists, but these are really helpful tools. And electronic checklists are great too. And in several facilities, they do this, and it makes sure that everything's being covered and everything's being checked out. So if you're a facility and you don't keep records, we will ask personnel conducting the inspections what criteria they look for, and they should be able to list out all of the requirements. All right, so now we're going to review the SQG container management. Oh, no, wait, we've got another poll question here. Okay, so you have an SAA container of hazardous waste with the D001 and D00 waste codes, and you began adding waste to it on January 1st of 2022. Which of the following labels must be placed on your container? Okay, that is correct. It needs to be labeled with the words hazardous waste, and it also needs to be labeled with the hazard indicators, right? So we have the flammable, which is E. We want that flammable indicator on there. And we also want to make sure with D002, that is a corrosive hazardous waste. We want to make sure it's labeled with the corrosive hazard indicator. So our correct answers here are going to be B, D, and E. All right, so to review the SQG container management requirements, we're going to go through some examples of violations and compliance that we've seen on SQG inspections. Right, so a very common violation we see is labeling, right? So lack of proper labeling and also open hazardous waste containers, these are very common. So some containers might be labeled with the words hazardous waste and might not be labeled with a hazard indicator. Some containers aren't labeled with all of the applicable hazards. So when we're looking at containers that we think might have labeling issues, we're going to refer to your hazardous waste determinations to verify which hazard indicators need to be on a container. So if a hazardous waste stream carries the D001 and D002 waste codes, then all containers with this waste stream need to be labeled as both ignitable and corrosive. If it's only labeled with one of the two, it is a labeling violation. Because many different containers are used to accumulate hazardous waste or to add hazardous waste to a container, we see a variety of instances where containers are not kept closed, right? So we want to make sure that if you're using a funnel to pour hazardous waste in, that the funnel is latched, that 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 the bunghole is closed, there's no loose lids. If we find these, and this will be written up as failing to keep a container closed, right? The purpose is to make sure that if the drum's knocked over, nothing's gonna leak, right? We don't want things spilling to the ground. And open containers can be particularly problematic if they're located outside, right? If they're stored outside, and then you're dealing with heavy rains, and leaking is much more of a possibility, right? So one violation could potentially lead to another, right? So if you've got an open container that's located outside, you could also have a violation of failing to minimize the possibility of a release. So here, in these examples on the right, so the top photo, this is a picture of an SAA container that would be written up for not being kept closed because the drain pan, I mean, basically a drain pan is located on top covering the hole, but the hole's open, right? If this tips over, nothing's stopping the hazardous waste from leaking out. It's also labeled as flammable, but it's missing a hazardous waste label. Right, in the bottom photo, several buckets are not closed. You can see that they're open and they are missing the hazardous waste label. Right, so here's an example of a good container, right? So this container here, this is in compliance with our regulations, right? So the container's kept closed. You see the lid is on there, cap's on there, it's hand tightened so that if it were to knock over, nothing's spilling out of the container, right? It's also labeled with the words hazardous waste and the flammable liquid label. So this is an acceptable hazard indication label because it corresponds to the D001 code on its waste profile. And since D001 is the only applicable hazard code, that's the only one that the container needs to have on it. All right, so aisle space violations. So adequate aisle spacing, this is important, right? Because it allows for access around the containers. So you can check them out for weekly inspections. You can see if a container could possibly be leaking. And it also allows access to all containers in the case of an emergency, right? If you need to get to it quickly. If we're inspecting a facility and we cannot access a container, we need to step over equipment or because other containers are in the way, this would be an aisle spacing violation. Right? We need to be able to get to that container to see it, to make sure that it's properly closed, that there's proper labeling, to make sure nothing's leaking. So in these two pictures on this slide, the facilities have not maintained adequate aisle space around their hazardous waste containers, right? They're obstructed, they're all jumbled together. You can't access the ones in the back. So you can't have containers blocked by other containers or equipment. While it's acceptable, you can stack containers, as seen in the right forward photo, there still has to be enough space to access each one, right? You can't get to these containers without having to climb over other containers in the picture. All right, so this picture here, this is a good example of showing compliance with the aisle spacing requirement. So these containers have enough space between each other to allow for adequate inspections. And in the case of an emergency, they can easily be gotten to. The two blue containers are separated from the product tote on the left, as well as the two yellow containers on the right. So you can access these containers from both sides. This facility put yellow lines on the floor for the purpose of maintaining aisle spacing in its 180-day area. Well, it's not a requirement to put line spacing in between. It's a good visual aid for personnel managing hazardous waste in a storage area, right? So you know where these drums should be placed. That gives enough space for people to come in and out. All right, so when it comes to condition of your hazardous waste containers, right? We don't want to see containers that are dented, bulging, corroded, or leaking, right? The containers that we see with anything like this, they're considered to be in poor condition. If we observe this on an inspection, we will write up the facility for failing to maintain its hazardous waste containers in good condition, right? So also around containers, right? If we see staining or signs of leaks, right, this can also indicate container failure, especially if we see it along the bottom of the container. If a container is in poor condition, the generator is required to immediately transfer the waste to another container, right? So as shown in this picture, these are both containers. The one on the right, you can see it's dented. There's some sort of reaction going on inside the drum. And the one on the left, it's bulging, indicating some sort of reaction, right? The integrity of these drums has been compromised and the waste needs to be placed in another container that is in good condition. Additional violations can be linked to a container in poor condition, right? Depending on the circumstances. One violation can lead to another. So if a leak is occurring in the containers outside, it could be failure to minimize the release of hazardous waste to the environment or even potentially illegal disposal. And seeing containers like this as well, it can also be an indication that the facility is not conducting adequate weekly inspections or that employees are not properly trained on managing their hazardous waste. So things can spiral from one to the other. So make sure you have containers that are in good condition. All right, so here's an example of a SQG maintaining their containers in good condition, right? There's no sign of damage to any parts of the drum, including the lid or the locking ring. Everything looks like it's securely in place. There are also no indication of leaks or staining on the ground, right? That's something that we look for. While written logs aren't required, this particular facility did maintain a weekly inspection log that covered all the container management criteria. So everything with this looks good. Okay, so I am going to pass it off to Trent now, and he's going to pick up with shipping waste offsite.
All right. So in terms of shipping hazardous waste offsite, small quantity generators, they're required to ship hazardous waste to a permitted designated facility using the Uniform Hazardous Waste Manifest, and they need to ensure that an LDR, and land disposal restriction form, is included with at least the first shipment to that designated facility. And that LDR notification, it needs to include the required treatment for each waste stream. Just a quick note about shipping hazardous waste offsite. Dan talked about the cradle to grave responsibility that all hazardous waste generators have. So just remember that even after a waste is shipped off site from a generator's facility, that generator needs to ensure that the waste reach the treatment, storage, and disposal facility within the allotted timeframes. And we'll talk about the timeframes in a little bit more detail later in this presentation. To note that hazardous waste shipments, even after they leave the facility, they can be rejected after they leave site, and they can be returned to the generator according to the regulations. We have seen some instances of this recently. We spent some time with hazardous waste transfer facilities in the last year, and this is becoming a common issue. So we want to make sure that generators are aware of it. In terms of record keeping, we'll talk a little bit more about it, but both the manifest and accompanying LDRs that go with the shipment to the designated facility, the generator needs to retain those facility for 3 years. And in terms of LDRs, David Foster is going to get into those in a little bit more detail later on today. So on this slide, we've got an example hazardous waste manifest. Unlike VSQGs, SQGs are required to use that Uniform Hazardous Waste Manifest when they ship hazardous waste to the designated facility. And when completed properly, a manifest will include the facility name, address, and EPID number, in addition to all the applicable hazardous waste codes and the quantities for each waste. One thing to note here is just remember that the person who's signing manifests on behalf of the facility, they need to have received the appropriate hazardous waste training in order to do that. This person needs to be able to properly identify issues with the shipment and ensure the information on the manifest is accurate. A lot of times we see facilities who have manifests that are pre-populated from their transporter and they just sign those right away. Just want to point out, make sure everybody's aware that, errors can be corrected on site and they should be corrected before a generator signs off on those and sends them off site. If a person who's signing that manifest notices an error, just remember that they can correct it by drawing a line through the inaccurate information and just directly revising it as necessary on the phone. Touched on this, but in terms of record keeping, the final signed copy of the manifest for SQGs, it needs to be received within 60 days of the day that the transporter accepted that waste. And if they do not receive it within 60 days, the procedure is that SQGs are required to notify the division and then include a copy of the copy that was left with them after it left. We see lots of manifest violations on inspections. Is something we're always going to ask for when we come out is let's see the last 3 years of manifests. We're going to be checking for things like, that it's properly completed, that none of them are missing. But a lot of times we see inaccurate waste codes or no waste codes at all. We see missing waste quantities or a lack of training for the person who's signing manifests. So make sure that those things do not occur at your facility. All right, let's jump into some of these additional requirements for SQGs. Starting off here, SQGs are required to post emergency information in all areas where hazardous waste is generated or stored or next to telephones to decrease the potential harm that could occur in an emergency situation and just to make sure that all that information is readily available during an emergency. So that posting needs to include the name and phone number of an emergency coordinator, the location of fire extinguishers, alarms, spill response equipment, and the phone number for the fire. And then the second bullet here, to ensure that local responders are aware of all the hazards they might encounter during a response at your facility. Facilities need to make sure that they make arrangements with local authorities to make sure that they've got the necessary level of awareness for any potential reactions they could encounter during a response. These arrangements, they need to include the locations of all hazardous waste and evacuation routes. And in order to be in compliance with this requirement, the generator needs to document that these arrangements have been made. This is another thing we always ask for on an inspection. In order to demonstrate that you're in compliance with this requirement, provide a certified receipt from certified mail or a timestamped email that works too, but just always make sure that a copy of what was actually sent to the facility or to the local the local responders, that you have documentation that that's occurred. And keep that in your facilities records, because some of the most common emergency preparedness and emergency management violations we encounter on inspections are missing phone postings or out-of-date information, lack of an appointed emergency coordinator, and again, a lack of documented arrangements with local authorities. A few more additional requirements here, starting with training. Training is obviously a big one. SQGs are required to provide and document at least a one-time hazardous waste training to all their employees that are involved in the handling or management of hazardous waste. That training needs to be specific to a person's job duties, and it needs to be based on the Colorado hazardous waste regulations, because Colorado's regulations are more stringent than EPA's. As Dan talked about in our generator guidebook, we have all those instances where the Colorado's regulations are more stringent than the federal regulations. So if you take a look at the back of that resource, you'll find a list of those there. But just remember, though they're useful, HAZWOPER and HAZCOM trainings do not fulfill the requirement for hazardous waste generators to provide hazardous waste training to their employees. And also, though we delve into many of the specific requirements for hazardous waste generators, this training that we're in right now alone does not satisfy the requirement to provide training to hazardous waste generators, to employees at hazardous waste generators, because it's not site specific. This training is not specific to any one facility. It's not specific to anybody's job duties. And for that reason, couldn't use it to become in compliance with this requirement. When we come out for an inspection, we evaluate training based on both all this documentation we're talking about, in addition to employee performance. This is a performance-based standard. We'll look at presentations for content, sign-in rosters, and certificates of completion during inspections. And as we said, it's a performance-based standard, so we may ask employees during an inspection, we'll ask some questions about hazardous waste management in an effort to evaluate whether they've gotten adequate training. Adequate training ensures that the facility is in compliance with requirements like hazardous waste determinations, container management, weekly inspections, record keeping, manifests, emergency response and preparedness, and adequate aisle space. And we see lots of training issues, training violations on inspections all the time. Some of the most common ones we see are a failure to provide training that, again, is specific to Colorado's regulations because of stringent in the federal regulations. We also see employee training that's not documented. And we also, of course, see employees that are not following training that's provided. One other requirement listed on this slide here is the requirement to self-certify each year. So Kendall sort of touched on self-certification checklists earlier on, but SQGs, they receive an annual self-certification checklist, and it goes out to all facilities that are notified as an SQG with the division. And we use the most current contact information on generators notification. That's why it's so important to ensure that your notification is up to date, because if you don't update it, all these reminders for the self-certification could go to the wrong person and you could be caught flat-footed on an unannounced SQG inspection. Of course, online, if you have a specific business type like surface coaters or hospitals, there's more specific self-certification checklists for those types of facilities, but those and the generic one are on our website. And again, they go out every year. It's a requirement to do that every year. If you forget to submit the annual self-certification checklist, it can result in a $2,000 penalty, and it will result in an unannounced inspection and a potential enforcement action that could lead to additional penalties. Every year, our unit spends time doing SQG non-responder inspections. These unannounced inspections lead to formal enforcement actions and penalties. So just remember, the checklist is due in May every year. We recommend SQGs keep the contact information up to date to make sure that the right personnel receive the reminders so that you don't accidentally miss this requirement. Got a couple slides here about VSQG collection facilities. This may not be applicable to everybody, but we have seen some of them in the last year or two. A VSQG collection facility, it's a type of facility that's been authorized by the division to accumulate and manage VSQG hazardous waste and ensure it's shipped to a permitted designated facility. In order to become an authorized VSQG collection facility, a facility needs to obtain an EPID number and submit an authorization request form to us at the division. If you become authorized to operate as a VSQG collection facility, these types of facilities are required to manage waste collected from VSQGs under a modified set of conditions for exemption for LQGs as defined in the policy. In addition to these, VSQG collection facilities are required to notify the division 30 days before they receive their first VSQG hazardous waste shipment and retain records of these shipments for 3 years. They also need to manage any universal waste that is received in accordance with the Universal Waste Regulations, Part 273, which I will cover in a later talk scheduled for this afternoon. Again, all this is in the policy. This is just a brief overview. So if you want the full rundown on that, the full policy can be found on our website. Right. So this is just a brief summary of everything that Kendall and I have talked about pertaining to SQGs. So as we've said, SQGs, they're subject to all the VSQG requirements, things like making hazardous waste determinations, maintaining their facilities to minimize potential hazardous waste releases, commission and generator fees, and obtaining an EPID number. But they're also subject to some additional requirements as well, things like the required use of a manifest, LDR requirements, maintaining required documentation for 3 years, making and documenting arrangements with local responders, completing that annual self-certification checklist, providing hazardous waste training, and if applicable, applying for authorization as a VSQG collection facility. One thing here about exceeding limits, as we've discussed, SQGs are limited to 2,200 pounds per month hazardous waste generation before getting bumped up into LQG status and becoming subject to all the higher LQG requirements, like a formal and documented training plan, written contingency plan, and all its required components, shorter accumulation time limits, biennial reporting, fees. And just remember the SQGs who store more than 13,200 pounds of hazardous waste, they become an illegal storage facility, which is considered a serious violation. So this is just why it's so important to ensure that your facility is operating within these limits. All right, and now that we've gone through the generator requirements for SQGs, we can move on to those applicable to LQGs, large quantity generators. So here we'll discuss on this slide what generation and accumulation rates put facilities into that highest generator category, a large quantity generator. LQGs, of course, generate 2,200 pounds or more of hazardous waste and or 2.2 pounds or more of acute hazardous waste per month, and accumulating 220 pounds or more of acute hazardous waste cleanup residue. That will also bump a facility into LQG status. As you'll see here, notably on this slide, LQGs do not have accumulation quantity limits. However, they are subject to that 90-day time limit to get hazardous waste offsite to a designated facility. As with SQGs, LQGs are required to obtain an EPID number, maintain and operate their facility to minimize potential hazardous waste releases, pay commission and generator fees, use a manifest, meet LDRs, ensure hazardous waste is properly disposed at a designated facility, and maintain the necessary documentation for 3 years. But in addition to these, LQGs also have some additional requirements as well. Things like additional training requirements, contingency plans, and a few more requirements, which we'll delve into now. Start off with training. Talked a lot about training already, but again, LQGs are responsible for ensuring that all employees involved in the handling of hazardous waste receive training that's specific to their job duties at the facility. Just like we talked about with SQGs, training needs to be specific to a person's hazardous waste job responsibilities for the facility. And this training, it needs to occur within 6 months of a new employee's hire, or if they are at the facility and they change duties that involve hazardous waste, it needs to be within 6 months of that. They need to be retrained on those new responsibilities. They need to be trained by someone who's had proper hazardous waste management training, and that training can be given on the job, but also for LQGs needs to include classroom or computer training as well. And as we talked about during the training requirements for SQGs, please just keep in mind that this training that we're in right now does not satisfy the requirement for hazardous waste training, because it's not specific to anybody's job duties and it's not specific to anyone's. And we talked about that 6 months requirement for a new employee to get trained up. If an employee has not had training within that 6-month window, they need to perform hazardous waste handling or management duties under supervision until they get the training that they need. Lastly, LQGs, they need to provide an annual refresher training. That's an additional requirement from SQG. When you go from SQG to LQG, now you have to ensure that everybody gets an annual refresher training that needs to be provided within 13 months of the previous annual hazardous waste training. All employees that are involved in hazardous waste handling and or management. In terms of documentation, LQGs are required to maintain certain documentation of their training. And this includes a name, job title, and job description for each employee, what hazardous waste training is needed for their job duties, and records of their initial and annual refresher training. We see a lot of problems at LQGs pertaining to job descriptions, so I want to highlight that one. That's something we'll always ask for during an inspection of a large quantity generator facility. When we ask for a job description, a lot of times facilities will provide something that's prepared by human resources, something that might be on Indeed or on another website. That's not what we're looking for. LQGs need to have a job description that's specific to their employees' hazardous waste responsibilities. And it needs to include what those responsibilities are and what training that they need to have in order to do it. So just make sure that as a large quantity generator, you have the correct job descriptions available on an inspection. And just remember that, of course, training, it needs to be specific to Colorado hazardous waste regulations. We're going to keep hammering that home. During an inspection, we review the training records, including the content of the hazardous waste training, to make sure it hits on all the required elements. And those records, they need to be maintained for the duration of employment for any current employees or for 3 years after any former employee leaves the facility. And that's, obviously another thing we're going to ask for on an inspection. In terms of common violations related to training that we see on inspections, we always seem to have issues with missing documentation of either initial or refresher training, or missing or incomplete job descriptions that don't specify the required type of training that somebody needs to perform their hazardous waste responsibilities at that facility. Just remember that inspectors, they need to have access to all training documentation during an inspection, and for this reason, it's crucial that you have access to everything. A lot of times there might be things that we're asking for that are either at a corporate office on site or you're digging through old files. Just make sure that you have access to these things, because if we are on inspection, we're going to ask. And just a quick plug, we have great personnel training on our website. So if you want to take a look at that to supplement whatever training program you have at your facility, you can find that there. Moving on to contingency plans. So a contingency plan is a plan that's designed to minimize the hazards to human health and the environment during a hazardous waste emergency. A contingency plan, a complete one, needs to include the actions to be taken in different emergency situations, the locations of emergency equipment, including how to use that equipment, evacuation plans, maps of locations and quantities of hazardous waste that's on site, the name and contact information of emergency coordinators, and an identified local emergency planning committee and fire protection district. And again, that one is another example of an instance where we're more stringent than the federal requirements here in Colorado. So please take particular notice of that one. LQGs, they need to ensure that copies of their contingency plan are sent to the state and local emergency response teams. And that means the fire department, police department, hazmat teams, if you have those contracted, hospitals, etc. You also need to prove as a large quantity generator that this information in that a contingency plan has been shared with these authorities. So make sure again that you've got a copy of a time-stamped email or a receipt of a certified mail to demonstrate that you've provided a copy of your contingency plan to these authorities. And just a quick note about that, a lot of times, things change, especially at large quantity generators. If operations at your facility change, if the emergency coordinator changes, things of this nature, you need to update your contingency plan to ensure that it's current and accurate. And any time that it changes, you need to make sure that the authorities have the most current version of it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be of good use to them during an emergency response. So got to make sure that if it changes, you're resending it and documenting again that information has been shared with these authorities. Another plug, we have contingency plan guidance on our website. So if you want to take a look at your contingency plan against our guidance to make sure it's totally complete, you can find great guidance there. So one aspect or component of a contingency plan is the quick reference guide. This is an additional requirement that took effect in July of 2018. And the purpose of it is to provide the most crucial information from the contingency plan in a concise format that allows first responders to access the information more easily, because of course contingency plans can be rather long documents. So in an emergency situation, the quick reference guide is, what do I need to know right now? The content of that quick reference guide, it needs to include the location of alarm systems and water supply, a street map of the facility, a map of the locations, quantities, and hazards of hazardous waste, and identification of any hazardous waste that requires special treatment for exposure, and of course, the emergency coordinator's contact information as well. And because this is a newer requirement, July of 2018, we just want to recommend that LQGs review their contingency plan and make sure that they've got a quick reference guide as part of it, because it is a common violation we see on inspections, is that LQGs, they've got a contingency plan that was updated after this requirement took effect, but they never added a quick reference guide. So just make sure that that's not the case for your facility. And this is just an example quick reference guide. We've got a template for this on our website. So if your facility doesn't have one, or you maybe want to revisit it, you can find an example one on our website, and it looks just like this. Got another poll question here. So here's the prompt. This is a true or false question. Employees who administer hazardous waste training, they require a higher level of training than facility personnel who handle hazardous waste. Is that true or is that false? Seems like people are getting the message here. 92, 93%, that's great. The correct answer to this is true. So we harped on it multiple times. Hazardous waste training, it needs to be specific to employees' job duties at the facility. And if that involves training other people, you need to ensure that the person who's training other staff members has some amount of higher level training. All right, so now we'll get into some of these additional requirements applicable to LQGs, starting with some container management requirements. Kendall did a really good job explaining a lot of these requirements. They're very similar between LQGs and SQGs. So of course, LQGs are also required to label all of their hazardous waste containers with the words hazardous waste, in addition to an indication of the hazards posed by the contents of the container. And just as a reminder, include all applicable indication if a particular waste has multiple hazards. Satellite accumulation areas, they don't require an accumulation start date. However, if a satellite accumulation container becomes full, within 24 hours of them becoming full, you need to transfer that satellite container to a central accumulation area and then add an accumulation start date. So a big difference between SQGs and LQGs to note here is that, of course, LQGs have a shorter accumulation time limit, 90 days, to ensure that their hazardous waste is shipped to a designated facility using a manifest. And as we've sort of talked about, facilities can apply for 30-day extensions if they run into issues trying to get their waste off-site. You can do that using an online form on our website, but as Kendall said, just make sure that that's done well in advance of the container exceeding its accumulation limit. Another requirement that's specific to LQGs is that they need to ground any ignitable hazardous waste to reduce the risk of fire or explosion. And a final copy of all hazardous waste manifests that's signed by the designated facility. It needs to be received after the waste is shipped off-site by the LQG within 45 days of acceptance by the transporter. If an LQG does not receive it within 45 days, they can file an exception report, which includes a copy of the manifest and a signed cover letter describing what the facility has done to remedy this situation, you need to file that with the division. This slide provides a brief overview of some of the tank requirements applicable to hazardous waste tanks. So it's very similar to hazardous waste containers. Of course, the tanks, they need to be labeled with the words hazardous waste. They also need to be labeled with an indication of the hazards that's posed by the contents of that tank. In terms of accumulation, tanks, they need to have the accumulation tracked to ensure that waste are not accumulated in that tank for more than 90 days. They also must be inspected daily, including weekends and holidays, and even when the facility is not open. So make sure you've got arrangements for that. In these inspections, these daily inspections, they need to be documented. And when we come out for an inspection of an LQG, this is definitely something we're going to ask for. Flagging another instance of Colorado's regulations are more stringent. We do not allow for open top hazardous waste tanks. And just in general for this slide, this is just a brief overview of the tank requirements. There's many more. We just want to make sure that generators are aware of these. So for the full set of requirements, you can find those in Part 265, Subpart J of the Colorado Hazardous Waste Regulation for all of the requirements of the hazardous waste tanks. Similar, though we won't be going through them in a ton of detail, it's important that LQGs are aware of the RCRA air emission standards of subparts AA, BB, and CC. The full regulation can be found in 265, the Colorado Hazardous Waste Regulations, but Part AA, it lists standards for process vents, BB for equipment leaks, and CC for tanks and containers. An additional requirement specific to LQGs is the requirement to submit a biennial report, the second bullet on this slide, which summarizes a facility's hazardous waste activities during the previous year. Biennial reports, they need to be submitted by March 1st of every even numbered year for each previous odd numbered year. And just a quick note that facilities who recycle another facility's waste, they are also required to submit biennial report. All right, so the final additional requirement that we're going to talk about here for LPGs is the LPG closure requirements. So whenever an LPG closes a 90-day accumulation area, that facility needs to either place the closure on the facility's operating record within 30 days of the closure, or meet the performance standards of 262.17. For the complete closure of an LQG facility, that facility needs to meet the closure performance standards for all hazardous waste accumulation units and remove all contaminated equipment and soil. They need to remove all hazardous waste and send it for disposal at a designated facility as well. And just a note that if clean closure is not possible for LQGs that close, that facility would need to close as a landfill, which could present additional requirements as well. All right. So to summarize the LQG requirements, just remember that LQGs are subject to more stringent requirements than VSQGs and SQGs. They're required to document classroom and on-the-job training within 6 months of an employee's hire date, and they are required to provide annual refresher training. They need to prepare written contingency plans that includes quick reference guide. They have the same container requirements as an SQG, but have shorter 90-day accumulation limits. They need to use a manifest when they ship hazardous waste to a designated facility, but they only have 45 days to receive and maintain a final signed copy of hazardous waste manifest. They're subject to tank requirements if they use them, including RCRA air emission standards. They're required to submit a biennial report by March 1st of every even numbered year for every odd numbered year. And LQGs are subject to closure requirements for accumulation units and the entire facility should it close. With that, I think we've got one more question here. All right, so true or false question here. SQGs that generate as an episodic LQG, they need to have a contingency plan. True. So when we were talking about episodic generation events, just remember that if you operate an as an LQG during an episodic generation event, you need to meet all the LQG requirements, which includes having a contingency. The next question here, which generators must use a hazardous waste manifest? Select all that apply. Nice job, guys. That's correct. SQGs and LQGs are required to use a hazardous waste manifest. Next question, VSQGs generate how much waste in a month? What's the limit? Good job, guys. That's correct. Less than 220 pounds of non-acute hazardous waste. Last question here. Which of these are required for an LQG? Just select all that apply. Job A, B, and D here. Having emergency phone postings throughout the facility is not a requirement for LQGs, but it is a requirement for schools. Nice job, Catherine. All right, I think our last main slide here just provides the customer technical assistance line in addition to contact information for our generator assistance program. Take these down if they're helpful to you. All right, I think we're taking some questions now. Do you have any?
Yep. Hey guys, we've got a few questions for you. First one is, do containers stored in CAAs need to have the specific waste code listed on the container, or is a description indication of the hazard sufficient? For example, a flammable liquids class 3 DOT diamond, or the word ignitable in place of D001.
So essential accumulation containers, they need to have an indication of the hazards on them, but having specific waste codes on them when they're just in storage is not a requirement, although of course you need to have those on when they actually get shipped off.
You can write ignitable on it. That works. You can put the label, like stick the label on there that they were talking about as well.
Okay, next question. What generator status is required to get an EPA ID number?
Definitely for an SQG and an LQG, okay, that's absolutely required. VSQGs are not required to get an EPA ID number unless you're a VSQG that is generating 3 gallons or more a year of F001, F002, F004, or F005 hazardous waste.
Okay, next question. How is a generator determined? Is it per site, per organization within a site, or something else?
So generators are per site, and it's sort of how when we were talking about when you need an EPID number and those are specific to an address, it's the same thing. A generator is tied to a specific address, so even if a business has multiple locations, each one of those could be considered a separate waste generator.
Okay, the waste, so next question is, the waste needs to be shipped 180 days from the start of accumulation or 180 days from the date the container was deemed full?
So that depends. So if it's satellite accumulation area container, and let's say you got a 55-gallon drum. Once that 55-gallon drum is full, that accumulation start date needs to be put on there. Okay, and that needs to be put on within 24 hours. It's that date that triggers your 180-day or potentially 270-day accumulation time limit before you have to have it off-site.
Thank you. Next question, if an SQG moves into the LQG category, are all employees required to undergo training or only those who are involved with the waste and storage?
In general, at hazardous waste generators, the employees who are involved in hazardous waste handling or management, they need hazardous waste training. And then the training requirements are a little different between SQG and LQG. So if you're going from SQG to LQG, all those employees at an LQG facility that have hazardous waste responsibilities, they need to meet all of the training requirements for an LQG.
Okay, next question. After initial hazardous waste training, is there a requirement to take additional refresher training every year? And if so, does this training meet those requirements?
Annual hazardous waste training is a requirement, like refresher training is a requirement for LQGs. And again, our training, it's a great training, but it's not site specific and it's not specific to anybody's job duties. In an LQG, those employees need to receive that type of hazardous waste training each year.
Okay, and last question for you guys. Are weekly inspections required at SAAs for SQGs or only for LQGs?
They are required for both. So weekly inspections, that's a requirement for SQGs and LQGs. And basically you're required to inspect anywhere where you've got your hazardous waste stored or accumulated. So that's going to encompass your satellite accumulation areas and your central accumulation areas.
Thanks,
Okay.
guys. Oh, sorry. Okay. Thanks, guys. There are a few more questions in the chat. We will get to those. For right now, we're going to take a 5-minute break before we come back with David and land disposal restrictions.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Nice job.
Thanks, you too. Thanks, Brandon.
Welcome back. Just for purposes of the agenda today, just to let everybody know that this will be our last talk before lunch. I'm sure people are getting pretty hungry at our for introductions. My name is David Foster. I've worked some capacity for 18 years, 16 years as a hazardous waste inspector. I also provide technical guidance to the regulated entity and to the you guys are fortunate. You guys get to listen to the probably most exciting talk of the day, land disposal restrictions. But let's just get into it so we can get to lunch. The land disposal restrictions, regulations, I'll refer to them as LDR throughout the talk, are fairly complex and detailed regulations found in Part 268 of the Colorado Hazardous Waste Regulations. For the purposes of this talk today, to avoid the complexities of what we see at TSDs, this talk is geared towards the generators, what generators need to know and understand regarding LDR and what us as inspectors look for when we perform an inspection at your facility regarding the LDR documentation. So first off, why are LDR regulations important? You know, in the 80s when EPA put RCRA together, they determined that hazardous waste must be treated to protect human health and the environment. How do LDR treatment standards do that? Basically, they are there to protect groundwater. They protect groundwater via reducing the toxicity and also the mobility of a hazard. How do you know if your facility needs to follow LDR regulations? In Colorado, if you're a small quantity generator or a large quantity generator, it is a requirement. However, if you are a facility that only generates VSQG waste, only generate universal waste, or maybe you have wastes that are subject to the Clean Water Act, you are not required to follow LDR regulations in that situation. It also mentions limited waste pesticides from farmers. As inspectors, it's very rare that we ever see anything associated with this. So how do the LDR regulations really work with generators and the regulated community? Typically, most generators generate their waste. They're not treating it on site. They ship it off to a permitted TSDF. The TSDF will treat that waste for the generators and then ultimately dispose of it. What we typically see as inspectors is that the TSD is working with the generator to properly fill out the LDR. And I kind of want to go back to Dan's talk regarding haz waste determinations and the accuracy of those. It's important for the generators to have an accurate haz waste determination up front, as this provides opportunities for the facility to be in compliance, not only with the manifest, including the proper waste codes, but also now with the LDR. So if you have an accurate, well-documented haz waste determination, it'll help with compliance with your manifest and ultimately compliance with the LDR. So with that being said, you see that the LDR forms are filled out a lot of times by the TSDFs or the generator. However, if we as inspectors see issues with the LDR during our inspection at a generating facility, the generator is still responsible and will have violations with the LDRs. If we took it a step further and went to the TSDF and did an inspection at that TSDF, we may find LDR violations there, but if we're inspecting a generated facility, those violations will be tied to generating. As I mentioned up front, LDR regulations are fairly complex and detailed. For the purposes of working with generated facilities, we'll focus on three main aspects of the LDR regulations today. First will be the generator paperwork requirements table. Secondly, the table of treatment standards. And lastly, we'll look at the table of universal treatment standards. The generator paperwork requirements for LDR, we're going to focus today on the first column. Most generators as mentioned earlier, are sending their waste off-site to be treated by the TSDFs. So therefore, their waste does not meet the treatment. So as inspectors, what are we going to look for the LDRs? First off, we make sure that the facility has an appropriate EPA hazardous waste number on the LDR. We typically see every manifest that goes off-site at facilities, also including an LDR. That is not specified in the regulations. The regulations only specify that the first shipment to a TSD for that one particular waste stream must have an. But honestly, we see, as inspectors see that 95% of the time, every manifest goes off with an LDR. It would not be a violation not to have the LDR if you had an LDR with first shipment that went to specific TSD. Next, we would look to make sure that, the waste is subject to the LDRs, and if they're generating certain type of waste that either facility, the LDR lists the constituents of concern, and also for the underlying hazardous constituents. So what does that mean? Constituents of concern are tied to the F1 through F5 solvent waste that we discussed in detail throughout earlier talks, and a more specific F39 hazardous waste code, which is tied specifically to hazardous. Basically, a constituent of concern is a ingredient in that waste stream that makes it an F-listed hazardous waste. Talk a lot about toluene and F005. That would be the constituent of concern. See some examples of that here later. Underlying hazardous constituents are tied to our characteristic D code, D1 through D43. Basically, the components in a waste that are in low concentrations, they don't rise to the level of a hazardous waste, but still need to be met before that waste could be properly land disposed. For example, lead is typically a hazardous, there's always a hazardous waste at T-clip. The facility has a characteristic waste, let's say D002 corrosive waste, that has lead present at 1 parts per million. It does not have to be considered a lead hazardous waste, but it would have to be treated for that underlying hazardous constituent for lead because it is present in that characteristic. Next, we want to make sure that the LDR includes that the waste is either a wastewater or not a wastewater. And this definition is specific in the LDR regulations. Wastewater will always contain less than 1% total organic carbon, and also less than 1% total suspended solids. These are some examples that may occur: scrubber water, contaminated wastewater, or it'll be a non-wastewater. And I think as inspectors, 95% of the waste that we see out there are non-wastewaters. They contain either greater than 1% total organics carbon, or they contain greater than 1% total suspended solids. So obviously all of this solid hazardous waste will meet this definition, but honestly, most of the liquids we see also meet this non-wastewater description. It's also preferable to have the waste profiles, waste data with the LDR, just to kind of match that up as we do our. So now let's look at the table of treatment standards found in 260-40. These basically contain all of the required standards for wastewaters and non-wastewaters. The treatment standards are laid out based on the hazardous waste codes. It starts with the D characteristic waste and include F, K, P, and U listed hazardous waste. Treatment standards list out by waste code, waste descriptions, and the constituents addressed by the treatment, and also some treatment subcategories seen the treatment standards. So for example, let's look at two of the most common hazardous waste streams we see as inspectors. First one is the D001. There's two subcategories. The one we typically see the most is the high TOC ignitable characteristic liquids. You can see from the treatment standard, because it is greater than 10% total organic carbons, it can never be a wastewater. It is a non-wastewater because it is greater than 1% organic. And I kind of want to talk into the difference now in treatment standards. basically they can occur in two different ways. You have, pardon me, you have treatment standards that are treatment based only, and you have ones that are concentration based only. You can see that there are acronyms for specific treatment requirements for the D001. That is, it has to be treated by recovery of organics, combustion, or polymerization. We look at the D002, which covers our corrosive characteristic wastes. For those non-wastewaters, they have to be deactivated and then meet 268-48 standards, which will be discussed next. These are basically looking at the UHCs for that characteristic waste. So first question for LDR regulations. Which of the following wastes listed on the LDR form must be treated according to the treatment standards listed in table 268.40? Select all that apply. So you guys are correct, and I mean, I'm kind of a typo on my end, but they're not really delisted waste, right? They're D characteristic waste. They must be treated according to the treatment standards at 268-40. However, all of our listed wastes, the F, P, K, and even though U's not listed on here in this quiz, those also must be treated to the standard listed at 268. So basically, any hazardous waste generated, if you meet the requirements that you have to follow LDR regulations, all of those wastes will have to be treated to these treatment standards at 268. So the third and last portion of the regulations are the universal treatment standards located at 268-40. This is where all of the hazardous constituents with the concentration-based standards are located. They're broken down into two different sections, basically the organics and inorganics. This also includes all the list of the underlying hazardous constituent, the standard that must be met for land disposal can occur. This is just an example pulled straight from the regulations. You can see that each of these are inorganic constituents. And as mentioned earlier, a lot of the waste we see are non-wastewater. So these wastes, these constituents would have to be treated to the standards located via T-clip under non-wastewater before they could be land disposed to TSD. So now I'm going to kind of discuss specifically what us as inspectors will be looking for when we inspect your facility regarding how the LDR form should look. You know, as we do inspections, LDR forms take on all types of varieties. They could be kind of in table format. They could be more of a tabulae written out type of LDR. It really doesn't matter the format. We're going to look for certain elements that are there to ensure compliance with the regulations. They should always have the generator name, EPID number. As mentioned earlier, it's nice to have every manifest going out site with an LDR. It is not specifically required in the regulations, but it must go off with that initial shipment. We also like to see the waste profile. That way we can, you know, make sure that the facility has got an accurate waste profile. It matches the manifest, not matches. Go out on site at your facility doing inspection. What are we looking for? We have the generator name. We have the EPID number, the manifest number associated with this LDR. Unfortunately, here they don't have a waste analysis plan. That is not a requirement. So that's what we're first going to look at. Your facility. So we're at your facility. You guys generate listed hazardous waste. What are the requirements on that LDR form that we are going to be looking for? First off, we want to make sure that facility has identified all of the hazardous waste codes. And with those, the facility within those hazardous waste codes are generating F1 through F5 or an F39 listed hazardous waste, that facility must now identify the constituent of concerns for the spent solvents, or if it's F39, it is a leachate from the hazardous waste. Lastly, they must identify the treatability group. Is it a wastewater or non-wastewater? Because the treatment standards depend on that treatability. So here, I'm using an example of a hazardous waste that we see a lot as inspectors. This would be a lacquer thinner contaminated rags, where the lacquer thinner, the key component greater than 10% of that lacquer thinner was a salt. So this contaminated rag is a solid. What would the waste codes be with a contaminated rag that contains salt? First off, it's no longer ignitable. It does not need that B001. So we're just looking at a listed waste zone. So the facility has a profile number listed on the far left of this waste stream. The hazardous waste code is an F005. The subcategory, there is not one for F005. They have identified the treatability group. It's non-wastewater. Because this contaminated rag with polyamine is an F005 hazardous waste, it is a requirement for the facility to look for the constituent of concern. Why is this listed waste a hazardous waste? And we see different ways of seeing it. They can just flat out list by name the constituent of concern. This LDR uses a table. You can see it lists on number 26. We look at 26 for the regulated constituents. You can see that was polyamine. So this would be an appropriate LDR form for a listed hazardous waste. What about a facility that generates a characteristic waste? What are we looking for as inspectors? Again, the facility needs to list all the characteristic hazardous waste codes. Is it a wastewater or non-wastewater? Due to the variability that we've seen with characteristic hazardous waste, there can be treatment subcategories within characteristic waste. And we'll see this later during the example. Because these are characteristic hazardous waste, the facility is required to identify all the underlying hazardous constituents. We'll look at this here in just a little bit. I want to state there are a couple situations where the underlying hazardous constituents do not need to be reported. That scenario is if the treatment facility has an agreement with the generated facility that they will treat and monitor for all constituents. If that's the case, the facility does not need to list the UHCs, but they need to have a statement in that LDR that the TSDF will treat to all standards. Also, if the waste is a high TOC ignitable waste, you can add a specific method of treatment, such as recovery or organics, combustion. There's no requirement to list out the UHCs. And again, we'll see this here in the example for an LDR with a characteristic. So let's go back here. So what we're looking at here is a LDR. The manifest had 3 separate hazardous waste streams. The first one was an ignitable mineral spirits. The second profile was heavy metal waste solids that contain barium, chromium, and selenium. The third waste stream is a mercury contaminated debris. So what must the generator do to ensure that this LDR is in compliance? So first off, the hazardous waste codes must be treated to meet all those standards. So let's look at those 3 different waste streams and those characteristic hazardous waste. So the first one was a D001 because it was ignitable mineral spirits. Facility has to follow those treatment technologies to ensure proper treatment of that. The second waste stream included heavy metal solids, which include barium. Barium, as you can see, it's a non-wastewater. It must be treated to 21 parts per million and meet 268/48 standards. That means the facility must look for the UHCs because of the barium. There's also chromium, which is D007, same as barium, standards and meet UHC requirements. The mercury waste is a little different, similar to the high TOC. It has a technology-based treatment standard, retort of mercury. If it follows this, there's no requirement to look for the UHCs. And lastly, the selenium, which is evident in the heavy metal solid waste, again, must meet those concentration standards for non-wastewater of 5.7 parts per million T-clip and meet UHCs. So let's go back to the LDR. We see that the LDR has been appropriately filled out. The D001 high TOC, but no requirement for UHCs because of that treatment technology. The mercury, again, had the treatment standard for retort and no requirement to look for hazardous constituents. However, the heavy metal waste contained UHCs at levels that require treatment prior to LDR disposal at the treatment facility. Again, a table was used. The UHCs in this case were nickel and zinc. So therefore, facility will need to go to the universal treatment standards and find the regulated requirements for disposal for that waste. So the nickel and zinc must be treated to these standards. Even though they're not a haz waste, they are UHC, must be treated below these concentration levels before this waste can be disposed. Final step for a generator. We talked about the cradle to grave requirement. Facility ships waste off on a manifest that arrives at the TSD. The TSDF signs the manifest and sends it back to the generating facility. So the facility should always be looking for that final signed signature from the TSD. When the facility looks at that, they should also be looking at the management method code located at the bottom of the manifest. This is the manner in which as waste that they ship on line number 1 of their manifest was treated by the TSDF. In this case, the code is an H40, that is for incineration. It is important for the facility to look at this management code and make sure that is what was agreed upon between the generated facility and also with the TSDF. That is final disposition of the hazardous waste sent off-site by this facility. So in summary, the LDR regulations were established to protect groundwater. This applies to all hazardous waste generated, small quantity generators, large quantity generators. If you are a BSQG, you are an SQG and LQG, but you only generate universal, or you generate universal waste, that isn't required to have an LDR. Also waste subject to the Clean Water Act, and so these wastes will be kind of discussed later in treatment. If you generate F1 through F5 solvent waste or an F39 hazardous waste landfill leachate waste, you need to identify the constituent of concern. For characteristic waste, hazardous waste codes D1 through D43, the facility must identify any underlying hazardous constituents. Must decide if your waste meets the wastewater or non-wastewater subcategories. And then lastly, for listed waste, you just need to identify all that hazardous waste code, identify the constituents of concern, and identify the treatability group. For a characteristic waste, list of characteristic hazardous waste groups, identify the treatability group, this would be wastewater or non-wastewater, and then identify any treatment subcategories, and lastly, look for any underlying hazardous constituents. Finally, the facility needs to double check that treatment method that it matches up with what was agreed upon between the generator and the team. Let's finish with a couple quiz questions here so we can get off, answer some questions and get off the line. So underlying hazardous constituents are associated with characteristic waste, F-listed waste, used oil, or all of the above? And so, yeah, the correct answer is characteristic waste. Those are always associated. Underlying hazardous constituents are always associated with characteristic waste. F-listed waste are associated with constituents of concern. And used oil, we haven't talked about that next, but there are no LDR requirements even for used oil. Second question, according to LDR regulations, wastewater meets what physical condition? Contains greater than 1% total organic carbon and greater than 1% total suspended solids. Contains greater than 1% TOC and less than 1% total suspended solids. Contains less than 1% TOC and greater than 1% total suspended solids. And lastly, contains less than 1% TOC and less than 1% total suspended. And so that's correct. The per LDR regulations and a definition, the wastewater contains less than 1% total organic carbon and less than 1% total suspended solid. So let's open this up if we have any questions.
So David, we don't really have any questions. We're gonna go to lunch and then have people come back at 1:05.
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
Sounds good.
thank you.
Welcome back from lunch. My name is Susan Guillet, and I have been a hazardous waste inspector for about 5 years. Let's talk about used oil. This is a brief summary of the used oil requirements. This presentation is intended to highlight what inspectors typically see at facilities. It is not a comprehensive coverage of the regulations. The used oil regulations can be found in Part 279. Used oil is not regulated under the traditional hazardous waste regulations. The reduced set of used oil regulations are intended to encourage recycling because used oil is a valuable resource. It's important to remember that the used oil regulations operate under the presumption that used oil will be recycled after use. The big advantage of operating under the used oil regulations is that when properly managed, used oil does not count towards the facility's generator category. But remember, if you mix hazardous waste with your used oil, you cannot operate under the reduced regulations and are subject to the full hazardous waste regulations. And this mixture of used oil and hazardous waste would count towards your generator category. Used oil is defined as any oil that has been refined from crude oil or any synthetic oil that has been used and as a result of such use is contaminated by physical or chemical impurities. Engine oil, transmission fluid, hydraulic oil, compressor oil, and electrical insulating oil are all examples of used oil after use. Vegetable and animal oils, new oil, antifreeze, kerosene, and solvents are not considered used oil after use. Materials reclaimed from used oil that are beneficially used but not burned for energy recovered are not considered used oil. Wastewater with minimal quantities of used oil that is regulated under the Clean Water Act is not regulated as used oil. Used oil introduced crude oil pipelines or a petroleum refining facility is exempt unless the used oil is stored on site prior to mixing. Used oil containing less than 50 parts per million of PCBs may be managed as used oil, unless the used oil was diluted to achieve that concentration. Diluting PCB containing used oil is not allowed. The used oil regulations allow some contaminants to be present in levels that would otherwise cause the used oil to be regulated as hazardous waste. If the level of contamination is above those allowable values, the used oil is off specification and is subject to more stringent regulations. The table on this slide lists the on-specification concentrates for used oil. Remember, it is the facility's responsibility to determine if their used oil exceeds any of these limits. For facilities that generate off-spec oil, please keep in mind the more stringent regulations specify that off-spec used oil can only be burned in a boiler, industrial furnace for energy recovery, or a hazardous waste incinerator. Used oil that contains 1,000 parts per million of total halogens is presumed to have been mixed with a listed hazardous waste and is therefore a hazardous waste. Generators may refute this presumption by demonstrating that the used oil does not contain hazardous waste through either analytical testing or generator knowledge. Generators who refute this presumption must have the proper documentation, and inspectors may request this documentation during an inspection. Any amount of an F-listed hazardous waste that is mixed with used oil will result in the entire mixture becoming a hazardous waste. VSQG should be especially cautious about mixing any hazardous waste with their used oil, because the resulting mixture could easily place them in a higher generator category, or it could require them to notify as a VSQG for generating more than 3 gallons of an F-listed waste in a year. Now we have a short video on used oil management.
Under RCRA, all used oil containers, fill ports, and tanks must be properly labeled with the phrase used oil, with lids securely sealed and spills cleaned up promptly. Having spill kits nearby is a best management practice. Ensure used oil spills do not reach local waterways. Step 1. Properly label. Step 2. Clean up with spill-absorbent materials. Step 3. Dispose of cleanup materials based on waste characterization.
A used oil generator is defined as any person by sight whose act or processes produce used oil or whose act first causes used oil to become subject to the regulations. It is the generator's responsibility to ensure all tanks, containers, fill ports to underground tanks, and drip pans used to collect used oil are labeled with the words used oil. Even if a container is used to temporarily store used oil, it must be labeled with the words used oil. All tanks and containers of used oil that are stored outside must be kept closed except when adding or removing used oil. All containers that are used to store used oil must be in good condition. This means no dents, bulging, or corrosion that could increase the risk of a release of used oil to the environment. All spills must be cleaned up promptly. Used oil spills often lead to us receiving a complaint against a facility. We follow up on all complaints, and they lead to unannounced inspections. Facilities should contact their local landfill to verify any testing requirements prior to disposing of soil contaminated with used oil. Let's take a look at some examples. Here we see a used oil tank that is properly labeled with the words used oil. The buckets next to the tank are not labeled with the words used oil. It is okay that the used oil tank has an open funnel attached and that the buckets do not have lids since they are being stored inside. Remember, containers and tanks of used oil have to be kept closed only if they are being stored outside. Here are a couple of photos of used oil being stored outside. Since used oil being stored outside poses a greater risk of a possible release to the environment, all containers and tanks must be kept closed. In the photo on the left, the used oil is properly enclosed and properly labeled with the words used oil. In the photo on the right, the container is open and is not properly labeled with the words used oil. This would be a violation during an inspection. Fill ports and piping used to transfer used oil to an underground used oil storage tank must be labeled with the words used oil. This is an example of properly labeled piping. Now we have a quick poll question. Which of these photos show a good example of container labeling? A, B, or C? The correct answer is B. Let's take a closer look. Here's one of the photos from our polling question. Common violation we see during inspections. Oh, sorry. We have another one. Oh, sorry, I'm not paying attention. Most of you guys got it right. Thank you. Now we'll move on. Sorry about that. Here's one of the photos from our polling question. Common violation we see during inspection is that containers and tanks of used oil are not properly labeled with the words used oil. This container is labeled with the words waste oil. This is not an acceptable way to label used oil containers, since it implies that the used oil will be disposed of rather than recycled. This facility was cited for improper container labeling. The facility would need to label this tank with the words used oil. In this example, you see many different containers being used to store used oil. None of these containers were labeled with the words used oil, and they were cited for not properly labeling their containers with the words used oil. Many of the containers were not kept closed. This was not a violation since they were being stored inside the facility. Here are two more examples. In the photo on the left, we see an oil cart that is not properly labeled with the words used oil. This was a violation for the facility. In the photo on the right, we see oil carts that are properly labeled with the words used oil. Here are two more examples of improper container labeling. The photo on the left, the container is improperly labeled with the words waste oil, and in the photo on the right, one is labeled waste oil and the other container is not labeled at all. As we discussed earlier, spills of used oil must be cleaned up in a timely manner. This includes ensuring that the materials used to clean up spills, absorbent in this case, are also cleaned up in a timely manner. I was actually present for this inspection. This photo was taken in a shed located adjacent to a garage that was used to store used oil. One of the containers of used oil had been leaking for quite some time, and the facility kept dumping absorbent onto the spill without ever cleaning up the absorbent or overpacking the damaged and leaking container. This absorbent in this photo was about 3 inches deep. This resulted in violations for containers not being in good condition and spills of used oil not being cleaned up in a timely manner. This facility had to clean up all of the used absorbent in the shed and replace the leaking containers. Since used oil is usually generated through equipment maintenance, oil filters should be drained before recycling or disposal. Used oil filters can be managed as a recyclable material or a solid waste as long as the filter is not a turn-plated filter and the filter is properly drained. If an inspector can pick up an oil filter and oil drips out of it, we do not consider that properly drained. Oil filters can be drained by puncturing an anti-flow back valve or filter dome in. The filter must be drained for at least 12 hours. The oil filter can be drained and crushed. The oil filter oil filters cannot be drained outside. We would consider that an open container. Turn-plated filters are a mixture of tin and lead. Lead is a hazardous waste and is prohibited from being disposed of in municipal landfills in Colorado. There are very few turn-plated filters, but shop owners should be sure the filters do not contain lead. Properly drained turn filters can be placed in recycling under scrap metal exemption or disposed of as hazardous waste. Other types of filters, such as fuel filters or transmission filters, may exhibit one or more toxicity characteristics, and that would be a hazardous waste. Therefore, the generator is required to make a hazardous waste determination on these types of filters. Here we have two filter draining units. Filter draining units need to be labeled with the words used oil also. In the photograph on the left, the unit is not properly labeled with the words used oil, while the unit in the photograph on the right is properly labeled with the words used oil. Let's talk about transporting and burning used oil. Facilities that generate used oil are permitted to self-transport their used oil to a used oil collection center without obtaining an EPA ID number, as long as the volume of used oil being transported is 55 gallons or less, and the vehicle used to transport is either owned by the generator or an employee of the generator. Facilities who choose to use a transporter instead of transporting their own used oil may do so as long as the transporter has an EPA ID number and has notified with the division as a used oil transporter. Used oil transporters may only deliver used oil to another authorized used oil transporter, a process or refining facility, or an on-spec burner or an off-spec burner. Generators also have the option to burn their used oil in an on-site space heater. The space heater must have a maximum capacity of 500,000 BTU per hour. Facility may burn their own used oil, on-spec oil from an oil marketer or new product. There is no need to test the oil first if these requirements are met. We recommend checking with the Air Quality Control Division to determine whether an air pollution emission notice or an APIN is required prior to burning used oil. Be careful burning someone else's used oil. There are additional requirements if you do. The oil received must be determined to be on spec, and the facility must keep a record of that determination. The facility providing the used oil for burning must be notified as a used oil marketer, and the receiving facility must ensure the marketer is properly notified. The used oil marketer must keep records of each used oil shipment to an on-spec used oil burner, the quantity and date delivered, and a reference to documentation that the oil is on spec. This documentation must be maintained for 3 years. Now it's time for another poll question. How many violations do you see in this photo? Good job, guys. About 90% of you got this correct. There are no used oil labels on any of the containers. The containers are clearly in poor condition. Some are dented and corroded. Some of the containers are open. Remember, containers of used oil that are being stored outside must be kept closed. There is also evidence of a used oil spill that the facility has not cleaned up in a timely manner. For a brief summary, to manage your used oil under Part 279, the used oil exemption presumes recycling. The definition of used oil is it is refined from crude or synthetic oil that has been used and contaminated. Remember, off-specification used oil has stringent management requirements. If used oil is mixed with an F-listed hazardous waste, it must count as hazardous waste towards your generator status. Used oil generator requirements. Label with used oil. Keep containers sealed and in good condition. They only need to be sealed if they are being stored outside, and you must clean up spills promptly. Oil filters, you need to completely hot drain, recycle, or dispose of filters and recycle the drained oil. You can self-transport up to 55 gallons at a time to a used oil collection center, or use a used oil transporter that has been notified with the division. You can burn your used oil in a heater with a capacity of 500,000 BTU per hour maximum. Be careful when you burn someone else's used oil. Now we have our final quiz questions. True or false? Used oil containers stored outside must be kept closed. True. You guys did a good job with that one. Our next question is, which of the following are regulated as used oil? Please select all that apply. Great job, everybody. Remember, solvents, antifreeze, and kerosene do not meet the definition of used oil. True or false? Used oil mixed with a small amount of hazardous waste solvents are managed as used oil. Great job, everybody. If you mix hazardous waste solvents with your used oil, it cannot be managed as used oil. How much used oil can you self-transport? Excellent job, guys. Yes, 55 gallons. Way to go, Catherine. Good job. Additional information on used oil management can also be found on our website. We have a used oil guidance document available.
Thanks, Susan. We don't have any questions for you at this time. We're going to
Excellent.
take a 5-minute break to transition to the next speaker, and we'll be back.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel Lemons. I'm one of the inspectors with the Compliance Assurance Unit, and today I'm going to be talking about hazardous waste treatment. We have different options for treating your hazardous waste on site. To set the stage for this presentation, we first need to look at the exact definition of hazardous waste treatment. Hazardous waste treatment has to meet two criteria according to the Colorado Revised Statutes. First, treatment is defined as any method, technique, or process which is designed to change the physical, chemical, or biological character or composition of the waste. Second, treatment must render the waste less hazardous, safer for transport, more amenable for recovery, reuse, or storage, or reduce the volume of the waste. Essentially, treatment needs to serve a beneficial purpose. Again, treatment has to meet both these parts here shown on the slide to be considered legitimate treatment. It's worth noting that most generators are not conducting any treatment of their hazardous waste at their facility. Instead, they send it off-site to be treated at a hazardous waste facility that's been issued a permit. To put this into perspective, of all the facilities I inspected last year, less than 10% were conducting some form of hazardous waste treatment. For generators that conduct on-site treatment, though, there are two options for them to legally do this. The first option is to obtain a permit, and the second option is to utilize the exception to the permit. Of the generators that do conduct treatment, probably 99% of them are treating their hazardous waste within the realm of option 2. This is because obtaining a permit is time-consuming, complex, and expensive. There's a detailed application process that includes design information, technical specifications, and operation and maintenance plans. Just the review itself can take a few years. If a generator obtains a permit, it's typically because they're generating large quantities of very complex hazardous waste streams. So because of this, we're primarily going to focus on some of the more allowable treatment options under the exception to the permit. This will include VSQG treatment using absorbent, elementary neutralization, wastewater treatment units, treating for land disposal restrictions or LDRs, and permit by rule. So we'll start by discussing hazardous waste treatment by very small quantity generators or VSQGs. In terms of what VSQGs are required to do, you'll remember these from the generator talk earlier today. It's a very short list of requirements compared to the SQG and LQG categories. VSQGs have to identify and make a hazardous waste determination. They must legally dispose of their hazardous waste or conduct legitimate treatment. They have to maintain and operate their facility to minimize the possibility of an unplanned release. If a VSQG treats their hazardous waste, they may still have to send it off-site for hazardous waste disposal. This would be the case if their treatment doesn't render their waste completely non-hazardous. There's no requirement that a VSQG's treatment must turn a hazardous waste into a non-hazardous one. A waste might be hazardous for several different reasons, and sometimes treatment addresses one, but not all of those factors. Similar to how VSQGs are the least regulated generator category, it's exactly the same with VSQG hazardous waste treatment. Treatment conducted by VSQGs isn't regulated under the Colorado hazardous waste regulations. This means they're not required to notify us of their treatment activities or get approval. VSQG hazardous waste needs to go to a legitimate hazardous waste TSDF. They are required to use hazardous waste manifests, although many VSQGs do anyway. This also means VSQGs aren't subject to land disposal restrictions and don't need to evaluate their waste for underlying hazardous constituents or UHCs. There's also no specific training requirement. However, we encourage site-specific training to ensure VSQG employees are safely treating their hazardous waste and in a way that isn't going to result in any spills or releases. The most common treatment method for VSQGs is evaporation, which is fairly straightforward. Of course, if you're just reducing the volume of your waste, it's very possible the treated waste is still hazardous you'd need to make sure you're making a hazardous waste determination. If it is hazardous, you'll still need to comply with all the VSQG regulations, such as disposing at a permitted hazardous waste facility. If your treated waste is non-hazardous, you'll still need to ensure you're following all the solid waste regulations. So that covers treatment as it applies to VSQGs. From this point on, I'm mostly going to be focusing on hazardous waste treatment conducted by SQGs and LQGs. However, the treatment methods we'll go over could still be conducted by VSQGs. Adding absorbent to a hazardous waste container is an acceptable method of treatment when utilizing the exception to the permit option. This treatment method is only allowed for generator activities. Adding absorbents is acceptable for absorbing free liquid, but not bulk liquid. An example is a drum of filters where the majority of the hazardous waste is contained within the filters themselves, or where there's a small amount of free liquid on the bottom of the drum. This treatment method cannot be used for solidifying liquid hazardous waste streams. Again, it's solely for absorbing residual liquids. This can help make your waste safer for storage on site and for transport. The transporter may even require this in order to pick up and transport your waste, or your disposal facility may not accept drums with freestanding liquid. The other requirements are that your containers of hazardous waste are in good condition and that the absorbent is compatible with the hazardous waste that it's absorbing. After adding absorbent, you'll still need to ensure the waste meets LDR standards and that it's disposed of at a permitted hazardous waste facility. Now we'll move on to elementary neutralization units, or ENUs. Elementary neutralization units, or ENUs, are another type of hazardous waste treatment we sometimes see at facilities. Again, this is another treatment option that's an exception to getting a permit. This type of treatment is allowed for corrosive-only waste. The waste cannot have any other characteristic that makes it hazardous. So it's not for ignitable, toxic, or reactive waste. Elementary neutralization can occur in either tanks or containers. So it could be as simple as manually adding a neutralizing agent to a drum of corrosive waste, or it could be a more sophisticated setup. We've seen ENUs that consist of tanks and fully automated systems that test pH and then add the correct amount of neutralizing agent to treat the waste. You still need to make and document a hazardous waste determination prior to treatment and evaluate for any underlying hazardous constituents, or UHCs, basically verifying that your waste is only corrosive. If you're discharging your neutralized waste to a publicly owned treatment work, or POTW, you'll receive a permit from them and instead be regulated under the Clean Water Act following your waste treatment. In this case, we'll ask to see a copy of your permit during an inspection to verify this. Sometimes facilities don't discharge neutralized waste to their POTW because they want to maintain a zero discharge permit, or because there are other constituents the POTW is concerned about. These could be constituents that don't make it a hazardous waste, but that the POTW doesn't want in their system. If you've evaluated and addressed all UHCs through elementary neutralization, the resulting waste is non-hazardous and is regulated as a solid waste. In this case, our last requirement is that you prepare a one-time LDR and maintain it on site. You will also provide a copy of this to your receiving facility. The LDR notification documents that you've evaluated for all UHCs and all have been addressed through your treatment. You'll need a one-time notification for each waste stream that you're neutralizing. For example, if you're neutralizing acidic waste from one process and basic waste from another, we consider those to be two separate waste streams. So you'll need a pre-treatment hazardous waste determination record and one-time LDR notification for each. Corrosive waste that's transferred to an elementary neutralization tank or container within 24 hours of generation doesn't count towards the facility's generator category. The waste does not need to be neutralized within 24 hours. It just needs to be within the ENU. This can make a huge difference to a facility where most or all of their hazardous waste is being neutralized. If a facility is relying on the process of moving waste to the ENU within 24 hours to keep them at or below a certain generator category, you need to ensure they are strictly following this time limit. If waste is accumulated for longer than 24 hours prior to being transferred to the ENU, that waste counts towards the facility's generator category. Some facilities may be overly conservative and operate at a higher generator category anyway if they think they might run into a scenario that requires longer accumulation. An example might be ENU equipment maintenance. One other point I want to make about ENUs is that they aren't required to meet the container and tank management requirements, such as labeling, keeping them closed, or routine inspections. However, you want to ensure your ENU is set up in a manner that minimizes the risk of a release to the environment, especially if you're not neutralizing the waste immediately. We recently inspected a facility that had an outdoor open-top ENU tank. The issue wasn't that the ENU tank was open, but rather it was open, outdoors, and the facility would store untreated waste in the tank over long periods of time prior to neutralizing it. So not a tank or container management violation, but rather a violation for failing to minimize the possibility of a release. One last point I want to emphasize again is that elementary neutralization is for corrosive only waste. There are plenty of examples of hazardous waste that's corrosive, along with having some other hazardous characteristic, such as battery acid being corrosive and failing to equip for lead. Corrosive materials are often used for manufacturing of metal components, so elementary neutralization may not be feasible if your waste may sometimes be over the T-clip levels for toxic metals. If you want to conduct elementary neutralization, you have to evaluate if it's feasible given your manufacturing processes and the materials that you're using. All right, and we're going to hop over to a quick quiz question here. This is a word cloud, the fill in the blank, an easy one. Elementary neutralization is for blank only waste with no other characteristics. Take a moment to type in your answer and then we'll review it here shortly. All right, just a few more seconds to get your answers in. Okay, great. So the answer here is that elementary neutralization is for corrosive only waste with no other characteristics. Remember, if you're going to do elementary neutralization, it can't be for waste that's toxic, ignitable, or reactive. It's solely for corrosive only waste. All right, so we're going to hop back to the presentation. We're going to move on to the next section on wastewater treatment units. So the next form of treatment that's allowed without needing to obtain a permit is a wastewater treatment unit. This applies to hazardous wastewater or wastewater treatment sludge, both of which must be stored and treated in a tank or tank system. The discharges from your wastewater treatment unit must be regulated by the Clean Water Act. You must also obtain a permit from your POTW, which will cover all the requirements, testing, and reporting that allow you to discharge through their system. Here's a good example of what a wastewater treatment unit setup could look like. In this example, there's an elementary neutralization step for pH adjustment and an ion exchange to remove metals. This wouldn't fall under the ENU treatment as previously discussed because of the metal content. However, a wastewater treatment unit can treat more than one hazardous waste characteristic. Wastewater treatment units can have multiple steps to address additional treatment, like we saw in the last photo. They can include a filter press to remove solids. In this case, a facility needs to make a hazardous waste determination on any waste generated by the filter press. Some wastewater treatment units also have a thermal sludge dryer to reduce volume. Using a sludge dryer requires the facility submit a written request to the division. Additionally, each treatment step needs to be integral to the wastewater treatment unit. This means everything needs to be connected or in immediate proximity to the rest of the unit. Filter presses are a common step for wastewater treatment units. Even if the discharge from your wastewater treatment unit is regulated by the Clean Water Act, it's still possible your wastewater treatment process is generating hazardous waste. For example, if you're treating a listed waste with a filter press step, the filter press solids will also be listed. If you're using a filter press, you must make a hazardous waste determination on the resulting filter press solids. If it is hazardous waste, then you need to ensure you're managing the container correctly. The photo on the right is the incorrect way to manage this type of waste. It needs to have all the proper labeling, and if the container is over 55 gallons, it also needs to be managed as a central accumulation container with a start date label. As soon as you're done running your filter press, you need to make sure it's kept closed as well. On the left is a good example of proper management. The container is closed, in good condition, and labeled. There's also no evidence of spills outside of this container. Unlike elementary neutralization, which can occur in a tank or container, wastewater treatment units must consist of tanks. Do not conduct wastewater treatment in a container. This is a requirement in order to be considered valid wastewater treatment and to be exempt from getting a permit. Discharges from a wastewater treatment unit are regulated under the Clean Water Act's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES program, as soon as it mixes with domestic sewage. Prior to mixing with domestic sewage, it's regulated as hazardous waste under RCRA or the Colorado Hazardous Waste Regulations. If you aren't discharging after treatment, such as using a wastewater evaporator instead, you still need to get a zero discharge permit from your POTW. Now we'll move on to land disposal restriction or LDR treatment. Generator treatment for land disposal restrictions is another way to treat without obtaining a permit. However, it's not very common since TSD facilities typically conduct this type of treatment anyway. If a generator is treating its hazardous waste for LDRs, it's typically because their waste is hazardous for a few different characteristics. There may be a cost savings associated with treating for one or more, but not necessarily all of those characteristics. LDR treatment requires that you're making a physical or chemical change to the waste, and the treatment can occur in either tanks or containers. This type of treatment, of course, has to meet at least one LDR standard. You'll also need to have a waste analysis plan, which I'll go over in more detail in the next section. Additionally, you have to ensure your treatment is accounted for in your facility training, and that anyone conducting the treatment is properly trained. You'll also need to update your emergency arrangement documentation if you're an SQG or your contingency plan if you're an LQG. All of these requirements have to be met in order to be exempt from getting a permit. The last treatment method we're going to cover is permit by rule treatment. Permit by rule treatment is more common for us to see on inspections. This means you're making a physical change to the waste without meeting an LDR standard. This type of treatment requires that you develop a waste analysis plan, and it can also be conducted in either an accumulation tank or container. Here are some examples of permit by rule treatment. Again, this type of treatment is changing the physical properties of the waste. It doesn't change any of the chemical properties, such as treating the waste for land disposal restrictions. The most common is compaction, which reduces the volume of the waste. We also sometimes see shredding of hazardous waste solids. This can make transport and disposal of hazardous waste more cost effective. When it comes to container management, we look for all the proper labeling, that the container is in good condition, and that it's kept closed when the treatment system isn't running. Additionally, the facility needs to maintain the operations manual near the treatment unit. This would be the document provided by the manufacturer. Anyone running the treatment unit also needs to be properly trained in operation and hazardous waste handling. A waste analysis plan is one of the required elements in conducting LDR and permit by rural treatment. We just put a link in the chat for EPA's guidance documents on developing a waste analysis plan. For any facilities that need to develop one, we typically direct them to this EPA document anyway, because it's a great resource. In the previous example of waste compaction and shredding, the operations manual would likely serve as the waste analysis plan, since this type of treatment is fairly straightforward. For other types of permit by rule and LDR treatment, we require that the facility develops a full waste analysis plan. This plan requires that you properly identify your waste and maintain documentation of that, such as through sampling and lab reports. This is the basis for analyzing different treatment options for your waste and ensuring that your waste is compatible with the treatment you're performing. It helps promote consistency in waste analysis. Think of it as a standard operating procedure that's meant to ensure that anyone analyzing and conducting the treatment performs at the same exact. There shouldn't be any deviations just because there's a change in personnel. Facilities also need to ensure that there's training documentation as it pertains to the treatment and waste analysis plan. On inspections, we'll verify that any employees involved in supervising or conducting waste sampling and analysis or operating the treatment unit have been properly trained. The document also demonstrates compliance with the hazardous waste requirements for the treatment process, as well as your facility's generator capacity. In terms of record keeping requirements, your waste analysis plan has to be maintained in your facility's files. We will request to review this document during our inspection, so it needs to be readily available in either paper or electronic form. At the bottom here on the slide is referenced to EPA's guidance document on developing a waste analysis plan, the same one that we just dropped in the chat. I want to quickly touch on thermal treatment of hazardous waste, which is another type of permit by rule treatment. This type of treatment requires written approval, or if you're treating D003 reactive waste, then you need to get a permit. This is because there can be inherent danger of fire, explosions, or the production of toxic gases, and we want to make sure this is being done safely. So that covers all the treatment options that we're going to be going over today. So let's just summarize the main points from this talk. Remember that you can use these treatment options if you obtain a permit or by meeting the conditions for the exemptions to the permit. If you're not meeting those conditions, you're conducting illegal treatment without a permit. VSQGs can conduct hazardous waste treatment, and it's not regulated under the hazardous waste regulations. However, you still need to make sure you're following the regulations of your generator category. You also need to ensure that your hazardous waste treatment is being done safely in a way that isn't going to release hazardous waste to the environment. You also need to make sure your treated waste is disposed properly, whether it's still hazardous waste or falls under the solid waste regulations, and this is the case for any generator category. For adding absorbent as a treatment method, this is strictly for free liquid and not bulk. This still requires that you consider LDR standards, meet container management requirements, and ensure proper disposal. Elementary neutralization is for corrosive only waste. The waste cannot have any other hazardous characteristics. The other conditions are that this type of treatment occurs in tanks or containers, that you evaluate for underlying hazardous constituents after treatment and account for that on a one-time LDR notification. For hazardous wastewater treatment units, this is designated for the treatment of hazardous wastewater. This type of treatment must occur in a tank, and treatment in containers is not allowed. Additionally, you have to make sure you obtain a POTW permit and follow those requirements. You also need to make sure that any waste resulting from the process, such as filter press sludge, is managed properly, which includes making a hazardous waste determination and proper disposal. LDR treatment is making a physical or chemical change to the waste in order to address at least one LDR standard. This can be done in a tank or container. It requires that you have a waste analysis plan, have adequate training in place, and that you account for your treatment in your emergency arrangements if you're an SQG, or your contingency plan if you're an LQG. Permit by rule treatment is solely for a physical change to the waste without meeting an LDR standard. It's done in a tank or container and requires a waste analysis plan and proper training. So that wraps up the treatment talk. We are going to go over to a quiz to review. Okay, so the first question here is a multiple choice. Hazardous waste must be transferred to the treatment unit immediately, within 3 days, within 24 hours, or within 180 days after being generated in order to not count towards your generator status. Go ahead and select the correct answer, and then we'll review. Okay, and the correct answer here is within 24 hours. As long as it enters in your treatment unit for like an ENU, and basically it's not going to count towards your generator status. Okay, second question here is a true or false. LDR treatment can occur in either tanks or containers. Is that answer true or false? Okay, so this one is true. The only treatment method that cannot occur in a container is a wastewater treatment unit. LDR treatment can occur in either tanks or containers. And third question here is, which two types of treatment require a waste analysis plan? Is it VSQG and LDR treatment, elementary neutralization and permit by rule treatment, wastewater treatment units and LDR treatment, or LDR treatment and permit by rule? Okay, so the correct answer here is D, LDR treatment and permit by rule. Those are the two treatment types that require a waste analysis plan. All right, and that wraps up the treatment talk. So we'll see if there's any questions that come in.
Hi, Rachel. We do have one question for you. Can an LQG generator evaporate their water-based waste to reduce their waste weight with the intent to achieve an SQG status?
I might need help from David on this one.
What I would say is, first off, if it's water-based, is it hazardous waste? So you can treat it without any hazardous waste regulations. However, if it is a hazardous waste, there are certain conditions that facilities can treat waste via evaporation. However, the waste, you count your waste when it is generated. So the waste was generated prior to evaporation. So even if you evaporated the waste down, you would still have to count the waste as generated prior to treatment.
So it couldn't get you down to an SQG category, basically.
So it wouldn't get you there. No.
Hey, that's all the questions that we have. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll be back with hazardous waste recycling.
All right, good afternoon. Let's continue our talks with hazardous waste. So as a division, we obviously want to encourage facilities to do the best they can to recycle their hazardous waste. Bear in mind that hazardous waste recycling is a lot different than setting up a solid waste recycling plant. As Dan mentioned earlier in his hazardous waste ID talk, just because a facility is recycling hazardous waste does not necessarily get them out of having to manage that hazardous waste as a hazard. There are some exclusions that can be applied where the hazardous waste does not have to be managed as a haz waste, but we just encourage facilities that are thinking about recycling their haz waste to maybe reach out to the division beforehand, just to make sure that they're in compliance with the haz waste regulations, because recycling of hazardous waste can be confusing at times, and we just want to ensure facilities are complying with the regulations. Let's get into some more detail about haz waste recycling. Recycling of hazardous waste. This occurs when a material obviously is recycled by being used, reused, or reclaimed. The definition for reclamation means that the waste is recycled by being processed or regenerated to recover a usable product. And hazardous waste recycling can occur at the facility or shipped off site for recycling at its facility. Bear in mind that if a facility is performing hazardous waste recycling, when we come there on inspection, we want to ensure that that recycling is legitimate. How do we ensure this? First off, the material must provide a useful contribution to a recycling process. The recycling process must produce a valuable product or an intermediate, and that the material is managed as a valuable commodity. As inspectors, we will also look for documentation by the generator to prove that the recycling is legitimate. This documentation would include how the waste is generated, how it's managed on site, the facility, the generator is recycling the hazardous waste, how is this occurring? It's being sent off site for recycling. What company is doing that? So let's get into some more specifics of different types of haz waste recycling. The first recycling option for facilities, which is an exclusion from haz waste management if followed appropriately, is the reuse exclusion. If followed appropriately as discussed, this will not count towards your generator status. Does not have to be managed as a hazard. So how do you meet these criteria? The reuse exclusion. First off, the hazardous waste must be used or reused as an ingredient in industrial process. It can also be used or reused as a product substitute, or it can be returned to the original process where it was generated as a substitute for feedstock. So when used or reused as an ingredient in an industrial process, without being reclaimed, this material will be exempt from haz waste management. Some examples that have been seen in haz waste generators, and carbon tetrachloride, still bottoms will be used directly in the production of tetrachloroethylene. Also, bottom ash can be used as a direct ingredient in cement bottom. So these are hazardous waste that are direct feeds without being reclaimed as an ingredient in an industrial process, and therefore exempt from haz waste management. Secondly, if the haz waste can be used or reused as a product substitute, without being reclaimed again, it is exempt from haz waste management. One important caveat here is that with this haz waste being used as a product substitute, there cannot be any what we call toxins along for the ride. It should be comparable to purchased product, not containing any contaminants. But however, an example that we see is hydrochloric acid byproduct, pickling steel that's directly used as hydrochloric acid. The third reuse exclusion is when the hazardous waste is returned to the original process. It's directly fed back in, it's exempt from hazardous waste management. What we possibly see is inspectors is emission control dust returned directly to a primary zinc smelting furnace. So dust from the zinc smelting operation collects, is directly fed back into the zinc smelting furnace as a direct feedstock material. One important situation that occurs with the reuse exclusion is any of these three processes are used where it's either an ingredient used as a product substitute or directly fed back as a feedstock material. That exclusion will go away if this material is used in a manner constituting disposal, meaning it's laid to the ground, or if it is burned for energy. That exclusion will no longer exist, and that will have to be managed as a normal hazardous waste. So at a facility, I generate hazardous waste. I'm able to send this off site for recycling. How do I know if this hazardous waste going for recycling is going to be regulated? And that will depend on two criteria. First off, what is a material that is being recycled, and how will that material be recycled? To determine the regulatory status for these type of hazardous waste going off for recycling, inspectors and the regulated community can use what we refer to as a table of aspects. You can see that lists the different type of materials and also different forms of how waste is managed. For the purposes of our discussion today, we're going to focus on the first column, reclamation. You can see the separate types of materials and corresponding either asterisks or non-applicable. So let's get into more detail regarding that. So first off, if there's an asterisk to the type of material being reclaimed, that hazardous waste will have to be managed by the facility as a hazardous waste. If the NA is next to the type of material, which includes the characteristic sludges, characteristic byproducts, and listed commercial chemical products, that material is going off-site for reclamation. The facility does not have to manage that as a hazardous waste. So let's kind of go into detail of the different type of materials here. They have different definitions under reclamation, under RCRA than we can think of typically in normal everyday use. So once again, just reiterating that characteristic sludges, characteristic byproducts, and listed commercial chemical products are excluded in the area. So what is a sludge by definition under RCRA? It's not really what we typically think of like a mud sludge, a nasty sludge. It's any solid, semi-solid, or liquid waste that was generated from a wastewater treatment plant, drinking water treatment plant, or what we really see is any like an air pollution control facility. That doesn't mean the entire facility, but that's basically a prevention control device and the sludge generated from that. So an example, so if you have a listed sludge, which we see a lot with the electroplating operations, F006 sludges, those would, if they're sent for reclamation, those would be managed as a scenario example where a characteristic waste would not have to be managed as a hazard waste is when baghouse dust is only characteristic for lead. And when this is sent off site for reclamations for the metals, which include copper and zinc, does not have to be managed as a hazardous. What is the RCRA definition of a byproduct? Basically a material that is left after the desired product is made and is not intended as one of the primary products of the production process. So there are instances where you have listed byproducts, which would have to be managed as a hazardous waste. An example here is a characteristic byproduct, which does not have to be managed as a hazardous waste. It's a pretty common waste stream that we see a lot of times in circuit board manufacturing. This is solder dross. It's characteristic for lead, but facilities will send that offsite for reclamation of the metals, and therefore does not have to be managed as a hazard. Last scenario here are commercial chemical products. So these are unused commercial chemical products. These can be P and U listed. For the purposes of the exemption from haz waste, when sent off for reclamation, this also does include unused, unlisted chemicals that are offset. One example that we sometimes see in solar manufacturers, they have produced maybe an off-spec solar panel that's not going to be used. Therefore, it meets the criteria of a characteristic unused commercial chemical product, unused commercial product that's going to be sent off-site for reclamation to recover the cat. So lastly, let's discuss spent materials. Spent materials, I would say us as inspectors, this is the highest percentage of waste we see generated at facilities in Colorado. What makes a haz waste a spent material? It's a material that can no longer serve the purpose without processing as a result of contamination. It includes anything that has been removed from service, deemed so useful, but the generator has decided to reprocess. We've kind of discussed common situation we see as a specter a lot of times at auto bodies is, or some manufacturing facilities is, facilities are using solvents for cleaning operations. Instead of shipping all of their spent solvent off-site as a hazardous waste, the facility invests in a solvent distillation unit. These units basically spent solvent, produce a clean solvent that the facility can then use after cleaning operation. It kind of reduces their need for production of buying virgin solvent. Bear in mind, facilities that are using a distillation unit or any reclamation unit for recycling of haz waste is that the unit is exempt haz waste regulation, but the waste accumulated on site prior to on site or off site reclamation is subject to reclamation. Some caveats involved with that. If the facility is able to place waste in the reclamation unit within 24 hours of generation, those wastes within that unit are not regulated. The facility then would not have to count those that hazardous waste. In this situation, let's say it was a solvent distillation unit, would have to count that solvent towards their generator status for their monthly generator category. There's again, some more information with the recycling residues. Then there's some requirements to make proper haz waste determinations on that. If they are haz waste, then those would count on facility generators. How do you know if those residues are a hazardous waste? If the spent solvent distillation unit was distilling a listed hazardous waste, could include lacquer thinner or polyethylene. Any recycling residues would maintain that listed at 005 in this case. However, if the residues from a characteristic waste, the facility would then have to make that determination if that characteristic waste code still applies, manage the recycling residue appropriately based on that hazardous waste defect. So if the facility is not able to similar to kind of like treatment. They're unable to get the hazardous waste for reclamation into their distillation unit or recycling unit within the 24 hours. That waste now becomes under hazardous waste regulation and will have to be managed based on that facility generator status. That could include SQG or LQG notification, labeling, all of the container requirements that were discussed earlier in the generator. Lastly, one thing with hazardous waste recycling, facility cannot store hazardous waste in lieu of basically disposal. If a facility is recycling hazardous waste, they must demonstrate to us as inspectors that at least 75% of the material is being recycled in a calendar year. Therefore, it's imperative for the facilities to keep records of the waste that's being recycled, the rates in which that waste is being recycled. Otherwise, any of the potential excluded waste, if it meets maybe a reuse exclusion, it could lose that exclusion if speculative accumulation is occurring, if that hazardous waste is going to be recycled. So in summary, a material is recycled, it's used, reused, or recycled. Facility must demonstrate that recycling is legitimate and that 75% or more of the material recycled in a calendar year. There's three reuse exclusions that will exempt hazardous waste from any hazardous waste management. This is when hazardous is used or reused as an ingredient in an industrial process, used or reused as a product substitute, or returned to the original process or generated as a substitute for feedstock materials. Reclamation exclusions. The reclamation unit is exempt from regulations, not the waste. Bear in mind that characteristic sludges, characteristic byproducts, and listed commercial chemical products, if those types of waste are reclaimed, they are not subject to hazardous waste management. If this facility going to store any hazardous waste prior to reclamation, that waste is placed in the reclamation unit. Our federation are not regulated, however, the recycling residues will be, and waste placed in after 24 hours of generation will be subject to fall hazardous waste management requirements. So a quick quiz to finish off the hazardous waste recycling. So what percent of material must be recycled in a calendar year to avoid speculative accumulation? Right, yeah, most of you got that correct, 75%. So keep in mind that you also need to provide documentation of these recycling rates to avoid speculative accumulation and potential management requirements for hazardous waste that could be.
Hey, David, we've got a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
The first one is solar panels can contain lead, can't they?
They can. It just depends on the ways in which solar panels are manufactured. So the older silicon base usually contain lead. Some of the newer ones, it's based on how they're manufactured, might contain more cadmium. So in the example I used was unused solar panels. So that is why you can send those off as a commercial chemical product for basically metal recovery. Used solar panels would not get that exemption. A facility would have to make a hazardous waste determination on a solar panel and then do it.
Okay, and what about e-waste containing mercury?
I think, Trent, I believe, has a universal waste talk here in a little bit, so he'll probably be discussing more of the issues with mercury and e-waste and in universal.
Okay. Someone would like to know how they can vet the recycling company to ensure that their waste is sent for the waste that is sent for recycling is processed properly to include past legal issues associated with the recycler.
That's pretty tough question, I guess. I've heard of facilities actually flying out of state and doing an audit of a facility themselves. Maybe they could reach out to the regulatory agency in the state where that facility is located, talk to an inspector there. Yeah, I mean, that's something that we don't do ourselves as inspectors, as look at other states recycling operations, but you know, you could use RCRA info if you're in there. Some ways
Also,
to
they
kind
can
of,
check RCRA info, David, to see if they've been inspected, so you can look up any state facility that's notified and see if they've been inspected or if they've had any enforcement actions through RCRA info.
yeah, that's what I was just saying. They could look up through RCRA
Okay.
info if there's anything going on with that facility. But yeah, I
Yeah.
would reach out to those regulated entity in that state.
Okay, so we have a few more questions in the chat. We'll get to those in just a couple of minutes. Right now, we're going to take that 5-minute transition and we'll be back with universal waste. Thanks, David.
Good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be back with you to talk about universal waste. Let's get into it. All right, so when we're talking about universal waste, we're talking about the reduced set of regulations found in Part 73. And the whole purpose of them is to encourage recycling of some widely seen, very common waste streams, and to reduce the amount of these universal wastes that are disposed of in municipal solid waste landfills. They're great because they offer lots of benefits to generators, including the fact that universal waste does not count towards generator's generator category when they're managed appropriately under the universal waste regulations. They offer longer on-site storage timeframes, reduced tracking documentation, among others. One important note, and we're really going to hammer this home, is that generators who fail to comply with the universal waste regulations, they lose these benefits and become subject to all applicable Colorado hazardous waste regulations. So hazardous waste or universal waste. The purpose of this slide is to reiterate the point that we made at the end of the last slide. Facilities may choose to comply with the universal waste regulations instead of the full set of traditional hazardous waste regulations, so long as those wastes are recycled and the universal waste requirements are followed. So let's jump into the waste streams that are eligible for management under these reduced set of requirements. So this slide lists out the 6 hazardous wastes eligible for management under the Colorado Universal Waste Regulations, and they include waste batteries, certain pesticides, aerosol cans, specifically those aerosol cans that contain hazardous waste when they're discarded, mercury-containing electronic devices, mercury-containing lamps, and electronic devices and components created from the disassembly of electronic devices. One note here on pesticides, there's only a few pesticides that can be managed as universal waste. However, most of them are managed under the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, or FIFRA, instead of the Colorado Universal Waste Regulations, but we'll get into that in a little bit more detail later on in the presentation. So the purpose of this slide is to reiterate that important caveat of the Colorado Universal Waste Regulations. The benefits of these reduced set of requirements is only available to facilities that comply with all of the universal waste requirements. So if a facility fails to meet all of these requirements, these wastes become subject to all the more stringent Colorado hazardous waste regulations, and they could be held responsible for penalties and any necessary cleanup. Got an early poll question in this presentation. Sort of a subjective question here, make sure we're all still awake. Which of the benefits of universal waste regulations are most interesting and or important to you? So just rank them from most to least important. Let a few more trickle in here. Awesome. Well, no wrong answers here. Thanks for participating. All right. So let's jump into the requirements for universal waste handlers. So there's 2 types of universal waste handlers, small quantity handlers and large quantity handlers. Both types are subject to the same requirements, but large quantity handlers are required to notify with the division and track their shipments of universal waste. The threshold is 11,023 pounds of universal waste on site. So if you're below that, you're a small quantity handler. At or above, and you're a large quantity handler. The requirements for all handlers include things like the fact that universal waste needs to be managed in a manner that prevents releases. Containers of universal waste need to be labeled. There's a 1-year storage limit for universal waste on site. Staff at universal waste handler facilities, they need to be trained in the requirements for universal waste management. And there's some limited treatment methods that are permitted for universal waste. So we'll get into each one of these in a little bit more detail. starting with managing it in a way that prevents releases. So, as we said, the first major requirement for universal waste handlers is to manage universal waste in a way that prevents releases. One way to achieve compliance with this requirement is to ensure that universal waste is stored in a container that completely encloses the waste. So take a look at these pictures on the screen. These are examples of violations that we see on inspections. As you can see on the photo on the left shows broken leaded glass from cathode ray tube televisions that's not properly containerized. Photo on the right shows fluorescent bulbs that are not completely enclosed in the container, because if this container were to be knocked over, the bulbs could potentially break, presenting a risk of a mercury release into the environment. So both of these are examples of handling that does not minimize the potential release of universal waste to the environment. Now we can discuss some of the labeling requirements of universal waste. We're going to talk a bunch about labeling throughout this presentation. This slide is sort of a general example of the fact that universal waste containers need to be labeled with the word used and the type of waste, the word waste and the type of waste, or the words universal waste and the type of waste. And as I said, we'll get into more specific examples of each universal waste stream later on in this presentation. But this slide shows some good examples of proper labeling for universal waste. Containers of universal waste also need to be labeled with an accumulation start date, which is the date the first piece of universal waste is placed into a container. And as we had said, universal waste must not be accumulated on site for longer than 1 year. The accumulation start date on a container is the best way of documenting compliance with the 1 year accumulation time limit. This leads us into our next conversation into accumulation time limits. So as we've said, universal waste handlers, they're required to demonstrate the length of time that universal waste has been accumulating, and you can accomplish this in multiple ways. First, you can mark or label the container of universal waste with the accumulation start date, but you can also maintain an inventory system, place universal waste in a specific accumulation area at your facility that tracks the earliest date anything in that area became a waste, or any other equivalent method that demonstrates how long universal waste has been accumulated. Of course, also here, universal waste, there is a situation where it can accumulate for longer than 1 year, but that's only if necessary to accumulate enough volume to facilitate the proper recovery, treatment, or disposal. So in these cases, the handler bears the burden of proof for demonstrating that accumulation over 1 year occurred only for this reason. So if on an inspection, an inspector were to, for example, see a closed dusty box of lamps that's labeled with an accumulation start date from 2021, it would probably be very difficult to convince that inspector that the facility was waiting to fill the box before shipping it off-site. And this could be a potential violation of this requirement of the 1 year accumulation time limit. Next point here is containment and cleanup. So universal waste handlers, they're required to ensure employees who handle and or manage universal waste are aware of universal waste management requirements and emergency procedures for the type of universal waste managed at the facility. So for this reason, if broken universal waste materials are observed at a facility, it could indicate both a training violation and a failure to minimize the potential of a release of universal waste. So failure to properly clean up spills and or broken universal waste material, this could subject the facility to all the more stringent hazardous waste regulations. All releases of universal waste at handler facilities needs to be contained, and the handler, after cleaning it up, needs to determine if any of the released material is a hazardous waste. You need to perform a hazardous waste determination on anything that's cleaned up. If the release material is a hazardous waste, it must be managed as a hazardous waste according to the more stringent Colorado hazardous waste regulation. So let's get into the discussion for waste handling. Got a question here. Is this an example in this picture? This is an example of good waste handling. What do you think? Could this be a violation of the universal waste regulations? The answer is yes, because the photo shows universal waste lamps that are not being handled in accordance with the regulations. The handler at this facility failed to ensure that universal waste lamps are stored in a closed container. You can see that this one is open. The cardboard box is fine as long as, but it needs to stay closed except when adding or removing universal waste lamps. Also, if you look closely, you'll notice that some of the lamps in the box have green tips and others have silver tips. We'll discuss green tip lamps later on in this presentation, but the important thing to note here is that the green tipped ones typically do not meet the definition of hazardous waste. However, since the box is commingled with green and silver tip lamps, the entire thing needs to be managed as a box of universal waste lamps. Also in the bottom left there, you'll notice that the box is labeled as universal waste, but the label does not contain the word lamps. In addition, there's no accumulation start date. So if this facility didn't have any other documentation to demonstrate the accumulation start date, this would also be violations of the universal waste regulations. Same question here. Are these examples of good waste handling? Photo on the left shows a container piled high with circuit boards. The container is overflowing and it's not adequate to contain everything that's inside of it. Container is also not labeled with the words universal waste, waste, or used circuit boards, or an accumulation start date. In order to be in compliance, that container would need to be labeled used electronic components or circuit boards, waste electronic components or circuit boards, or universal waste electronic components or circuit boards. The container would also need to properly contain everything that's inside of it and be labeled with an accumulation start date, or have a log or other documentation that tracks the accumulation start date. Whereas the photo on the right shows multiple containers of universal waste that demonstrate good waste handling. The red can on the left is closed, in good condition, and it's labeled with the words used batteries and accumulation start date. Same thing on the right. The red can on the right is closed, in good condition, and labeled used aerosols, and also with an accumulation start date. In the back right, you can see the 55-gallon drum in the background. It's also closed and in good condition, labeled with the words used aerosols and an accumulation start date. Next up, we'll talk about staff training. So we've touched on this, but universal waste handlers, they need to ensure that employees who are involved in handling or managing universal waste, they need to ensure that they're appropriately trained. Specifically, these handlers need to ensure that employees are trained for awareness that containers of universal waste needs to be closed if these materials show evidence of breakage, spilling, or other damage. They need to be in good condition and they need to be compatible with the waste that they're containing. In the event of spills, waste needs to be cleaned up in a timely manner, and then hazardous waste determination must be made on any of the release material. Photo on this slide, you'll see evidence of a potential release from fluorescent lamps. In this example, we responded to a citizen complaint from an individual who observed the broken lamps in a parking lot at this facility. The facility failed to clean up and containerize the spill. And really what they should have done was containerize the lamps and labeled that container with the words universal waste lamps, or used lamps, and maintain documentation of how long these universal waste lamps had been accumulating on site. Next, we'll discuss some of the limited treatment methods available to universal waste handlers. Let's move on to that. So universal waste handlers, they're permitted to treat their universal waste using the following methodologies, so long as they're conducted with all the requirements listed in the universal waste regulations. So that includes crushing mercury-containing waste lamps, puncturing and draining universal waste aerosol cans, and the disassembly of electronic components. We'll discuss some of the requirements that need to be followed when you perform these limited treatment methods in subsequent slides. We'll jump into those. So when you're performing these treatment methods of universal waste, handlers are required to develop written procedures regarding the treatment. Employees need to be trained on these procedures. They need to include the type of equipment needed to perform the treatment, how to use that equipment, the operation and maintenance procedures for that equipment, and how to properly segregate and manage any waste that's generated from these treatment activities. Additionally, the procedures need to include precautions necessary to protect employees, a description of a waste characterization of the waste generated from the treatment, and proper management and disposal of the waste generated from the treatment as well. Through here. So now that we've discussed the requirements for handlers, let's spend some time talking about each of these universal waste streams. Start with batteries. So lots of the batteries that we use in everyday life actually meet the definition of a hazardous waste due to 8 commonly found toxic metals: lead, mercury, nickel, cadmium, lithium, silver, and manganese. In general, NiCad, silver oxide, mercury oxide, lithium, zinc carbon, and some alkaline batteries are hazardous waste when they're disposed. Universal waste batteries, they need to be containerized in containers that are in good condition and that are compatible with the universal waste batteries. We talked about this earlier in the presentation, but batteries that are not managed and recycled according to the universal waste regulations, they need to be managed and disposed as hazardous waste at a permitted designated facility. Also, batteries that don't meet the definition of hazardous waste, such as no mercury, alkaline, zinc, carbon batteries, these may either be recycled or dispose of them as non-hazardous waste. Some examples here in the next slide. So as we discussed, universal waste batteries must be accumulated in containers when they're in good condition. They need to be protected from extreme temperatures to prevent them from rupturing. They need to be labeled with the words universal waste batteries, or used batteries. And they either need to be marked or labeled with an accumulation start date, or the facility must provide documentation that batteries have been accumulated for less than a year. Batteries can be sorted by type or be commingled so long as they're managed in a way that prevents them from short-circuiting and causing a fire. So a couple examples here on the left, the container of universal waste batteries is open, which is a requirement of the universal waste regulations for batteries that are leaking, spilling, or otherwise damaged. On the right, the container is closed and labeled with the words universal waste batteries, but it's not labeled with an accumulation start date. So if the facility didn't have other documentation demonstrate how long they've been accumulating, these could be violations of the universal waste regulation. Another type of battery we want to talk about here is vehicle batteries that are being reclaimed. So many facilities who manage vehicle batteries, they participate in recycling programs that are used to exchange the used batteries for new ones. So used batteries that are recycled or sold as a product, they must be managed as a facilities by the facilities as a product. So safely storing batteries, vehicle batteries on pallets or other means to minimize the potential for release to the environment, make sure that they're being managed as a product. And this would mean that the batteries don't require labeling or have an accumulation start date because products are not waste and waste are not subject to these regulations. Batteries that are being managed haphazardly all over the facility are not being managed as a product. We do see this out on inspections. So a situation like this could result in the facility being cited for a hazardous waste violation because they're not managing these things as a product. Next up, we'll talk about aerosol cans. So we're talking specifically about a certain type of aerosol cans, and that's aerosol cans that whose contents meet the definition of a hazardous waste. Aerosol cans that contain hazardous waste are eligible for management under the universal waste regulations. This is a widely used waste stream, and it doesn't count towards a generator category so long as all the applicable requirements are being followed, meaning the cans need to be stored the cans that are storing the universal waste aerosols need to be in good condition. The container needs to be labeled with the words waste aerosol cans, used aerosol cans, or universal waste aerosol cans. And the container needs to be marked with an accumulation start date, or as we've said, the facility must document how long the waste has been accumulated. Facilities are permitted to store partially full cans of universal waste aerosols and then puncture and drain them. However, the drain liquid needs to be managed as a hazardous waste. So got some examples on this slide on this topic of aerosol cans. It's important for facilities to understand potential issues this waste stream can present. These issues arise for aerosol cans that contain hazardous waste, meaning cans that contain waste that is ignitable, corrosive, reactive, toxic. So on an inspection, as we go through a facility, we'll look through solid waste containers, we'll look through stockpiles to check to make sure that cans of that aerosol cans are actually empty, to make sure that they're empty. And the rule of thumb for us is that if you can hear contents when we shake a can, it's not considered empty. If an aerosol can that contains hazardous waste is observed in a container that's destined for solid waste trash or for metal recycling, it could be cited for illegal disposal of hazardous waste because the container is not empty. So as we talked about in the previous slide, facilities are permitted to puncture aerosol cans, but the drain contents need to be managed as a hazardous waste, which would mean the container of the drain contents must be closed and in good condition, labeled with the words hazardous waste and an indication of all the hazards posed by the contents of the container. In addition to an accumulation start date, the container is a central accumulation container. The next waste stream we'll talk about is electronic waste, also known as e-waste. So as with all the waste streams that we've talked about in this presentation, facilities who manage e-waste, that is electronic devices and or electronic components, they have the option of managing them under this reduced set of requirements in the Colorado Universal Waste Regulations. The e-waste we're talking about here are electronic devices or equipment that exhibits toxic characteristic and that comes from non-residential sources, and electronic components that are derived from the disassembly of an electronic device and also exhibits a toxic characteristics. In terms of labeling, electronic devices need to be labeled with the words waste electronic devices, used electronic devices, or electronic waste, or universal waste electronic devices. The name of the device can always be inserted instead of electronic devices like televisions, for example. Electronic components need to be labeled with the words waste electronic components, used electronic components, or universal waste electronic components. And again, the name of the electronic component can be used instead of electronic component, like circuit boards, for example. E-waste that shows evidence of breakage or it's leaking, it needs to be in a container that's in good condition and adequate to prevent break. As with all universal waste, the waste containers, they need to either be marked with an accumulation start date or the facility needs to have documentation accumulation start date. So as we discussed in the beginning of the presentation, one of the main purposes of the Colorado Universal Waste Regulations is to encourage recycling. And this is important because the metals found in the waste streams we talked about, they're a valuable resource and they can be recovered through recycling. For example, CRTs contain leaded glass. Circuit boards and other complex circuitry can contain lead, chromium, and silver. Some old computers can contain mercury switches, and many types of electronic devices contain nickel, cadmium, lithium, or lead. So when we were talking about the limited treatment options earlier in this presentation, we touched on dismantling electronic devices. This treatment method is allowed under the Colorado Universal Waste Regulations, so long as it's performed in accordance with all the requirements of the Universal Waste Regulations. Importantly, size reduction activities like shredding or crushing electronic devices in order to make them more suitable for recycling or reclamation is also permitted as long as the safety requirements of Code 73 are followed. So the purpose of this slide is to reiterate the importance of appropriately managing universal waste for the purpose of recycling or reclamation. In the example that you see on this slide, the CRTs are not being managed as a product, and for that reason, the requirements of the Colorado Universal Waste Regulations are not being followed. If an inspector were to see this, it could be a violation for failure to minimize. Purpose of this slide is to contrast the situation on the previous slide. So in this example, the facility is managing these materials as if they have value to the facility as a product. And if these materials were being resold to customers, they would not be subject to the universal waste regulations. Section on pesticides here. So as we talked about earlier, most pesticides are regulated under FIFRA. However, stockpiles of suspended and canceled pesticides, part of a voluntary or mandatory recall under FIFRA, they are eligible for management under the universal waste regulations. In these cases, of course, the containers need to be marked or labeled waste pesticides or universal waste pesticides. The container either needs to be marked with an accumulation start date or documentation of that needs to be maintained by the facility. Last stream here that we'll talk about is mercury containing devices and lamps. Mercury containing devices and lamps that use mercury, they do so to conduct temperature, pressure, and electricity. And when these materials become waste, it's important to ensure they're disposed at a permitted hazardous waste facility or sent to a recycler. Earlier, we talked about the different types of universal waste lamps. It's important to understand that the green tipped ones or the ones with green text contain stabilized mercury, and for that reason, they typically do not meet the definition of a hazardous waste. For that reason, do not need to be managed under the universal waste regs. Of course, we still encourage recycling because long-term stability in a landfill is not. Focusing on the silver tip lamps, universal waste lamps are required to be managed in closed containers that totally contain the lamps and prevent them from breaking. The containers must be labeled with the words waste lamps, used lamps, or universal waste lamps. They also either need to be labeled with an accumulation start date or the facility needs documentation. You'll see on this slide, there's on the left boxes that are closed in good condition will contain the lamps that are labeled. And on the right, lamps that are stored in a way that could cause them to break because they're open and they don't totally contain the lamps. These containers are also not properly labeled waste lamps, used lamps, or universal waste lamps. And they also don't have an accumulation start date. And these are very common issues that we see on inspections. Early in the presentation, we talked about crushing bulbs as a limited treatment option. This is permissible so long as the requirements of the universal waste regs are followed, such as ensuring the bulbs are crushed in a totally enclosed system. Written procedures are established for safety procedures and waste management requirements. And a hazardous waste determination is made on all the crushed material and any filters used in this unit. They're great options because they can hold up to 1,300 full-foot lamps and therefore reduce the amount of space that facility might need to store universal waste lamps. Well, in summary, Colorado universal waste regulations offer this reduced set of requirements for the management of certain commonly seen waste streams, including extended accumulation time limits and reduced record keeping. But if a facility fails to comply with all of these reduced requirements, the full set of the more stringent hazardous waste regulations apply. And this could lead to potential penalties and cleanups. In the example picture here, the facility is not managing any of the universal waste in accordance with the Colorado universal waste regulations because the wastes are not being managed in a manner that minimizes the potential of a universal waste release, and the containers are not adequate to contain the waste, and the containers are also not labeled. Handlers who handle 11,023 or more pounds of universal waste are considered large quantity handlers, and they need to notify the division and they need to track the universal waste shipments. But all handlers, both small and large quantity handlers, are required to follow all the requirements listed on this slide. Some limited treatment methods are allowed so long as all the requirements are met. Universal waste batteries, they need to be stored in containers that are compatible with the batteries and prevent them from short circuiting. Universal waste aerosol cans need to be stored in appropriate containers that are properly labeled, and anything that's punctured and drained needs to be managed as a hazardous waste. E-waste needs to be properly containerized if the material is damaged, leaking, or spilling. It needs to be marked with an accumulation start date. And there are certain situations where pesticides can be managed as universal waste so long as they're properly labeled. Mercury containing devices and lamps need to be completely containerized in a container that's in good condition and that's properly labeled. Just remember that situation with green versus silver tipped bulbs. In this slide, you'll see references to helpful guidance we've got on our website, as well as the customer technical assistance line, which you can always call if you ever have any questions. Now we got a quick quiz. True or false question. If universal waste regulations are not complied with, the waste becomes subject to all the more stringent hazardous waste regulations. Is this true or is this false? Nice job, guys. We hammered this pretty hard in this presentation. I'm glad that it was received. Second question, when does universal waste have to be shipped off site? Within 2 years of the accumulation start date, once the facility becomes a large quantity handler, every month, within 1 year of the accumulation start date, or never. Seems like everybody got this one too, within 1 year of the accumulation start date. Great job, guys.
Hey, Trent, we've got a couple of questions for you.
All right.
First one is, how should electronics for recycling be stored and labeled at a facility when that facility is not considered the generator of the waste, since it is being picked up by a legitimate recycler?
If it's a generator of the universal waste, if it's a handler of the universal waste, it needs to be, it doesn't have to be in a container unless it shows evidence of breakage, but of course it needs to be labeled. It's universal waste, waste or used, and have an accumulation start date.
Trend for that one, because it's electronic waste. If it's going to be sent to a legitimate recycler that's going to make the waste determination, the facility does not have to manage it as electronic waste because it's still a product at that point.
Okay, next question. Does electronic waste coming into our recycling center count towards our total pounds of universal waste if it gets sent to an e-waste recycling company that makes the determination if it's waste or not?
I believe it's the amount of universal waste on site, but I might want to check with David on that one.
So this is kind of the same scenario as the first question, because the facility is sending it to a electronics recycler that's going to determine if it can be used. It basically depends if it's able to be reused without any reclamation as a product, then it's not, does not count towards your generator status. If you know that it will be a waste, even if it does go to the recycling company, then it would count towards your status. So it's, the facility needs to make that determination on their.
Okay, and that's all the questions that we have for you, Trent. There are a few in the chat that we're going to answer directly. We're planning to skip the 5-minute transition and we're going to power on through, and Dan is going to talk to us about what to expect during an inspection.
All right, that's talking today, so I'm just going to keep moving along here. So again, this is Dan Getz, and I took care of Hazardous Waste ID this morning. So let's do what to expect on a Hazardous Waste inspection. Bear in mind, compliance assistance come in here. It's worth mentioning if you have a question, our technical assistance line is there for you, answer questions. So please make use of it. It's really a very easy way to get information, to get answers to your questions before we show up on our regular inspections. So this is an overview, our inspection basics here. What are our inspection objectives? The overarching objective, of course, is to protect public health and the environment. That's why these regulations exist. We're looking to correct non-compliance, so things that we find that are out of compliance, we're looking to correct that. And of course, we want to deter future non-compliance. Ideally, everybody is in compliance, ideally. And there's folks that are doing it right, and there's folks that are doing it wrong. And so part of our goals, or I should say out of compliance. And so part of our goals is to remove that economic advantage from folks that are operating out of compliance. It's not fair to those that are putting in the effort, time, energy to be in compliance. So we're looking to level the playing field. Now, who gets inspected? Well, it's been the folks we've been talking about all day, right? So large quantity generators get inspected regularly, typically every 3 years, once every 3 years or more, sometimes depending on the need. Small quantity generators will get inspected. Very small quantity generators will get inspected. We do inspections at our permanent facilities, and we do inspections on our hazardous waste transporters as well. So they're all eligible for inspection. In terms of authority, sometimes, folks will say, what gives you the authority to come on site? Pretty legitimate question. We do hand this out with our notice of inspection with our documentation. And we'll talk in a second here about what the notice of inspection is, a compliance advisory. But as part of that documentation, we do give the statutory citation that gives us the authority to conduct inspection. And that is found as part of our notice of inspection with facilities when we do our inspections. We are looking to access the facility. We're looking for consent. Consent provided by the owner or the operator. Bear in mind that when we do inspections, we can't sign documents that waive the rights of the state. We understand, that you have health and safety procedures, and that you want us to acknowledge, things like that, and we can do that. We can acknowledge health and safety, but we can't sign away liability. We can't sign confidentiality waivers. We cannot waive the rights of the state to do our job and come on site to do an inspection. So in terms of the types of inspections that we do, there's a couple different and a little bit different format depending on what type of inspection. Common inspection is we follow up on the complaints that we receive. We can receive 200 complaints a year, and we are required by law to respond to them. There's routine compliance inspections that we do on a regular basis each year. I just mentioned we see our LQGs every 3 years. We do follow-up inspections on our self-certification folks, and that's like SQG, dry cleaners, and self-certification program in general. And then we offer, in terms of compliance assistance, we do offer what's called a generator assistance program inspection, a gap inspection. We do have a website with some basic info. This is an excellent opportunity for VSQGs and SQGs that haven't been inspected, maybe brand new, maybe a complete turnover, and those that are managing hazardous waste on site, as long as you haven't had an inspection very recently. If you can call us and request a gap inspection, we'll talk to you about it, see if you're a good fit. Assuming you are, we'll come out. We'll do a regular inspection for a gap inspection, and then we will I'll give you like 90 days to come back into compliance. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment, but that is a compliance assistance tool type inspection. In terms of complaints, again, citizen complaints require us to come out. The folks that made the complaint, their names or their identification is confidential. That is not something we can divulge. We always explain that, when asked on site. We're not announcing our complaints in advance. I think it'd be kind of obvious why. We are looking to follow up on a complaint. What's important to know about a complaint is that we when we come out as inspectors, we don't have an opinion on the complaint. What we have is a complaint. And so our job is to go out and just see if the complaint is valid. If it is, we'll take a look at what the violations are, talking about it, and see what path forward we need to do. If not, we take care of it. In terms of doing the inspection, we verify that there is no issue. Do some paperwork and we're done. Compliance evaluation inspection. This is our standard, bread and butter inspection that we do announce in advance and set it up as an appointment. Again, we're always looking to enter with consent. We'll always present credentials on any inspection. We think that's that is an important step to make sure that we identify ourselves, that you know who we are, where we're from, why we're there. For a regular announced inspection, we're always going to want to do an inspection during normal business hours. We're going to document. We're going to document records. We might take photographs. We can answer questions. During any of our inspections. You always have the opportunity to ask us questions. We're always going to, let you know what you're in compliance with, what you're out of compliance with. If we want to do any kind of sampling, it does happen on occasion. Collect samples for analysis. You would have the opportunity to also collect the samples, send in your laboratory, referred to as split sampling. And again, on the gap inspections, it's a compliance assistance inspection. We'll do a regular inspection. Any violations that we find, we'll give you 90 days. Under the gap program, we'll give you 90 days to respond. Under our other inspections, a complaint or an announced or self-search, if there's any violations, you have 30 days to come back into compliance, and they could go to enforcement. On a gap inspection, there's enforcement amnesty for 90 days because you reached out to us to ask for assistance, and we're providing you compliance assistance. So it's a different type of inspection in that way. If you're, trying to hide illegal disposal or some sort of imminent and substantial endangerment, GAP program is not there for that. It's there to be a compliance assistance tool, not a shield. Process. We all kind of do the inspections maybe a tad differently in the exact order of things. But this is what's going to be done. Typically at a typical inspection, an opening conference, we're going to want to do a tour of your facility. We're going to want to document. We're going to want to review your documents. And then we'll wrap all of that up, and summarize in a closeout conference and leave paperwork. So drilling down into each level here a little bit. The opening conference, we spent a lot of time this morning talking about Haz Waste ID. Hazardous waste. What is a hazardous waste at your facility, and your backup documentation is a big part of it. Looking at your manifest or your disposal documentation, if you're a BSQG, if you're an SQG, LQG, your manifest and LDRs are a big part of this. We're going to ask you from a 30,000-foot view, what do you do here? And then start to drill down, right? So what do you do? What are your manufacturing processes, or what is your process here? In big facilities, they can have many processes, and some, like a furniture maker could have less, just a few processes. Just depends. That's what we're going to ask during that opening conference. We're going to want to know all types of waste that you're generating, types and quantities, right? And how much hazardous waste you're generating, because in that opening conference, we want to figure out what your generator status is, confirm it, really. If you're notified as an SQG, then we're looking to confirm what your generator status is. So we're going to be doing all of this in the opening conference. We can't do the inspection until we confirm what generator status you are. Again, your operations, if you have permits, discharge permits, that could be a part of the review. And any questions that you have, at any point during the inspection are just fine. And certainly during the opening conference, any questions you have will definitely. Once we get to that phase where we have, your processes, your hazard waste determinations, we've determined your generator status and confirmed it, then we are going to want to take a look at where you're generating, where you're storing. We're going to want to walk through those processes that we just talked about in the opening conference. We're going to want to take a look at everything that you're doing at your facility, and definitely honing in on where you're generating hazardous waste, where you're storing it, your container location. If you have any tanks, We're going to want to take a look at the hazardous waste tanks. We're going to be asking you about any kind of treatment, right? So, a lot of times folks forget they're doing elementary neutralization as an example. And maybe it's hazardous waste treatment, maybe it's not. And we run into both, but we're going to talk about stuff like that, right? And so we're going to take a look at where that treatment is being done. We also take a look at your solid waste containers, to verify that there's nothing in there that shouldn't be in there, right? So everything's on tap for the site tour. And again, photos, photographs can be sensitive depending on the business, the type of business. Just bear in mind, we're not interested in your corporate secrets or secret sauce, secret processes. We're just looking at how you're managing your hazardous waste, and we will document how you're managing hazardous waste. So in terms of review, it depends on your generator status. VSQGs don't have a lot of documentation requirements, right? For SQGs and LQGs, for SQGs, there's more, and there's the most for LQGs. So it really depends on what your generator status in terms of what we want to review. But if you're a VSQG, we're going to be talking to you, how are you making your hazard waste determinations? How do you ensure proper disposal? We're going to be looking at how you're storing your waste on site as it relates to minimization of release to people in the environment. There's not a lot of documentation review, if any, for the VSQG side, but SQG and LQG have more, right? You're subject to manifest, you're subject to LDRs. You're going to have some training information for SQGs, you're going to have more training information for LQGs. So we're going to want to see all of that. Your job descriptions for LQG, you're going to want to see the job description. LQGs have full-on contingency plan requirements, so we're going to want to see that. Any kind of permits that you have, your hazard waste determination for SQGs and LQGs, plus the backup documentation. That's a big deal, and it's where we start mostly when it comes to hazard waste inspections. So again, depends on your generator category. We talked a lot about that during the generator discussion and the hazard waste determination. So bear all that documentation in mind. You're going to want to see that. And then the way I like to do inspections is point everything out as I'm going along. Other inspectors might do it differently, but at the very end, I'm still going to summarize. This is what we saw. This is what we talked about. This is where you're at in terms of compliance. If there's any violations, we'll put them on what's called a compliance advisory. And that compliance advisory is going to include, again, violations or maybe potential violations where you might have not had information for something. So we're saying, hey, provide us something. So we might be requesting additional information. Then we'll talk to you about the due date. And for a typical inspection, it's 30 days to respond, to a compliance advisory. If there's a lot of violations, we would issue what's called a post-inspection process letter, indicating what the next steps might potentially be. Following the inspection. That letter you might not see until maybe we do the report, because we do our reports within 45 days for the facility. But there's the idea of a post-inspection process letter, talking about next steps if it goes that direction. All right, so the inspection's over, right? So we send out a report with a cover letter. And there's going to be a couple of options here that you're going to see. If you had no violations, then the path forward, there is none. It's no violations, no further action required, be closed, right? The second option, you did have some violations. You responded to us within 30 days. We corrected your violations, and we've determined that they didn't reach a level of requiring a next step. In that case, we'll say, hey, violations corrected, and no further action. Here's our report. The third option is the number of violations has reached a threshold and based on your site-specific conditions, right? So it's site-specific, but you reach a threshold where we are going to move toward formal enforcement. And we're going to give you the option of requesting what's referred to as a compliance conference. So what is a compliance conference? So we've done the inspection. We wrote out violations. You had the advisory. You had 30 days to respond. We do a report, and at that point, we're letting you know the next step is your opportunity to request discussion with us. we refer to it as a compliance conference. You have to ask for it. We typically let you know you have the option. You have to ask for it. But the whole idea is let's get together and talk about the inspections. Let's talk about your return to compliance. Let's talk about any new info or clarifications. We record these meetings for your benefit and for ours. At these compliance conferences, we typically do have an attorney present on our side, and you are welcome to bring an attorney if you so choose on yours, right? This is a communication venue. This is your opportunity to discuss. It's really a meeting, and what our manager will say at the beginning of it, is go through some introductory remarks, and this is your opportunity to come talk to us and let's discuss the whole thing. So path forward from the compliance conference. It's possible that there was misunderstandings. It's possible there wasn't information that was complete. And now that we have all information, we've had this discussion at the compliance conference, it's possible to close the inspection at that stage. If not, and typically you're told this at the end of the compliance conference, but it doesn't have to work out that way. It depends if anything has to be reviewed in more detail. But otherwise, at the end of the compliance conference, we'll let you know we're either closing an inspection or going and moving forward toward formal enforcement. Typically, what'll get you toward enforcement, typically, from a large 30,000-foot view here, is releases to the environment. All right, so that's a pretty serious offense. A history of non-compliance and major violations. So I'm going to do a case study after I'm done this part of what to expect, and we're going to go through an SQG that did move toward enforcement. And when I say major violations, I'll be able to better point out what a major violation is. Typically, training is a major violation. Failure to do hazardous waste determination, releases, illegal storage, illegal disposal, things of that nature move toward formal enforcement, combined with other violations as well. It doesn't have to be just those, it could be more than that. But that's what we're going to get started toward formal enforcement. Just to put some numbers the way they are in the regulations, administrative orders are penalties up to $15,000 per day per violation. We typically don't see the maximums, but that's the way it is in the regs. Civil action, if we go to district court, the penalties can go up to $25K per day per violation. And if we are administrative, and so we are doing administrative law, if we see evidence of criminal activity, we will refer that to the AG's office for their investigation. Okay, so what did we talk about so far? We talked about the types of inspections. So complaints, we're just going to show up without making an appointment. We have to follow up on what's given to us. Bear in mind, we don't have an opinion before we get there. What we have is a complaint in hand that we have to verify. Routine compliance evaluation inspections. The standard inspections that we schedule. We set it up in advance with you. We come out and do our inspection. We have self-certification compliance program inspections, so that's mostly for our SQGs. Our dry cleaners are also in a self-cert. So we go out and verify the information through an inspection on what you gave to us. So that's something that we follow up on every year. And we do generator assistance for compliance assistance when you invite us in, provide you with regulatory assistance. The inspection process includes an opening discussion. And remember, hazardous waste determination, generator status, what regulations apply, documentation supporting hazardous waste determinations, your contingency plan if you're an LQG, training documentation for SQG and LQG, manifest, LDRs. When you're asking what needs to be, it's everything you heard today, because that's what we're going to be looking at when it comes to reviewing your documents. And bear in mind, formal enforcement, leads to penalties. All right, some comments about what we saw in 2023, most recent full year. The typical violations that we were seeing, the most violations we were seeing is container management, drill down that on the second. Training violations, very common. Arrangements with emergency responders. And the fourth one is hazardous waste determination. So looking at this a little bit closer, the issues with container management typically are your labeling, you're missing elements. You're missing the indication of the hazard, an accurate indication of the hazard. You can't just have a corrosive indication of the hazard on a D001 ignitable drum. It's got to be accurate. Labeling, make sure it has the words, the correct words on it. Universal Waste has specific requirements for labeling on those containers. Hazardous waste has to have the words hazardous waste on it. Open containers. You've seen photos today, of all different kinds of open container scenarios, lids that don't fit the container, bungs that aren't on the container, funnels that aren't latched is an open container. Aisle space. You can't be jamming containers all up in a pile in a corner, not hazardous waste containers, right? 2 in a row. If you're up against the wall, 1 row, but you basically have to have a view and access around the container so you can inspect it weekly, see the labeling. Don't be putting the containers in a way that you can't see the labeling. You got to be inspecting those weekly for SQG and LQG. So aisle space violations, poor condition. If you got a bulging container, cracked container, really in poor condition, you need to do something about that container. So the very common set of violations in container management. Training, the issue is not providing, missing people. When we do our inspections, we're going to ask the people in the opening conference, we're going to ask and interview people as we're walking around the site tour. What kind of training had you provided? When did you provide? How do you manage hazardous waste at this station? Kind of questions. And backup documentation for SQGs and particularly for LQGs. There's a lot of documentation required there. Job descriptions for training. Right, for LQGs, if you're missing your job description, look at that in the guidebook and get up to speed on that. And how about arrangements with emergency responders? Part of emergency response. A common one is I don't have them. You need to attempt to make arrangements with your emergency responders for SQGs and LQGs. Meaning at a minimum, police, local healthcare, which is typically your local hospital or emergency room, and police, healthcare, and police, and fire department. How can I forget those gentlemen, those people? So anyway, fire, police, and healthcare. So you got to send out a letter, and it's clearly explained. We talk about it today, but it's clearly explained in the guidebook for both FPGs and LQGs what's required. A letter with attachments, and you attempt to make arrangements. They don't respond, you just keep those letters as part of your file. When we ask if you attempted to make arrangements, you produce the letters that have everything in it, what you sent, the date you sent, and who you sent it to. That's the proof. So don't forget about your arrangements with emergency responders. Hazardous waste determination is a big issue, just downright incorrect, incomplete. The backup documentation is either non-existent or whatever it is, it's half filled out, so it's half baked. Your waste profiles aren't completely filled out. They don't have sufficient information on it. Make sure your hazardous waste determination is tight, accurate, and your backup documentation is complete. All right, let's do a real quick question here. In 1 or 2 words, which topic will we discuss in the opening conference of an inspection? I know it's the end of the day. Work with me here. Cheerful. I try to be cheerful. I like my job. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of really good stuff here, right? I mean, I know it's kind of rushing. I don't mean to rush on you. Keep answering. But some of the stuff here that really works, right? Your generator status is a big deal. Your hazardous waste ID, right? Your waste generation. Where is coffee? Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, so all of that, right? Except maybe the coffee. I really don't ask for this coffee too much. I come prepared. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Think about your processes. Think about what's generating waste at your site. How much are you generating? Where's your backup documentation for your hazardous waste determinations? Right. We're going to be looking at all of that. Thank you. All right. So that should give you a pretty good idea, of a 30,000-foot view of how our inspections roll, what we're going to be looking for initially. So let's take a look at what happened at this site. This site I did, this inspection I did last year, actually. So it's a fairly recent one. It was a small quantity generator. So to start us off, what prompted the inspection? All right, and in this particular case, this is an SQG. Our small quantity generators are subject to the self-certification program, meaning every year, typically in May, you get a postcard that says, hey, it's time to do the self-certification, do the inspection on yourself, put that information into the website and send it to us, right? Typically not, a very long exercise. It depends on your facility, it's site specific, but the idea is you do the inspection on yourself, you tell us, what the results of your inspection was. If you do not respond, and if you don't do the self-cert and you don't respond to our multiple inquiries that we provide, that we attempt to communicate with you, it sparks off an inspection. We're just going to show up. It's going to be unannounced. And that's what happened in this particular case. To that point, make sure you keep your notification status updated with the correct contact, phone number, email, and address. That is the only way we can communicate with you when we're sending out, say, these notifications or letting you know there's training, right? We use whatever's in notification. If it's wrong, then we're communicating to, a whole. We're not going to get a response from you. And that could end up with you being on the receiving end of an unannounced hazardous waste inspection. And that's what happened at this facility. By way of background, right? This facility sells, leases, and services heavy equipment. So that's given us some information. They operate paint booths. They were using solvents, and they do vehicle maintenance. So types of hazardous waste generated at this facility was some acids in laboratory activity, solvents on rags, solvents getting on PPE from painting operations, waste paint and solvent, and mixtures of paint and solvent from painting operations, waste still bottoms because they had a solvent recovery unit. And from their dealing with engines, they were dealing with used oil and batteries. So what did we learn in the opening conference, right? We talked about how we're going to sit down, we're going to gather information, right? So what we learned was that the environmental manager was fairly new. There was a lot of personnel turnover that the company was dealing with, and I think that's something that just about everybody can relate to these days. The environmental manager was lacking specific knowledge when it came to Colorado hazardous waste regulations, was unsure of exactly what kind of hazardous waste stream was being generated at this facility. Couldn't locate hazardous waste manifests, waste profiles, backup documentation for determinations, but didn't know what was hazardous waste and didn't have any backup documentation on hand to talk. So we had to gather information as best as we could with a lot of lacking right in the opening conference, a lot of lack in terms of information provided. So what did we observe? Failure to make hazardous waste determinations when we started to get into the site tour. We started to find what the facility was doing, right? They weren't aware of what it was hazardous waste and what wasn't a hazardous waste. So right off the bat, you're looking at failure to make hazardous waste determinations. They had insufficient records supporting determination. So it was a full-on, problem when it comes to hazardous waste determination. They just didn't have it, any of it. They weren't making accurate determinations. They didn't have backup documentation. Because of that, they didn't even realize that their illegal disposal was going on. Some of the solvent PPE and rags was going into hazardous waste container, and some of them were. And nobody really knew the difference between why they should have been putting them in one container or a solid waste container, and we found it in both. So there was illegal disposal going on. The still bottoms from the solvent recovery unit there wasn't a hazardous waste determination done on that. they were throwing that away, and the regular solid waste. And I think you all know when I say the regular solid waste, what I'm talking about is a regular landfill, regular trash. They had a number of container management violations in all parts of their facility where they were storing hazardous waste, which was primarily in the lab and where they were doing painting of their vehicles. Their hazardous waste containers were open. They were missing the labeling on elements of the labels, right? They're missing hazardous waste. They're missing indication of the hazard. Just to give you an idea of what that looks like, you know, the container doesn't look that bad, right? But take a look at it. In this particular case, that container had an indication. You can see it to the left. It had the words hazardous waste. You can see it straight on. I'm talking about the blue container with the red funnel. But in this case, the red funnel wasn't latched when we did the inspection. So that's considered an open container. That draws a violation. These containers were in the paint booth, right? So the one on the very left is a product drum. It's got that loop, kind of like a sink, you know, so they're drawing product out of that. So that is not regulated by Colorado hazardous waste regulations. The drum in the middle and the drum to the right with the funnel, those were, the one in the middle was for PPE and rags, some of which was going in there, some of which was going in the solid waste bins. Reasons unknown by personnel. Is that a training issue because they didn't know? We'll come back to that one. That container, the one on the right with the funnel, was a hazardous waste solvent and paint container. That was open. You can kind of see it. I realize it's a small picture, so bear with me. I know I was the one who was there, but that funnel was not latched. That's considered an open container. Missing the indication of hazards, right? So the middle and the right drum and the picture on the left, no indication of a hazard. The drum on the right, it was labeled hazardous waste and was closed, but no indication of the hazard, missing an element. That's a violation. What else did we see? So when we were asking, I asked one of the gentlemen that was responsible for the hazardous waste containers in the lab. I said, hey, how often are you doing inspections? And he said, sometimes monthly, sometimes I just don't get to it. The requirement is weekly inspections for your hazardous waste containers, whether it's satellite or your centrals, for SQGs and LQGs is required. And you'll see how that's going to add up when it comes to the financial penalty part. Failed to make arrangements with emergency responders. They had an inspection a few years ago, prior to this inspection. They had brought this back into compliance, but things had changed. They had, for instance, they had added the solvent recovery unit. There was a change in personnel. And so they needed to update their emergency responders. Well, they didn't make those updates and they didn't have any attempts on record. So the violation is failure to make arrangements with emergency responders. Didn't have any documentation or any indication about content of training, who got training, when they got the training, no proof of any kind of on-the-job training. When we interviewed personnel, they couldn't remember, you know, the last time or if they did have training. So it was very, you know, loosey-goosey in terms of, you know, did anybody have any training? Because they were missing a lot of management items. Hazardous waste determination was missing, container management issues. So the question becomes is what kind of training has been provided here? And what we determined was not much. They also had waste streams, right? So they knew they were an SQG. They were shipping some of their waste off as an SQG. And then we found out later after the inspection, when we were looking at disposal documentation, that they ended up on identifying waste that was going off as VSQG waste, not going off on a manifest. That's a violation. When you're an SQG or LQG, you have to ship your hazardous waste off. All of it, that's a hazardous waste on a hazardous waste manifest. You can't be separating them off. They didn't update their LDRs. When you change a TSDF, you got to make sure you know, Dave mentioned, you only need to do an LDR once, unless the waste stream changes or the TSDF changes. They didn't update their LDRs for change. And then they had used oil violations, labeling as well as used oil leaking containers. So this is just some pictures of the used oil issue. You're looking at a large outdoor container. You're looking at it's sitting on a spill containment basin. What we found is that oil was sitting inside the basin indicating a release from the container. So that basin is not considered a used oil container. If it has oil in it, it's indicating that it's the leak from the container that is sitting on top of it. So that was an issue. These are filters, and so they were draining inside the building, and then by the time they came out here, they were supposed to be oil-free. That wasn't exactly happening in that process. And if you take a look at the ground where the yellow tape is, you kind of see some staining. It really doesn't pop out in this particular photo, but it's the best one I had. But really what was happening is either the secondary containment or the red container on top of secondary containment was leaking the ground. So that's a violation for used oil, for a used oil leak. All right, so then all of that gets wrapped up. We did the compliance conference. We discussed all of the items. This facility came back into compliance. This facility moved toward an enforcement. And how that got broken down. So going from left down and then right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 12 total, right? So number 1 was illegal disposal for the PPE and rags and still bottoms. They were doing illegal disposal. And the penalty can range, and it really depends a lot on very site-specific issues. It could be somewhere around 2K. It could be more, right? Number 2, hazardous waste determination is $2,000 per waste stream. Number 3, hazardous waste determination documentation, $400 per waste stream. Number 4, open container, so that's $400 per container. Number 5, missing weekly inspections is $400 per missed week. And we typically go back 2 or 3 years, depending on what we see during the inspection and what we learn. So that number can really bounce up. It's a rated number, so it's $400 for the first X number of weeks, and then the next grouping of weeks it's slightly less until we get up to our total number of weeks. For this facility, the total penalty for missing weekly inspections for a couple of years was $7,500. Labeling is $100 per element. I mentioned element. Hazardous waste is an element. Accumulation start date on a essential accumulation container is an element. The indication of a hazard is an element. So it's $100 per missing element. If you're missing your arrangements, that was $400. Your training, and this is one of the most significant, we talk about having major violations, hazardous waste determination here, illegal disposal here, training violations is a major violation. That's $8K for a small quantity and $25K up to $25K for a large quantity generator. Another major violation, shipping hazardous waste off-site without a manifest for SPG, LPG, that can be expensive. That was $5K here. Failure to submit the self-cert because they didn't update the contact information, $2,000. Missing LDR form, $400 per count. The leaking oil, $400 per situation, per count. And then used oil labeling is $100 per missing element. The total penalty for this particular facility was about $33,000. All right, so I hope that gives you a really good idea of what the inspection looks like, what the process is, what we expect. If you're moving toward enforcement, we give you the opportunity to come talk with us. That's your option to do that. In fact, all people do. It serves you best if you do come talk to us, and then we decide what direction this process will go. Either closing the case or doing enforcement. If we do an enforcement, then we work at that point, work up the numbers, and that's it for me.
All right, so with that, I think we'll wrap up today's session. So we'll be moving on to the optional question and answer period. Thank you all for joining us. We hope that you found this content helpful and we appreciate your participation. Remember, this is a high-level overview. So if you need more in-depth knowledge and stuff, we recommend taking a more in-depth class that is offered by third-party companies, and they can give you some more detail. We'll go through the questions so people can stay online as long as they would like, and we'll try to answer questions as they come up.
that trace is correct.
There you go.
And just a quick note, we are going to do we're sending out a survey right now. Feel free to provide your feedback.
Just keep it on, keep it on. Yeah, keep it on. All right, looks like there's no questions showing up. You can always email at a later time if you guys find out that you have some more questions after reviewing stuff. All right, we'll shut it down.